a 12-hour podcast.
Yeah, but we got Sauron. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the WalkyTalkyPod mid-sentence. So I don't know what we're doing. Yeah.
We're
Works in
doing what
progress.
chat dictates.
Wait, so you started a podcast without realizing what you're doing?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Precisely.
Confident?
Exactly.
The only thing we know for sure is that I will be walking. For me to walkie. So assuming that there's at least one person in chat, if there's only one person, well, you have 100% of the power today. Our options are reacting
There's
to
always
videos,
one person.
talking about the chapter and other Boruto-related things. That's pretty much our options for the day.
Oh yeah, well I guess
videos
if
can
you're
be about,
walking,
like,
then gaming
anything.
isn't even an option. So yeah, gaming isn't an option anymore for anyone watching in the Discord.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not walking outside just for the sake of not screaming at 10:30 at
Okay,
night. I mean,
but like if you're walking inside, the gaming is still not an option.
yes. I will say though, if I start walking at like 8ish, I don't mind staying out till midnight. But I feel a little bit unsure about starting the walk at midnight. Granted, I did do that one time when we started at midnight. I'm pretty sure I just went right outside walking. So maybe I should. But then I can't use my laptop. Which doesn't really matter to you guys. But if we're reacting, I like to look at the laptop screen because it's nice and big.
Fair enough.
The more you know. All right, let's look at chat.
Well, Space says hello, everyone. So I guess that's the first thing we're doing. Hello, Kamui.
Okay, hello.
And hello, Sauron.
Hello, Sauron.
Hello, I feel appreciated.
Yeah.
Hello.
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 How much hello do you feel today? On a scale of 8 to 12.5, how many hellos have you received in 1 hour from now?
From now?
On a scale of 8 to hello, how much did you understand that?
I mean, I understand it, but it makes no sense.
It feels like the math question
take
of
it.
like the 3 trains going different speeds at different locations. When or where do they meet or whatever? Miles. Per hour. Yes.
Oodie, I forgot. I got an image idea for this stream. I have to take a screenshot and then we need to put tRIPpy's icon on it.
Is it different from the one that I have on my screen right now of the weather girl?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't really. Yes, I thought it was even more extreme. Hold on, I need to figure out the episode number.
Interesting.
When does 1010 fight?
Tamari?
Probably 43.
Yeah.
I think it's right before Shikamaru's fight or something around then.
I'll go
right
with
after or
sure.
before.
Yeah, sounds right.
It's around that one. It's before or after. Okay.
Well, while you do that
dude,
live,
I hate how they had to take off ad block off of this website.
rip.
That's definitely Crunchyroll, of course.
It's terrible.
Oh, okay, perfect. Now
Chat,
I
what
just
do you
need
want
to
us to
see-
do tonight? Do you want us to react to something? You got a video? I mean, I could even show you. Here, you know what? I'm going to scenes. You can see all the videos in the React playlist. Sauron, if you got one, I guess. Not the code one, but any other one. Oh, you know what? Since tRIPpy wasn't here last time, I guess we could also just react to the new Storm trailer. Since tRIPPy's not here this time either.
Wait, did we already watch?
There's a new one.
Is
A
there
new one that
another
came out
one?
yesterday.
Oh,
It reveals Kara.
interesting.
Yeah, apparently it was really cool. Here, I'll share my screen. Yeah, let's just do that first.
Is
while I
it the
get other
same
people.
like game as the one with the random like shit going on?
Yeah, Storm Connections? What? Yeah, okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure. Close up. The one
The
with the
random
pain
shit.
villain. Yeah.
Yes.
It's the same one we did last time. Okay. I'm sharing my screen. I think you can hear it. Hopefully you can see it. Yes, all good. Wow, look at all the comments.
Alright, Oodie, I'm gonna send you 3 images here. Pick your favorite of them. And we just need to put
Oh, that's
tRIPPy's
great.
icon on any
so
of these.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oops. 1 second.
Oh my god, I can't believe they did that. I'm sure it was an automatic thing, but still hilarious. Sauron, what
This
do you
is just
think?
in reference to the hurricane thing. Oh, I thought of another one we could do, but this also work. I just thought putting tRIPpy over 1010 here would be good.
Actually, I'll write
Any
this
of those three
comment
images.
later. I'll write this comment later. Put this in.
I think
I could
first
also
one
have
works
Lee
best.
doing the Leaf Hurricane. I could have Lee doing the Leaf Hurricane and then put like tRIPpy on there or something.
That'd be funny, but I feel like a lot of people wouldn't get it. It would just look like Leaf
Yeah.
kicking tRIPpy. Here,
It's still funny anyway.
Yeah. It would make sense if you added like the dialogue text into it.
Yeah, the Leaf Hurricane.
Man, did y'all watch Daigo Knight's new video?
I haven't.
No,
we could
we
do
can't,
that.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with it, but we'll see.
I'm fine with watching it, yeah. And see what he has to say.
This chapter sucks.
There we go.
Also, yeah, Oodie, actually,
I'm
Arrow
joking, hold on,
Sinning,
that's not
if
what I
you're
mean.
watching, you're welcome to join because I did publicly make the incentive. Whoever first finds the timestamp of the Daigo sentence gets to join. You were the only person to find it. One person mentioned thinking they found it, but they forgot when, and I was like, do you remember what it was about? I was trying to give him hints, but I don't know if he ever responded.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
All right. So did
Wait,
you
for
read...
who? For us or one of us?
Did I address you?
Oh, so
Well, you said
stupid.
you, and I don't know who you
No, I
is in this
said
case.
You guys talking about Itachi's video.
Learn how
I
to
heard
read
you.
better. What's wrong with you?
His character.
Anyway. Ood.
That's
Hey.
perfect, Oodie.
So, how far did you read into Mitsuki's dialogue in this chapter?
How far did I read into it? Do you mean like metaphorically? Because like I read it all.
No, like I know you probably read it all, but
Okay.
how far did you think about Mitsuki's dialogue
Well,
and his reactions to what Kawaki was saying?
he thinks Kawaki is his son, and he also was like, "Oh man, you're
Is that
mean."
all you draw from it?
No, I think there's a possibility Mitsuki knows something, cause like,
Okay. Here's what I think. So, if you go back to the chapter, right? You have Mitsuki. Mitsuki remembers Kawaki as his son, because he remembers Boruto as his son. When the switcheroo happened, of course Mitsuki would still think that Kawaki is his son, because of the actions that Boruto did, which made Mitsuki fond of Kawaki, aka Boruto. Kawaki now acts completely contradictory to the Boruto that he once knew, aka now Kawaki. Mitsuki is noting that, and even notices that in this chapter, and he's probably noticed it from the past 3 years that Kawaki acts nothing like the Kawaki he knew before. Hence why if you go back to the chapter, when Kawaki is actually insulting Mitsuki and calling him a perv and all these really mean names,
It was
the
hilarious.
old Kawaki never would say that. The Kawaki that he remembers. Which is right after he says that, he says something along the lines of, "But Kawaki, you're my son." AKA, like, you would never say stuff like that before. Things were different. Now, you're suddenly a different person now. And then after Kawaki leaves, he said something along the lines of, "You really are my son, aren't you, Kawaki?" And they didn't make that a statement. They could have made that just a statement. They made that a question. Mitsuki is questioning whether or not this person is the person that he actually once knew. Because this isn't the son that he remembers. Because although it rewrites... it rewrites parts of your memory, how Kawaki once acted before, he would just act like Boruto. They just think that he is what Boruto once was, but he's not acting like Boruto. So Mitsuki will find out eventually that this is not the Kawaki once he remembers. Once he sees how Boruto treats him, he's going to remember that how Boruto treats him is how exactly he remembers Kawaki treating him. And it's not just that, though. People think that Mitsuki's character has probably changed, he's become a lot darker now, but again, obviously the thing that Mitsuki is holding on to when he's talking about Kawaki is the Boruto that he remembers. So the thing that made Mitsuki a more light-hearted character, a more cheerful character, and not the stone-cold version. But people think that Kawaki would influence Mitsuki into becoming a bit darker, because he no longer has a sun to shine down onto his moon. But the thing that Mitsuki's holding on to is the light. He's holding on to the Kawaki that he remembers. So Mitsuki probably hasn't actually changed that much as a character. He's just a bit more on edge about the fact that, like, Boruto, Kawaki might be killed. So, that's just what I wanted to say.
So the first thing I want to ask is there a particular reason why you didn't want me to answer the question? Because I would have said 85% of the exact same stuff as you. Like, I have a whole segment of this in my chapter review that's going to be up tomorrow.
Oh,
So I
yes,
don't know why.
finally, someone bringing it up other than me. Because no one has mentioned this, and it's irritating the crap out of me, because I think it's so...
Well, you haven't answered my question, though.
My question?
My question is, why didn't you want me to answer?
I didn't need to answer my own question.
The real answer is because he doesn't know. Okay, Kamui, he just said me. Shut up.
No, he does know. He specifically didn't want me to answer.
Oh my god.
No, actually, no. The only slight alteration I might say is that there's still room for Kawaki to influence Mitsuki negatively, just because the whole point with Boruto was that, like, Mitsuki doesn't have a light. He needs a light to shine onto him. So if he's not getting that light, he's not going to be a bright figure. Like, if he never met Boruto, he wouldn't be the brighter figure he was becoming. So there is room for, like, I know, I agree with what you're saying. He's holding on to the good image of Boruto / fake Kawaki, essentially. But there's still room for Kawaki to slowly negatively affect him. Doesn't mean he did, but there's room for it.
No, there's room for it, but I don't think it's very substantial, which is what people say.
Yeah, the thing is, Mitsuki was acting the exact same way at the end of Boruto chapter 79 and 80.
He's acting
or even
no
78.
different now than
Like, he was already
before.
like, I'm going to kill Kawaki. Like, that was a fact. So that aspect isn't really any different.
Nothing's changed.
But I agree, yeah, I think that, especially if Boruto... If he's going to interact with Boruto, because he's going to go there trying to kill him the moment he realizes he's there.
Exactly.
It's only going to take a little bit, maybe a lot of it. It's not going to necessarily happen overnight, but the more he interacts with Boruto being a positive, bright person, like, the more quickly he's going to be like, wait, hold on, why is this guy being the son? I don't remember this. Like,
something's not right here. Something's not right. It's not only that, but it's like, what was I gonna say? Crap. How did I lose that thought that was so clear in my head?
You know, I love how Sauron asked the question to me, and I'm the only one who hasn't given my interpretation yet.
You know what? Maybe that's a good thing.
Well, because you kind of intentionally didn't.
Oh, what do you mean I didn't? You literally interrupted me before I got a chance to even start speaking.
No, I didn't. Saran interrupted you, if anything. I waited. I wasn't addressed. I wasn't
Sauron
addressed.
asked the question, and he was the first one to give interpretation of his own question.
That's actually 100% true. There's no.
Alright, Oodie, your turn. Okay, do you have anything different?
Yeah, I have some very in-depth, deep analysis rhetoric here. So it sounds like Sauron read the filler Viz translation, whereas I read the Chad canon OP scans where there was no question. So all I know, Sauron, Shinku Tusu is real, and you can't convince me otherwise.
Shinku Tusu?
Yeah, Shinku Tusu. Did you not read the OP scans?
That was so funny. Yeah, when I read that. No, when I read the OP scans chapter, it was so funny. I was like, I was like, Shinku. I couldn't even say it at first. I was like, hold on. I was like, this is definitely Shinjutsu, but it's hilarious. This is Shinkutsu.
Is notoriously bad.
Oh no, I know. Just again, I don't even have the Japanese in front of me, and I still know how terrible it is based on the translation they're providing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what times it always sounds weird.
Like TCB scans is the better one.
I don't know what that is. Anyways, okay, for my in-depth actual analysis, you're not, well, okay, two things. One you're going to like, the other one you're not going to like. I'm going to start with the one you're not going to like. So, the real thing that happened here, okay, first of all, I didn't read the Viz, so I didn't know there was a question mark. Anyways.
Oh, in the OP scans, he says, isn't that right? Kawaki, still question mark, so.
Oh, well, sure, I guess, but like, not really the same. Anyways, So the
Hence
real
his name.
reason is I feel like it was just the common Boruto tendency behavior of the writers to like basically recap, especially considering there's like a 3-month hiatus instead of just 1 month. They're basically just re-giving us the same information for like the
Yeah,
casual fans to just
No,
remember.
Oodie, actually, I know what
I-
you're saying there, and you're not wrong, but there is, let me pull it up. There is
No.
a small detail of the conversation besides the question at the end.
No, you do legit have like Mitsuki reacting negatively to what Kawaki tells him and confused.
Yes,
You
so I
see
found it.
his
It's when
face.
Kawaki calls him a pervert and annoying. Mitsuki's like, but Kawaki, then Mitsuki gets interrupted because of the claw grind showed, or the claw mark showed up,
And
and
it's
then
not only
Kawaki
that. If
I
you
was
look at-
wondering,
that,
did
and then he
Mitsuki
finishes
hear
by
that?
saying, and then he finishes his sentence saying, "You're the sun shining brightly upon my moon, aren't you,
Yeah,
Kawaki?"
do you guys think Mitsuki
And
heard
it's
that,
not
or is that
only-
just only told to
if you
Kawaki randomly?
If you legit go to the panel before that, you have Mitsuki having like silent speech bubbles after Kawaki said this because like he's like ... he's thinking, and then you have
But
Mitsuki having a
Kawaki,
confused
and then he,
face.
like,
So no, it's more than just recap.
Okay,
It
I
is
understand.
they,
I agree.
They do this a lot. They do this a lot, so I can understand that interpretation. Because
it's
there's a lot of
well,
that
it
in this
is a
chapter,
recap in the sense of they're recapping the sun and moon thing for Mitsuki, but the fact that he says but
It has a
Kawaki,
purpose.
Yeah, I think it's very purposeful because again, it makes no sense for him to just randomly say this after 3 years.
Also-
It doesn't have anything to do with the story at hand currently. It's literally just the first time we see Mitsuki in Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. Who is Mitsuki? He's the sun moon guy. Oh yeah, okay, got it.
Also, just look at the panel build up, right? You have Mitsuki. He's looking at the sky. You go closer to his face, and then you see him thinking with his lips. It just shows his hair over his eyes, and all you see is his lower face. So they're like trying to show you this is him in thinking mode.
If anything, for this first chapter, this felt the most forced in / convoluted thing. You could take this scene out and lose absolutely nothing for this first chapter. This was just
What?
to introduce Mitsuki in chapter 1.
Well, I think you would lose Mitsuki questioning, but you could have put that in somewhere else.
Yeah. And it'd be more
yeah,
natural
I mean, to
somewhere
me,
else.
he is
You-
questioning, like, he feels something's wrong, like something doesn't seem right to him, essentially.
Yeah, but you
Like,
could have done
it's
that
not
in a
necessarily that
less
he's doubting his
shoe-
memories, it's just that he's just like, I'm confused, like, aren't you supposed to be the sun? That doesn't mean Kawaki in his memories wasn't the sun before, it just would imply that Kawaki isn't the sun anymore for some odd reason.
Well,
It's just
it-
nothing
it's
about
just-
Boruto.
And simply
That's
just
a
because-
future thing.
It's
Yeah.
just simply because Kawaki acts nothing like the Kawaki he remembers. Because Kawaki in his head is Boruto. Was
Yeah.
what Boruto
Essentially,
was.
he's thinking Kawaki's changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the other aspect of this, there's actually 3 because I forgot one. The way omnipotence works is passively. I mean, we've known this for months, but like
Yeah,
it
it's
was
a passive
reinforced
change,
this
it just
chapter.
constantly updates.
Yeah, so like no matter what, he's going to think it no matter what. So even if he has doubt, that doesn't really matter right now. Until things actively change in the story with Boruto and like the fate intertwining, like they said in the very last panel, no matter what, Mitsuki is going to continue thinking Kawaki is Boruto, even if he has doubts, because those doubts are just going to be overridden, overridden.
Yeah, but I think it's very likely that
It's not that it's overwritten, it's just that it's proportionately it's
although-
not mattering because his memory is what it is. He's not going to doubt, oh,
Yeah,
someone
but like,
changed my memories.
assuming Boruto
It's just a
literally
matter of
dies, Mitsuki's gonna live the next 100 years thinking Kawaki's Boruto.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Even if he's a
Yes.
He can think that Kawaki is who Boruto used to be, but eventually Mitsuki's going to just see that this guy is not who he remembers, and he's not someone worth following.
Yeah, so like to make a sort of comparison,
Because remember, Mitsuki
Naruto
chose
always
Boruto
believed in
as his
Sasuke,
son
of course,
because of
but,
his
like-
actions.
Hang on, Kamui, let's start on today's thing.
But remember, Mitsuki chose Boruto as his son. First, it was just because, like, you know, he was interested because that was the first image that he saw. But the reason why he kept on going on Boruto is because he found Boruto's actions intriguing. He found them, and he grew like a fondness for Boruto because of his actions. And Kawaki doesn't represent any of those actions anymore. So the thing that made Mitsuki call Boruto his son isn't his son anymore. He's not a light.
Especially reinforcing the Mitsuki retrieval arc.
Yes, which is the only source in this entire series that expands upon the stuff that the manga one-shot laid out. The manga hasn't done diddly squat with it yet. It's
Rip
so
my boy
ridiculous.
Sekie. We'll never forget.
But like, apparently the anime has like no value, even though value is determined by whatever. Freaking idiots. Anyway.
So the thing with that is, only contention I have is that, well, I do agree, maybe he would change his mind and just stop following Kawaki, but he also understands not only do people change over time, but Boruto, quote unquote, Kawaki Uzumaki, he's gone through like a lot of trauma, like 3 years ago or whatever. He lost his father was killed, and then he got a scar over his eye. He lost his brother, technically speaking.
Except he doesn't have a scar. Which is hilarious.
Yeah, but they ignore that.
Right, I forgot that part.
Yeah, but remember,
he had to scar his brother. I don't know.
But to them, they just act like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. They're like,
so
oh, hey,
that
you
part
knew.
of their brain will just completely scratched off. They don't
Okay, but they
that's
think.
what that is.
Okay, but Mitsuki thinks Kawaki /
By the way,
AKA Boruto lost his father.
By the way, the fact that Mitsuki, for even a split second, can think that Kawaki might not actually be his son, I think that says something. Because usually they said people would question it, and then shortly afterwards, the doubt would go away. Is Mitsuki ever thought about this before? Like, is he just thinking about this now? And then are we going to see that the next chapter, this doubt just goes away? Or
well, that's the thing. So, this is what I was going to say earlier. So, I don't think Mitsuki's questioning is him questioning his memories or anything related to the potential of omnipotence. All it is essentially saying Kawaki's not acting like a son. So it's going to make a sort of comparison in that pretty much the entire Konoha 12 besides Naruto and Sasuke lost faith in Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura lost faith in Sasuke in Shippuden. They're like, dude, Sasuke's changed. He is not the same dude, and they were ready to kill him, in fact, because he changed. So, not saying Mitsuki has gone that far, but he can notice, just as Sasuke was changing, that Kawaki is quote-unquote changing in his eyes. And he can think, hey, this guy's not a son. He's not being son-like to me. It doesn't mean he's doubting his memories. It's just literally just saying he's doubting Kawaki being the son anymore, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Adding on to that, if omnipotence never happened, because Boruto's currently dark and moody, broody, whatever, let's just assume Boruto was dark and moody, still broody, whatever, and omnipotence never happened. Mitsuki would still be doubting Boruto because he's not acting like the previous Boruto.
If Boruto hypothetically was saying the same things... No, because the point is, if Boruto was acting like Kawaki, no omnipotence, Mitsuki would be doing the same thing.
Because it's not swapping.
The reason why this is happening
Kawaki.
is because of omnipotence, because Kawaki is just always this way, whereas Boruto wasn't.
Yeah.
That's the reason why there is a change. But if Boruto hypothetically did change, the same thing would happen.
The dark and moody thing, no. Boruto, no matter how dark and moody he was, would never say what Kawaki said to him in the chapter.
That's why it's a hypothetical.
It would be a gradual shift in change.
It's also been 3 years.
Yeah, but Kawaki would have been an immediate change.
We don't know if Kawaki was acting
never
different.
Kawaki probably never put up the Boruto act.
Would never interact or engage with Mitsuki in the way Boruto does. Never.
I'm going to be honest with you. Kawaki would be more likely to be positive around the Leaf Villagers now than he was initially. He actually would probably be the worst at first.
Yeah. Well,
because he's had time to be buddy-buddy with them.
Because he does play it off when the people are like, oh, you lost your scar, Ada's about to speak up, and then Kawaki, like, puts his arm up and then tells him a lie. So he is willing to, like, play it off like as an actor.
No, that was mostly Ada. Because I think they just said, like, never mind that. And they just said, okay, let me pull up the chapter.
No,
Kawaki did not make up an excuse for the scar. He was just confused, and they just said, okay, whatever.
Well, not for the scar, but, like, he, like, went along with it.
He made up a lie of Boruto killing his dad.
I think it's telling that he's able to do that in the first place.
He's able to lie, yes, but Kawaki is still in personality for example,
Yeah, we don't
Sasuke's
know
not gonna
that.
put up the greatest
Kawaki
Naruto
doesn't
act
just
because he's just
aimlessly
not
kill
that kind of
people.
guy.
We just don't know that.
This is what I mean.
Yeah,
by, like,
this is the eye wound thing though. How's the eye wound? It looks totally healed now. Kawaki's like, what are you talking about? And Ada's the one who covers and says, Kawaki's fine. More importantly, have you found his father? And then that's how they change the conversation.
Okay, well, I must have had omnipotence placed on me between Kawaki and Ada, because I thought it was opposite there.
wow.
Yeah, because it's mostly Ada who is doing the acting, though, in that case. Now, Kawaki did the whole lying about Boruto, but the thing is, Kawaki just doesn't act nice around anyone.
Exactly. So Mitsuki would have noticed the change right away. Like, it wouldn't have been a gradual shift like it would have been with Boruto.
And he's
Boruto was in
probably
the village.
did notice it sooner than now. It's probably not the first time he's, like, notices. It might be the first time he's asked it, who knows, but it's the first time we've seen him, so for all we know, he's asked it every other day. Like,
Yeah.
we don't know.
I
But-
also wonder, like, I need more lore about what's happening. What happened between the 3 years.
Yeah.
Lore is not the right word, but I need more exposition.
Have you seen
Mitsuki-
Kamui's
Yeah.
video?
Did Mitsuki ever go back to see Orochimaru at any point?
Yeah, there's
what
a
was
lot of stuff.
Sakura's
Yeah,
reaction
actually,
to
Thoron,
Sasuke
have you
become-
watched that video?
We're probably gonna have a lot of the same, like,
I'm gonna take that as a
Talking
no.
points.
since
Yeah,
you
I
both
was
say
gonna
yes.
say.
Oh no, I haven't. But I implied that I haven't. So we're probably gonna have a lot of the same issues, if you want to call them issues.
We do call them issues. Yes.
There is so much. There is
Uh-huh.
so much.
Yeah,
that
there
is
is.
just not there.
In fact, there's about 92 minutes worth of so much.
Bro,
You know, actually,
there's
this is
like
interesting
3
because
chapters worth of content that's just not
yeah,
here.
yeah, and actually, I've been behind on the
And I'm
comments on
not
some
gonna
of these.
lie, it kind of makes me care less about this conflict because we didn't rev
Yeah.
up to this.
I
It just was
Mhm.
Boruto's gone,
Exactly.
and then would you look at that? The village is different now. No explanations for anything. Repeated dialogue from a couple chapters ago. Boruto's back. We're back in the business, baby. Never had a chance to miss you, but hello. It's like, dang.
Man, Kamui, it's like there's no sense of you making the video. Saren's just expressing the full sentiment for you.
It's frustrating because, like, given the reaction to the chapter when I was looking on Twitter, I was like, this chapter's barely a 10 out of 10, so maybe it's like really good or something. And then I read it, and I'm like, definitely not 10 out of 10. But like, I knew it wouldn't be because like, people are gonna call the chapter a 10 no matter what it did. They could have had
just 'cause it's the time
Boruto
skip,
fart
the
while
hype.
he's
Just
coming
because
from
it's
the sky, and people were like,
designs.
comedy gold.
Dude, if I hear
Um,
one more
it's-
person, I never cared. I will never. It's designs. I don't care.
The designs are good. I know they're good. At least most of them are. But like, what about the contents within the chapter?
Yeah, what about the
like-
story?
What about what happened? You know?
But like,
What
to me,
about
at
the
least-
shoehorned in, very contrived dialogue with Sarada and Ada, acting like they have never had this conversation before?
Yes, dude, this is
despite
the
the
thing
fact
I
that they
said.
should have had the conversation before. Sumire and Sarada talking about stuff that they already know, just to reintroduce everyone who might be new to the manga. If you are, that's bizarre, but okay. They can't even.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the way I word this for the most part, I still
Thank
stand by
you.
it. It was especially true in the spoilers, but to me, this chapter feels as if it was like a Boruto chapter 81 that took place the next day, but for some reason Ikimoto decided to draw them older.
I agree. It
That's how
feels
the
like we're
chapter
still
feels.
in the
Everyone
prophecy
is doing
arc.
what they would be doing the next day.
It actually
It's just they
doesn't-
look older all of a sudden.
it
That's
doesn't
basically how I
feel-
would describe it.
Exactly. The chapter isn't written in a way that I feel like time has actually progressed. It feels like maybe this is like a week from now,
Yeah.
from what we last left off.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like years have passed.
Like, if Sarada
whereas
didn't say 3 years, I genuinely wouldn't have thought 3 years
maybe
had
a
passed.
year, but like
So,
even with
a
a year, it would still be
No,
too
no,
contrived with
it
the
doesn't work.
dialogue.
The characters look older. The story has continued
Well,
one day after the
well,
previous.
Mhm.
That's it.
Some of them look older.
Yeah, Ada and
Yeah.
David don't even look older either.
No, to me, Ada looks a little bit older. That's just to me, and it seems like no one else agrees, which is fine. She looks a little older to me, but like Damon doesn't look older, Shikadai doesn't look older, Inojin doesn't.
No, I can see it. I can see it with Team Shikacho. Not as drastic as
Yeah.
like Boruto, but I can see it. Aiden and
They
Damon,
don't-
it's like they really don't look
They look
older.
By
Like
what I
it looks
mean-
like they blatantly were not.
By what I
supposed to.
mean that they don't look older is that they don't look any older than their anime versions, which are like 12 years
Oh.
old. Ino Shikacho in the anime look around 12. Well, it is in the manga. Ino Shikacho, they all look like they're 10 to 9 years old. Go back, Inojin is.
Well, yeah,
filled
that's
with
Ikimoto
very-
for you in general, though. Ikimoto makes everyone look younger. I feel like.
Yeah, but like with Inojin looked like he was 9. Very plump, fat, cheeks. He had like all the
I
baby
mean,
fat
look at
still.
Chocho,
And I'm
look
like,
at Sarada, look
I
at
lost all
Boruto.
that when I was 12. Like, what is going
Oh
on
my
here?
I mean,
I think they did Inojin the worst of any character ever in the entire history of the entire Naruto franchise. I never cared about Gaara's hair. I thought it was fine. They made my
Hey.
boy Inojin look like Tento.
I like Inojin's clothes. I don't like his hairstyle in any regard. I think his hairstyle looks really bad, but his clothes look nice. I wish that they just kept his original hair, and I wish
Yeah.
that they made Shikadai look a little older.
Yeah,
Because to
I
me,
agree.
he doesn't look as old as he should be, which is around 16. Because although they said that they were 12, 3 years ago, by the time you get past like Hinata's birthday, which is like somewhere in October, months have passed from that point to the point the manga ends. So like they were about to turn 13 a few months after that. So like they should be around dang near 16 now. So they're around 15, 16, and they don't look 16 to me. I am short, and I look significantly older than them.
I
despite
will
the-
say this. I think the easiest way to put it, at least, is that in part one, Team Shikacho doesn't look like they're drastically younger than Boruto, Sarada, and
whereas
Mitsuki.
they do
But in
now.
part two here, Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki, or especially Boruto and Mitsuki and Kawaki, look like they're a lot older than
They look-
Sarada,
Kawaki
Shikacho.
looks the age that he is, which is 19.
Well, we don't know
he's-
how old he is.
Well, come on.
Do we? Did they say
He's
something?
he should be around the same age as Code. So
No,
and-
he seems to be a little bit younger.
no, they look the same age to me.
I think he's a
Not in
little
part
younger
one.
than Code.
In part
Maybe
one,
by
Code looks
a
definitely
year.
older.
Maybe by
Yeah,
a year.
Yeah.
No, I would say to me, if Code,
No, like go back.
I don't even
to
know
what
if we
they
had
looked like when
confirmation
they were
of Code's
kids.
age
They
in
looked
part
like
one
around
either,
the exact
though.
same age.
did we have any information on Code's age in part one either?
No, I'm just making assumptions.
We know he's a teenager.
To me, Kawaki looks like he's a year, maybe 2 years max older than Boruto. So 17 or 18.
I think
He does look like he's got at least a year on him, but he doesn't look like he's 3 years old.
I think Kawaki in part 2 and part 1 looked around 14, 15 years old.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so
So
there you
now,
go,
3
17,
years
18.
later,
That's
he'd
not
be around
19.
18.
I think he's 17 or 18.
If he was 15, then he's 19. Well, never mind. That's not math.
No. Yeah.
What?
Shut up.
It depends on what he was. To be honest, I think he's probably a year, 2 years, like I said, 2 years max older than Boruto. I think it's more like a year.
I don't think you can get a year, because like Kawaki looks even older than like someone like Iwabe, and Iwabe is I think is around 2 years older than them. 'Cause
He's
he
a year
failed-
older, I think.
He's a year.
To be
Oh,
fair, 19 is
And
like
to me,
Naruto
Kawaki
the
and
last
Iwabe
era.
look similar.
So he would look like an adult. So yeah, I don't think he's 19.
wait,
but, like, even with Shikadai,
Kawaki
then-
does look like an adult though.
I don't think
Damn.
not like Naruto the last era.
That's around 18 to me.
That was 19 for Naruto the last. But
Yeah,
to
no,
me,
that's what I'm saying.
I think Kawaki is 17, maybe 17 and a half to be specific. He might be a year and a
To be
half older than
specific.
Boruto, like specifically. Somewhere between the range of 1 to 2 years.
Where
That's
does that
exactly what they imply
specificity
in part
come
1.
from?
Well, I'm just giving something like,
Oh god.
but I feel like it's probably a year-ish, give or like a little bit, probably not less than a year, but I feel like a year and a half or something. That's just my guess. They're trying to imply that he's not too much older than Boruto. So 2 years and 2 or 3 years seems like goes against that. He's blatantly younger looking than Code in part 1, um, and Ada. He's just older looking and seemingly older than Boruto. So Ada's like, okay, well, Kawaki doesn't look young, like you, Boruto, kind of thing. Um, but yeah, no,
I mean, I
I'd say
agree.
17.
Boruto characters all just look younger than Naruto characters in general. Shikadai especially, the meme is that, oh, he's a Shikamaru clone. Okay, so then he should look like Shikamaru at the beginning of Shippuden, but he doesn't at
Just
all.
say the Boruto manga characters, because in the anime they all look older, on average.
Sure.
than
Yeah.
they do in the
Yeah.
manga. Like you can just compare.
Ikimoto just draws them young looking. That's just it's just his
Yeah.
art style.
But yeah, Iwabe is like he's like around a year. No, I think he was 2 years older because I think he failed twice.
I thought it was 1 year, and I thought he looked about to be the same age as Kawaki.
I think Kawaki looks a little older, but hey, these are just perceptions.
Well, Kawaki, it's also like another thing though is Sasuke was a lot. He had a deeper voice, looked more mature than Naruto. I feel like, just because Kawaki is just a Chad dude. He's got the jawline, he's got the shaved fade sides. Like he just looks older because of just the
Man,
kind of
he
guy
looks
he
like
is.
a model. In fact, all the characters do.
Like he's got the Amato dreamy dandy looks. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking of Amato, actually, dude.
Let's
Come
not
on,
go
dude.
that topic.
They really couldn't show us this dude. Like, come the
I want
fuck
to
on,
continue
dude.
complaining about the chapter. Let's do that.
Shikamaru threw him in prison.
No, I think it'd be interesting though. It doesn't really, like I said, when it comes to Amato in this case, it literally doesn't matter what it is. It's just gonna be interesting to see.
I really dislike the reveal of like Shikamaru as like the Hokage. I'm fine with him being Hokage. That's not my issue. My issue was, it was like, oh, next page, Shikamaru's Hokage. Okay, moving on. It's like, oh,
Dude's a
that's-
freaking bozo. I don't want him to be Hokage anymore. Screw Shikamaru.
Yeah,
Wait,
same.
what?
I'm not
Okay.
I'm not
Okay,
surprised he's Hokage
let's
at
move
all,
along
but
from
he
there.
doesn't deserve it anymore. Dude's an asshole in Boruto. Changed my
What?
mind.
Okay, now
Just watch him
I'm not
interact with
gonna-
Kawaki. Watch him
I'm
interact
not
with
gonna talk
Kawaki
about
in his uncalled for dickness.
That was just a Toby
Like
Rama.
prior to when Kawaki was turning on everyone. Like,
But
dude,
like, I would like to have had like some amount of like, what has Shikamaru done in the village? What has he been doing?
Dude,
Is
I'm
he-
not
I
saying
would have
that
just
he's
liked
a
a
bad
line. I would have liked a line in
Hokage.
chapter 80 have Shikamaru saying, "I'm going to take over temporarily for now while we figure things out," the same way he did in chapter 44.
Yeah, something along
But he's
those
not even
lines,
doing
instead-
that because Konohamaru literally calls him Lord Eighth, and it's been
No,
3
What I'm
years.
saying is before
I'm like,
the
why
time
doesn't
skip.
he even-
No, I
Before the
know,
time
but like
skip,
I'm saying it's weird that there's not a Hokage monument for Shikamaru, even though he is the 8th Hokage,
It
like
took
undisputed.
Tsunade. It
Well,
only
have you
took
seen an
Tsunade,
image
like, a
of the
year.
monument?
Yes, we have.
Have you? Really? When? I didn't look.
Even like episode 1,
What
the
page?
time skip thing, the Boruto Kawaki fight. There's no 8th head.
so
you mean
far,
that?
Shikamaru
Oh,
has
I thought you
been
meant in
Hokage.
this chapter.
Shikamaru
That's
has
actually
been
funny. In 3 years, they
Hokage.
still haven't built him the face.
Shikamaru right
Exactly.
now has been Hokage for longer than Minato was.
He's been Hokage for longer than Naruto, according to a Twitter post I saw.
No.
I don't know how accurate.
No,
it is.
because
No.
When did Naruto become a Hokage?
Naruto's been Hokage for like 7, 8, 9 years.
No, not that either.
No.
It's also too long. That's also too long. Boruto was around
5.
6,
Yeah, 5 to
Naruto
6.
I guess so.
became
6 is
Hokage.
years. Okay.
so he's been Hokage for about 6 years. Kakashi.
Yeah, that
was
Twitter post was
Hokage
just
for
wrong.
10
I was like, I
years.
didn't know if it was true or not, but I was just like,
Kakashi
either
was
way though.
Hokage for 10 years.
Either way, he's been Hokage for 3 years. That's long enough to get the face.
It
Because
is.
what
in
I'm
the
saying.
time skip of Naruto, they put Tsunade's face
That's
up
why
there.
it just
Yeah.
made sense for it to be Kakashi.
Yeah, it doesn't make
Yeah.
sense for Shikamaru in the first place.
Also,
Yeah, it
Kakashi
does,
is just
but
as
still.
smart as Shikamaru, and he's stronger. So I don't understand.
Well,
I
like
mean-
I said, I will say from a plot perspective, the idea that Shikamaru would be Hokage isn't far fetched. He
No,
took
it
over as
isn't.
leader
It wasn't.
when Naruto was gone before. That makes sense. But when you look at the other things, we're like, okay, well, Kakashi is just a nicer leader. He's smart. He can be cold harder. He's stronger.
Cold harder.
And
I said that wrong. Cold-hearted when he needs to. Like, he can make tough decisions, but he's also a kind guy. He's stronger than Shikamaru. He's just good at leading. He's done the Hokage thing before.
To be fair, we have no idea if Shikamaru is a good leader right now because they didn't like.
Sauron, do you
I
remember
don't
the
trust
3
him, dude.
qualifications for becoming Hokage in the advisor's eyes? I remember one of them was like who your trainer are. So like it would be Asuma in this case, and I feel like that'd be good because Asuma was the child of the Hokage.
I don't think there's any true pre-qualifications other than
He was also
like,
advisor to
use
2
those
different
things.
Hokage. Both Kakashi
Yeah.
and Naruto.
Yeah. So like I said, it makes sense. It's just a matter of we think Kakashi would be better. 100%
Also,
I
like,
do at least.
Asuma was like, "You could be Hokage if you actually tried." So it's like now we're here, and he's finally Hokage.
Yeah,
It's like,
and
I
Kamari
think it
says the
makes
same thing.
sense.
I think you'd make a great Hokage. Like, it's not like there's no setup for him to be Hokage.
exactly.
That's not the problem.
There was.
It's just like
there
he seems
was.
like he's gonna suck at it.
But,
If
like,
Shippuden and Shikamaru was Hokage, he'd be a better leader.
I would
Yeah.
like to be proven wrong though, because so far, I mean, he's fine for what he's doing. But like, I would have liked to see the lead up to him becoming Hokage before we just skip and because they just revealed that he's Hokage, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. But then they just skip over and like, okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
so, like,
on to something
Is
else.
this something like I've gotten a lot of comment? I knew it was coming. I literally have a segment for this reason, but it's at the end of the video that I made about like, oh, the anime is gonna fill these
Oh
things
my
in, or
gosh,
we're
I
gonna have
hate
flashbacks.
that.
I'm like, first of all, you guys obviously didn't watch the whole video. I get it, but like, think about it, guys.
You don't even
You're
know that's
admitting
what
the
they're gonna
manga sucks.
do. That's not you don't
You
even
know, you're admitting the manga sucks when you say that, right? Like, the manga's ass if you need the anime to do it.
Yeah,
But
you're
you did it.
admitting that the manga didn't do it, and it's something that you wanted to see. So you're like, hopefully the anime does it, which means you're saying that the manga isn't as good as it could be.
Yeah, exactly.
by
I'm
the
like,
way-
it's like, why would you not want? Or when it comes to the flashbacks, I'm like, guys, none of you would have said, "Oh, I wish the Sasuke retrieval arc was a flashback." I wish it wasn't shown in real time. Nobody says that. It's like use the same logic, guys.
Nobody says after Kakashi puts Naruto on his back and they're riding back to the village that, I wish it just cut off there. No one says that. No one says that.
Even
Exactly,
that would
it's
be
just
way too late compared to where they actually did cut off.
Yeah. And like this was I saw some interesting comments on this, and I'm like, I get it to an extent about how like, oh well, they don't want to copy the whole final battle thing because they bring up story wise, like
not
the final
even
battle
the
with
issue.
Boruto,
That's
it
not
makes
the
sense. Like
issue.
we don't want to copy. I'm like, okay, I get the idea of wanting to be different from Naruto, but you do need to understand
At least
tropes
resolve
exist for a
stuff.
reason. Good things are good because they're good. There's a reason why Naruto versus Sasuke the Final Battle was good.
Literally the
Because it's fucking
genre.
good.
It is
By the
shonen.
way-
It's a good idea to take something good and try to, it's a good idea to do other good things.
By the way,
Don't just skip it because, oh, I did this good thing before. It's way too late for that. You know how many things Boruto's copied from Naruto? Like a million homages. Why stop now?
By the way, I don't even think that you needed a big. What the hell?
Ignore that.
Anyway, I don't even think that you need a big climactic battle at the end. I don't think you need that. That's
You
fine
don't,
if
but you need a
don't.
final battle of
But
some
you-
sort.
you-
That could just be versus the prophecy, but we
I
didn't
don't
get that
even-
either.
Again, I don't think you need that either. But at least resolve stuff going into the time skip.
Oh, I think
so
we need all of it.
So we know where things are going.
Yeah, you need
instead
to
of-
watch this
and
video.
then build up to the stuff that's going to happen after we. Because it's like we just jump straight into the action. It's like, okay, but why do I care about any of this? Why?
Ron, you should really watch that video. I'm just.
But
No,
like,
Sauron,
like,
that's the perfect
you're gonna
question to
do it.
ask.
like
Why
Boruto
should I care?
versus-
It's
like,
so
Boruto
blunt, it's
versus
so real.
Mitsuki
but
could have had more
some of the most
emphasis
important.
onto it. Like that battle could have been maybe a half a chapter of Sardas trying to pull off Mitsuki's in like a deep and utter rage, accidentally harm Sarda, which then leads to their relationship going to the time skip being strained. Because it seems like Mitsuki doesn't even interact with Sarda anymore, but we don't know that because it wasn't even stated. Instead, we got more shoehorned in
Introduced it.
dialogue. That's unfortunate. I would have liked to know
Actually,
the
sir, I have a
relationship
question
between
for you.
them
I don't mean to
instead.
interrupt, but you made me remember. Okay, how do you feel about the fact that Mitsuki canonically somehow never caught up to base Boruto, despite the fact she chicken-iced all of them, and he
Kamui,
talked to Sasuke, and
I definitely
Can
understand
you
every
repeat
single
your
word you
entire
said.
question? Take it
Yes,
from the top.
entire thing, bottom from the top.
Wait, what?
We didn't hear any of it.
No, none of it.
Oh,
Not a single word.
okay. Sorry. Okay. How do you feel about the okay? So,
Oh my god. Okay, take it from the top. Third time is
Okay.
charm.
Let me just outline what happens here.
Okay, so Kamui, maybe to type your question.
Is my thing just not working?
Yeah, no, poor connection. Here,
You
I'll talk
sound
instead
like-
on a different thing. Just remember your question for now, Kamui. Okay, so going back to Mitsuki Sauron. So I think because I never.
I'm waiting to solve
Okay, never
something in
mind.
my head.
We'll just let.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so like I was saying, I guess. Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, so okay. So Sauron, what do you think about this? So I think that Mitsuki has to be the very first person from like a narrative perspective that Boruto converts back to his side. And that goes back to like the sun
Yes.
versus moon
100%,
thing. Not only does that
agree.
pay off that thematic, but it's the reason it was brought up in chapter 1. Not as a recap, but because it's going to be relevant very soon. In fact, I'd argue as soon as chapter 2, Sage Mitsuki and Boruto are going to fight. That's going to be like power scaling thing as well, introduction to
By the
that
way,
for the time skip. Yeah, what's
I
up?
think that is something that's going to happen. So I think as soon as Boruto, Kawaki, and Code they all start to fight, Mitsuki's going to pop up out of nowhere in Sage mode. While Boruto's about to attack Code, Mitsuki's gonna run past them and then like punch Boruto in the face or like bite him or something along those lines, interrupt the fight, and then Mitsuki's going to attempt to fight Boruto.
Yeah, Mitsuki, from a screenwriter's perspective, has to be
Okay,
Boruto's
you don't
first
need
obstacle.
to say that. You know that.
Okay, but from like a narrative perspective, Mitsuki should be Boruto's first obstacle based on omnipotence. Just based on the
I
story.
agree.
It shouldn't be Code. It should be Mitsuki. And then after that, I would argue,
If you want
Shikachou.
if you want to know
second
how
conversion,
like
but-
if you want to know like how I think it should go down, I think it should go down Mitsuki first. Sarada, don't need to worry about that. Konohamaru second. That's just my bias though. It could be Shikadai, Ina Shikachou, and then Konohamaru last. But Konohamaru needs to be converted relatively, because like, although like, anyways, Kishimoto set up like this entire like really nice story between like Boruto and Konohamaru, where like it was like his big bro, and like they were really close when they were younger. So and we didn't even get to see. Oh my gosh. Well, I have no hope. I don't even want to talk about it. I have no hope that they'll give Konohamaru anything good as a character. I don't care about fight stuff, but I don't even want. Screw it. Whatever. I don't even want to talk about it.
No, I completely agree with that sentiment. I would love to see a Konohamaru thing. I genuinely don't think
Like,
we're gonna get it. Just being
we don't even
realistic.
get to see his reaction to the person he looked up the most in the world's apparent death. Nothing.
We didn't get like anyone's reaction. We got like
We don't
Shikamaru's
even
reaction
get to
for
know what his
0.2
thoughts
seconds.
are about the fact
but-
that he's like one step closer to becoming Hokage now that he's the advisor.
True, yeah. I was
But
thinking
no, it
about that
doesn't
too.
matter. But it doesn't matter because the story's about two characters and no one else matters.
Yeah, there was just no setup for the relationship between
There's-
Boruto and Konohamaru, so we're not going to get a payoff for something that was never set up. So I don't think we're going to see Konohamaru specifically converted. He's just going to be converted at the same time the rest of the world is converted from whatever Boruto's end result for all this is.
Despite the fact there's a foundation, they never did anything with it. So oh well.
Yeah, Konohamaru's been reduced down to the levels of Kiba.
Yeah, I'm inclined
Unfortunately,
to
but
agree because he doesn't even act like himself anymore. He doesn't have his goofy side anymore. His entire personality has been stripped away from him.
I
He
agree.
acts nothing. At least Naruto still acts somewhat like his younger self. Konohamaru doesn't even act like the same dang character.
He's just a
This is
normal
not the
guy
same
called
person.
Konohamaru. It's like you've
Yeah.
stripped the entire history from the character.
He doesn't even look like Konohamaru. Nor does he fight like how Konohamaru should be fighting, which is he was not only inspired by Asuma, he should be inspired by his grandfather, and he was inspired by Naruto. He should have a collection of fighting styles from all of them, except the only thing they give him is Dragon Flame Bomb and Rasengan. It's like, Oh.
This is a tiny thing, but we've
Where's
also...
his shadow clones? He doesn't even use
True.
shadow clones.
Or like
What
any
is
Ash
going
Jutsu
on?
from Asuma or anything. But we also haven't seen... Yeah, because like the OVA where he's very tactical fighting against Naruto in the tuning
Like, that's how
exams, that was
Konohamaru
great.
should be fighting. That's how he should be fighting.
Yeah.
That just makes sense. Who is...
Oh, okay. Well, I definitely think this is a really tiny thing, but I would really love to see him interact with Moegi and Udon some more. We haven't seen it at all.
And have him interact with Hanabi. That'd be nice too.
Oh,
Legit.
yeah.
Just show... Can we know that other Jonins in the village exist other than the random fodder ones that you create? Can we know that? Can
And
we know...
if Konohamaru is going to be the strongest Jonin, can we make him like actually the strongest Jonin instead of just stated to be?
Yeah, that'd be nice to know as well. And can we know maybe like any bits of like what Sakura thinks or no?
Yeah,
It's
while we're
too
at it,
much.
can we go back to like strategy or tactics instead of just characters being powerful?
While we're at it, can we go back to the world feeling like it's a living, breathing place and not a world just filled with a bunch of robots that move selectively?
Okay,
nice
sorry.
things.
While Kamui's gone, let me get your honest take on this. How did Boruto arrive at the end of the latest chapter? What did he do?
I think he teleported.
Thank you. My god, screw freaking
By the
Kamui.
way,
Oh, he flew out of the sky in a speed
people
blitz
are-
code. He landed on... He stomped on him. I think he
People
used
are
Toad's claw mark.
misinterpreting that line that Shikamaru says.
I know. I hate
When
it.
they
It wasn't
say
even
that
Shikamaru.
he
It was
came-
the Ino's clan, the Yamanaka.
When they said that they sense his chakra from the sky, you want to know what they're talking about, right? They're talking about when Boruto jumped off of
I
Code.
know.
That's
All
what
these
they're talking about. He
idiots
came
out
from
here.
the sky. They're
They're
saying that they saw him in the sky. Because literally the panel after, he just jumped from the dang sky.
I know. It's so
And I'm
terrible.
like, that's what they're talking about. So no, could have still teleported. It seemed like he teleported.
So I completely agree. My question to you is, how do you think he teleported? There's a few different scenarios. It could be some sort of Shinjutsu. It could be Momoshiki's time stop ability. Or my personal opinion, he rose out of the claw mark on Code's face.
I don't feel about. My hope is this is like pure level, highest level of copium. That it is the Jogan, but it's not. But I hope so. But this
That
is
was
my
Trippy's
copium.
guess.
This is my copium.
I
This
love
is
it.
my copium. But I hope it's the Jogan. I so cringe. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I hope it is.
All I know is that he agrees with me, Kamui, and there's nothing you can say about it. And we're moving on. We refuse to elaborate what we were talking about.
Yes, we explained it.
Okay, well, first of all, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Oh yeah, what was your
No.
question?
Okay. My laptop
I'm just
won't,
joking.
like, I don't understand what happened. Like, Discord just got messed up. I don't think it was my headphones, because I quit Discord, and it just will not load anymore on my laptop.
Oof.
Alright, Kamui, now that you're here, I'm going to go get my food.
Oh,
So
well,
what did you
that's
guys talk
ironic.
about?
I was gonna go to the bathroom.
Dang it, Ood.
You know what? Let's just
Whatever.
both leave and let's let Kamui just talk to stream. Good luck, Kamui.
Alright, well, let me
Yes,
just
that
pull up
one
chat
person,
and
that
see.
one person who's in chat. I think.
Alright, yeah. Can you elaborate on what they talked about for the last, like, 5 minutes? Dude, my Wi-Fi's not working. Fuck my Wi-Fi, dude. What the hell? You have no internet. What the hell, dude? We need to get a new Wi-Fi here, clearly. Screw Spectrum. Don't buy Spectrum. I can't even check chat because the Wi-Fi won't load. Freaking go on my phone for this, I guess. Okay. Well then, let's see who's here. Okay. I do love the thumbnail too. Okay. They talked about you saying that Boruto didn't teleport. What was their conclusion to that space? Also, when you say teleport, what do you mean? Because I never said, Boruto didn't use a space-time jutsu to show up or something. I literally haven't even talked about that. So you have to elaborate. Has anyone brought up Kakashi at all in the manga? No, and it's stupid. I don't know why they pretend he doesn't exist. Oh my god, if they animated Kakashi as Hokage, it'd be hilarious. And honestly, at this point, wouldn't even surprise me because for some reason they can't make the anime and the manga consistent. Sarada's a freaking Genin in the manga, except she's a tuning in the anime. God forbid they stay consistent, right? No, but Space. What I mean is, what do they mean by teleport? Because I feel like that's gonna affect how I would respond to that. Because I don't know what you mean by teleport. Also, how do I share this stream? Oh, my Wi-Fi is working now. Thank goodness. Except I can't freaking use Discord to copy and paste the link. Anonymous loser or loner, sorry. My day's been okay. How about you? I've been a stupid. Oh, now my Discord works. All
now
right,
your Discord works.
Yep.
So how was your solo session?
Pretty good. I've just been reading chat. I guess now that you've returned, though, honestly, I don't even know if I should go back to my laptop headphones or not. I don't know what to do anymore. Also, what happened to my headphone case?
Did you address the thumbnail?
Yes. I thought it. Well, I think it's funny too.
Oh, well, yeah. So the reason, in case people don't know.
Oh, it's not random.
Yeah, so it's because tRIPpy can't join us because Hurricane. He lives in South California.
Well, except that's actually not true anymore. That was just true the last few days.
But we're going to say it's true now.
But, yeah, we also have an alternate version of the thumbnail that's more extreme. But to help you understand the Hurricane connection, that character, I forgot her name. I'm very sorry, Oodie, even though I'm the one who found her in Bingo.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Never mind.
The filler girl.
Yeah.
She's the weather girl who makes weather things happen. And so we thought it was fitting. Space, call out tRIPpy because you're not affected by the hurricane today. So explain yourself, tRIPpy. What was I gonna say?
Oh, why are you asking me?
Oh yeah. So Oodie, that's this teleport thing that Space refuses to elaborate. He's telling me when. I know when. But I'm asking what you mean by teleport, because that affects everything.
What do you mean?
They said they talked about me saying that Boruto didn't teleport. What are you referring to?
We were talking about the code thing. How he got to the battlefield.
So what are you referring to? Oh, because you were saying that Boruto came out of Code's claw.
We will discuss this with tRIPpy. We're not discussing this by ourselves right now. It's too much of a heated debate to have it by ourselves.
According to Space, you guys literally were talking about this 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, and now we're done talking about it because you're back.
This is so stupid. I just want to know. There's no way Saran thinks that Boruto came out of the claw mark.
He thinks he teleported like me. You're the one with the hot take.
That's why I said elaborate on teleport. Did Saran say he thinks Boruto came out of the claw?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask him when he returns. Yeah, that's why you laugh.
You don't
he
trust
definitely
me.
Did. You asked. I bet you asked. Did Boruto teleport? And maybe Saran said yes.
No.
And you didn't elaborate on what you had in mind.
What we did, I asked him. No, he said he thinks Boruto teleported. And I asked him what he meant, and he said, well, then I explained that there's 3 different possibilities. That he did it with like a unnamed Shinjutsu that we'd never seen, or it was Momoshige's time stop ability, or he came out of the Code's claw mark on his head, and I think it was the head one. You
could have just used the normal's karma space-time ninjutsu for the first option.
Whatever. And then he was saying it's a scopium, but he wants it to be the Jogon. So now you're caught up.
Okay, so he didn't agree to the claw mark.
Well, how do you think he rises out of the claw mark? It's through the Jogon.
He never. There's no evidence that he rose out of the claw mark.
Yes, there is. We'll go to it with tRIPpy.
Okay, fine. Anyway, because I never said Boruto didn't teleport, period. I literally gave no... I didn't even think
You think he flew out of the sky? I don't want to hear it. You think he stomped on code?
He teleported into the sky. I don't care about that. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh my god. Only reason they said he was in the sky was because he literally jumped. He jumped off of code. Yes, that's all we talked about. I think. Whatever.
Okay. Well, he stomped on code. That's all. I mean, let me just look at the image here.
Who do you think Boruto's going to be the first person to convert from omnipotence?
To his side?
Yeah.
Himawari. She's already there.
Okay, yeah, Himawari, that could happen at any time. The first person
Well,
narratively
the thing about
should
Himawari,
be...
though, is I've seen this in my
Mitsuki.
review here, but Himawari, if omnipotence never happened, would be saying the same thing about Kawaki. That's just who she is.
Yeah.
She doesn't care, essentially. That has nothing to do with... Because she's blatantly affected, because she states that she remembers Boruto doing what Kawaki did in the Delta fight. So she was affected, she just doesn't care, essentially.
Yeah, that's the narrative, but the in-universe real explanation is her Shinkutusu makes her immune.
No. Fuck the Shinkutusu. You stupid
The way
chick.
you said no. It's so done with me.
Topi's kids not think it was Shinjutsu. That's what I want to know.
It's not even the
Because-
same writing. How do you
because-
do that?
And the first time they did it, in chapter 79, they said a divine technique within a divine technique. Like, so it's not like they didn't use Shinkutusu the first time. So who did it? It must have been a different person this chapter.
I love it so much.
Shinkutusu.
Have you seen the
Is this
community
like a
polls I've been
Japanese
making?
word?
I have
Is
like
Shinkutusu
10
okay?
Shinkutusu community polls by now.
I know. Is that even a word in Japanese?
No. Let's find out, actually.
I was just wondering, like, can it mean anything?
Let's find out. Well, Sheen means
Worse if
God
it's not even a word.
automatically. Sheen means God. It means like divine. So.
Yeah, I know. Like that's why it's divine technique. That's why. But
Nope, doesn't exist.
so how the hell did they come up with that? More than once in the chapter, mind you. I think. I think I said it more than once. Well, anyway, I guess we were getting at some of this topic earlier. So like, this is where I guess we know why they did it, but it's really stupid. So like when Ada says, though recently I've discovered more about it, then she elaborates, and it's the shit Boruto told her 3 years ago. It ain't recent. Like what? You've known this shit.
Okay, so for reference, I put in chat what the two readings looked like differently. So the top one is Shinkutusu. Oh, this is Shinkutsu, actually. Right? What happened there? Yeah, that shouldn't be like that. Anyways. Weird. Okay,
That's probably
anyways,
because
Shinkutsu,
it's not even a real
and then
world, and
Shinjutsu.
so it didn't know what to do. Like,
So you can, the first two are the same. After that, very different. So, you don't have to read Japanese to see the difference between these characters. But yeah. Okay. What were we talking about? Oh yeah. So okay, narratively, I think Mitsuki has to be the first person to be an obstacle to Boruto, and based on the Sun Moon thing, it's going to be relevant because of that. So Mitsuki's going to be the first person to be converted from narrative.
Yeah, like so, like in terms of like not doubting the memories, you mean?
Boruto's going to get Mitsuki on his side, regardless of omnipotence.
Again, it depends on what you mean by on his side. Again,
he's going to do whatever he said he was going to do at the end of chapter 80.
The point I mean is that Himawari might already be there.
Okay, but that's not Boruto doing. The point is Boruto has to do it.
Okay.
The same way people believed in Naruto.
Yes,
Minato Kushina believed in Naruto since day one. He didn't have to do anything.
I just wanted to elaborate on what you meant to properly answer the question. Yes. If it's somebody who's going to essentially overcome to his side, then Mitsuki, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Frankly, he's going to have to, because as it is, Mitsuki is hell-bent on killing Boruto. He said it like 9,000 times. It's pretty well known at this point. And Mitsuki is there in the village, and they've alerted the fact that Boruto is there. Mitsuki doesn't care if Shikamaru says prioritize code. No, Mitsuki will just go kill Boruto. So he's going to have to deal with him at some point. And if he doesn't get him on his side now, he's going to be fucked.
Dude, why did you default to Himawari instead of Sarada? Literally on his side.
Oh, well, because she never like was. I guess yeah.
Exactly,
I
but
get
yeah, it doesn't matter. You're
Yeah.
not converted.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think
Anyway,
after
yeah,
Mitsuki,
fair point. They're already there.
the
But
second obstacle, the second person he has to convert would be Ino Shikacho.
yeah,
From there, he's
that
building
makes
up
sense.
his crew. It also kind of just makes sense. It was like the last thing we saw. The last thing we saw was Mitsuki was gonna go after him, and
Yeah, I
then
was gonna
before
say
that, Ino
the people in
Shikacho.
the future vision
Yeah.
minus. Oh, speaking of that future vision, so all right, I'm gonna ask you. There's two options. Well, I guess there's three options. Okay. When it comes to that Kawaki panel, which of these three options do you think will be in canon the case?
Mm.
Option one, it just didn't happen. Option two, it's that panel that we
God is
talked
good.
about
Thank
with
you, God,
tRIPpy
for his
that
truth.
looks
Amen.
similar but is blatantly different, and essentially Ikimoto retconned his own drawing. Or option three, we're gonna get a flashback talking about it.
So I
What are you
have
guys talking about?
what I know is gonna happen realistically, and my conspiracy theory for what I want to happen. So 2 is what I
Wait,
know is
can
gonna
you
happen.
explain what
It's
you
just
guys
similar.
talking
We're
about
talking
real
about the flash for not what is it? You say it.
Okay, all right. I'll elaborate. So, Saran, actually, it might even help if I just go get you the pictures. Do I have them?
We're talking about the
Well, I can
like
just-
fragmented memories that
So,
Boruto
yeah,
saw
all right.
of the
Chapter
prophecy.
75, Future Vision. Do you remember the Kawaki panel in there?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I guess we can show this for chat, though, just in case they haven't seen what I'm going to refer to here. And so, which of these three options do you think is going to be the case? Option one is that future panel of Kawaki just never happened.
Are you putting it somewhere?
Option two is that there's a similar panel which I'll show in chat that is blatantly not the same exact drawing.
Are you getting it?
It's that they are quote unquote the same, and Ikimoto retconned his own drawing
You guys
for
know
some
it?
odd reason.
Okay.
Or option
Interesting.
three is that we're going to get a flashback about it. Which of them do you think will happen?
Retcon drawing.
Huh?
I think it's a retcon drawing.
Do you think it's
Oh,
that
they-
one? I hate that one. That one pisses me off because it's so stupid. It's just like, why not draw the same drawing?
This is not what I was hoping for.
I
Not
don't
the
think.
picture I wanted.
I don't think that's coming back.
Man, this dog is
It's
in
very- like I
Jigen's
said,
dimension based on the
I
clouds.
want it to, but I was just curious what you
Okay,
think
that's
will
fine.
actually happen. Because I'm doubtful too, because this drawing is similar enough that I could see it being a retcon drawing. It's just so stupid. Like, why not draw the same fucking thing? It's your own damn drawing. It's not like you can. Yeah, literally, dude. Space.
Panels?
So accurate.
If you
Kakashi
go to
just
those
doesn't do
panels-
anything in the Boruto manga.
If you go to
Alright,
those
Oodie, I'm
panels,
sending the
they are
pictures.
so similar to the point they're dang near the same drawing. They're just a little different.
But the thing is, it's like, yeah, they're similar, but it's just like, again, it just points to the stupidity of Momoshiki's future vision. So Momoshiki just is seeing a different image. It's just stupid.
And a new Omoshiki, when was he ever betrayed as when was he ever betrayed well? We made him be betrayed well. People just hyped him up for no reason. He was always somewhat incompetent.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about Momoshiki. But I do, but it's just going to be negative.
Hey,
I hear
hey,
it.
hey. You can't criticize it because here's the thing.
No, I can't criticize him. Just
You
Sarah, like I
can,
said,
you
watch the
can.
video.
He was
He
always
thematically failed.
he was always portrayed as a little bit of a fool. Always. Nothing's changed.
Yes, you're right, but like he
People
still
just put
thematically
so
failed.
much like gravitas and so much on Momoshiki, something that he never deserved. Never deserved it. What did he do to get rid of Sasuke's Sharingan? He snuck him. Okay. Okay. What did he do after that? Okay, he stopped Boro.
You're only supporting
Someone who's-
Momoshiki being a failed villain. You're not supporting him as a
No,
good
I'm
villain.
supporting him being him never being what fans thought he was. He was never what fans thought he was. For So having these like incredibly high expectations.
Well, what do you think fans thought he was?
I think people thought that he was this very someone who gets stuff done type of guy. This very
I don't know whoever
this
said
force
that,
of
but
nature. He gets stuff done. He makes stuff move. That's what people seem to have thought what he was.
I don't know, I've never heard that. I think people are just interested in him and his prophecy more than anything.
His
I mean, it can be
prophecy-
both. To where, oh, he lost
it can
against
be
Naruto, but his prophecy was true. And that's what I think most people thought, because why would we think it was false?
Yeah.
I don't-
Because to me,
No,
that's
it's
where
not
Momoshiki
untrue
fails. It's not. He
exactly.
doesn't fail because he's not the strongest dude in the world. He doesn't fail because he's not the smartest guy in the world. He fails because his entire conflict failed.
I mean, he literally said he saw Boruto's future like 3 different times before his prophecy.
More than that, dude. They brought up that freaking prophecy. Like, I think I have in a video. I pulled up like 8 different images or some shit. Like, it's been referenced a lot.
I'm guessing he saw it and just went, okay, yeah, this will definitely make him despair. And it just did.
That's not the problem. The problem isn't that Boruto didn't despair with what happened. What the problem is what happened. So, because like to me, I agree with Boruto's response to omnipotence. He never lost everything. Okay, everything's right there, and all he's gonna do is get him to his side again. He hasn't tried to reclaim everything and failed. He hasn't battled it whatsoever. He just didn't lose everything by his own admission. So Momoshiki's prophecy is wrong.
Well, Momoshiki
It also
was
just
going
doesn't
under
happen
the
the way
guise
the
that
future
that
vision did.
is that Boruto would consider that him losing everything. And what do humans care about? Their loved ones? Okay, well he lost his loved ones. They don't really like him anymore, so he lost everything.
That's not
Boo
true.
hoo.
Himawari.
What do you mean by Himawari?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Himawari still loves him.
She loves
Himawari
Kawa.
never betrayed Boruto.
No, Himawari loves the idea. No, okay, so that's another thing that people get wrong about this chapter. Okay, not saying you guys are getting
Himawari
this wrong,
still has
but,
faith in Boruto.
no,
Himawari
I'm
still
not
has
saying
faith
that
in
you
Boruto.
guys are getting this wrong, but other people on Twitter are misinterpreting what she
Of
said. in the
course
chapter.
they are. It's Twitter.
People seem to think that Himawari is talking about actually Boruto when she's talking about Boruto in this chapter. No, she is talking about
Oh yeah.
Kawaki. She is talking. She would be saying the same thing about Kawaki because she is
Yeah.
talking about the moment where Kawaki saved them. He wouldn't do that and kill my
She's
parents.
referencing the Delta fight, is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's not talking about actually Boruto. She forgives Kawaki for whatever thing that he did. Maybe he did it for a reason. She forgives the idea of what Kawaki was. What she thinks Boruto was.
Well, no, Sarn. It's clearly her Shinku Tusu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's using Shinkatsusu to defy omnipotence.
You guys are so done with me, and I'm not at all done with this Shinku Tusu train.
No,
I'm
dude,
gonna keep this going
the
for a
Shinkatsusu
while.
of So wait, do you think Damon's ability is the Shinkatsusu of Shinkatsusu? Well, Ada's omnipotence.
You know what makes
is
it even
Shinkatsusu
better?
of
It's
Shinkatsusu.
not even that they misspelled it Shinkutsu. It's just Shinku Tusu.
Oh my gosh, did they misspell Shinjutsu?
Terribly,
OP
yes.
Scans called it Shinkatsusu.
Again,
That's
not
why we're making this joke.
I
Shinkutsu.
gotta go see this. Did they change
Shinkutsu.
it? Let me see this.
When I read the chapter live, and I was just so thrown aback.
Here, I
I
have
was
the.
like, what?
I asked tRIPpy to send me the scan. I have it right here. I'll put it in chat.
The Shinkatsusu.
Omnipotence is
You know,
a
omnipotence-
Shinkutsu.
There's just quite a bit
The
like
fact they put it in quotes too, they were that confident.
wait, hold on. Let me see.
And Bara brought it up on the podcast, and Mello was just flabbergasted. Oh
Well,
my god. it was
Mello
so
tried
funny.
reading what what it said, I think, at one point, and he just couldn't understand what it was saying. Shinku. Oh,
Yeah, that's
Dang.
bad. That's
they
bad.
even put quotations.
They're quoting Shinkatsusu.
Wow, that is something.
I still
Anyways,
want to
what
make a
do you-
Shinjutsu for Shinkutsu video.
What do you guys rate this chapter anyway?
It depends on how you're looking at it, because like
I look at it from
if I'm
one
taking
way.
part one context into account, it's like freaking like I don't know, 1 out of 10. Like designs were cool. Like if I'm not taking anything from part one into account, well then the chapter's not nearly as bad. I think it's fine. There are some weird things. It's definitely not a 10 out of 10, no matter how you
Some?
place it. Um,
Yeah, there's
that's
some
quite a lot.
really.
But again, like I also, like I said, if I'm not taking part one into account, then things don't get as bad. But
I think the best stuff is with Himawari. I mean,
I like so the Ada and Sarada thing. I like Ada calling him out. That should have happened 3 years ago, but I still like that.
well, the
I
reason
like Sarada
I like
calling
it, but
Shikamaru
it's
out.
so
I thought that was
shoehorned
cool.
in.
I like the Himawari scene. Like there's quite a few things I thought were cool in the chapter.
I mean, I agree. I just don't like how shoehorned in they feel. I don't like the whole Sarada Genin thing. It is such a superficial parallel to Naruto.
No, you know what I hate the most about it is that just for some fucking reason they can't be consistent with this stupid anime that they aggressively call canon, and then they go and proceed to just contradict it. Just fucking say you're tuning, dude.
They imply that it's a different continuity, which it is a different continuity. But if that's
it's so stupid.
If that's not what it is, if it's not a different continuity, can y'all like try and make everything like fit, please?
Yeah, what happened to the whole it's the same story at the end of the day? It's not the same story anymore.
Even if you discard that, that's not my main issue. I just don't like this very superficial parallel with Naruto. I'm not a fan of it. There's nothing there. Sarada and Naruto barely interact. I don't care about that relationship that much. I did. It never got developed. It never progressed.
I mean, you need to go back, watch my 50-minute analysis of Sarada's
aspirations for becoming
Hokage
Hokage were barely ever mentioned in any.
I'm kind of curious about that now, Oodie.
So I just don't
we did it on
care that
stream.
much.
Remember the Twitter thread that we went over for 15? Well, I think you might have been late to that. It was me and tRIPpy, I think. Yeah. No, we really dissected Sarada's character. Like, basically, we gave her the Choji dissection.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
It's so good. I need to go back and make that Choji video too.
Like, they should have just made her a tuning. That's it. Just make her a tuning. That's fine. You don't need a superficial parallel. Not everything needs to be repeated.
Yeah.
I
or
like the
repeat
Ada
the good
scenes.
thing, but like not the.
I like the Ada scenes, but they're so contrived and they don't actually make sense to be happening in the way that they did. So
they don't make sense to be happening when they did. That's the problem. Like the conversation makes sense, just not when it happened.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I can't call it good.
So going back to Boruto's prophecy, since we're talking Ada, since I kind of side tangent segued to the Shinku Tusu nonsense. Okay, so again, the prophecy literally doesn't make sense. It's not even that he was wrong or that he could have seen something else. So he says, those blue eyes will take everything away from you. I guess that's in reference to Ada. So there's two things with this. First of all, let me get both.
Yeah, you're going to talk about the Japanese, aren't you?
Let me get both. Well, no,
Japanese,
I'm not.
That doesn't make
so
sense?
There's two things
really?
here. The first thing here is, I think chapter 79, after he gets the scar, Momoshiki's like, oh, you only have one blue eye left, that'll take everything away from you.
Yes, dude, it's like,
What does that mean?
So, okay, so it's not Ada's blue eyes. It is Boruto's blue eyes. Second of all, okay, so it's either Ada's or Boruto's blue eyes that's going to take everything away from him. Kawaki's the one that took Hinata and Naruto away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And like, so I thought thematically, like, it would have made more sense if something happened with Boruto, where that everything doesn't have to be literally everything, but like something major happened with Boruto himself that would have made sense.
What?
Just the whole Destiny shit.
Okay.
I
don't feel like getting into that right now.
Okay. But yeah, obviously it doesn't have to be literally everything. I want him to keep the clothes on his back. He can keep those. But like something as big as Naruto, you know what, screw Hinata, just Naruto himself, considering the bond between the parent and child, in the Boruto series. It's one of the biggest thematics. Me and Kamui were talking
Dude,
about
we were
this just
talking about
yesterday.
this earlier.
And they're just
My-
completely ignoring it.
I just
Boruto.
want things to feel like they like fit into place. But Momoshiki randomly out of nowhere going, "Hey, you lost one eye, Boruto. Those blue eyes will take everything away from you." That's what that reference was, and it had nothing to do with diddly squat. Why was that line?
Yeah,
there? Take that line away.
I'm kind of pissed.
Nothing-
I forgot about this in my video about
that
when I
makes
talk
it
about the prophecy.
so
I forgot about that.
confusing, and it makes it so confusing and so like.
Not
what
even
was
that, dude.
line?
In
What was
chapter
that- why was that
43,
there?
when he says, "Oh, it's not quite yet, my dear blue-eyed boy," like he tells him he has blue eyes like 50,000 times. And
And it had nothing
Boruto
to
And
do
the
with
fact
didn't
that
Boruto.
Sarah
cause
calls out
omnipotence.
Boruto's blue eyes at the very end of that arc. The first
Yeah.
arc.
yeah, that's she does it twice in the anime too.
Mhm.
And it's like Boruto didn't take everything from himself based off of what happened.
Yeah, nothing to do
Ada
with
or
Boruto.
Kawaki did it. Whoever you want to look at it. It was Kawaki's desire and Ada's jutsu. This wasn't Boruto's doing.
Yeah. So Momoshiki wasn't just like wrong or misinterpreted. The
It was only
prophecy
wrong.
that he was hinting towards just
Oh, he's
didn't
just
it
wrong.
it just didn't happen.
That exactly. And
Exactly.
the thing is, it's like the reason why it's so bad. Well, it's a lot of reasons,
Best
but
twist
the
ever.
prophecy is the overarching. Is at the very least you could say it's one of the overarching conflicts in the story,
Mhm.
but it doesn't actually exist because it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So there never was the overarching conflict in the
But what-
story, essentially.
I'd be fine with Ada, it being Ada's blue eyes, if Momoshiki didn't constantly point out, "Hey, Boruto, those eyes.
Your eyes are looking blue
your
today.
eyes,
Like,
you lost your eye."
Wow, even bluer than Naruto's.
I mean, what was the point
and
of all
I
that?
can't believe I forgot to put that in the video.
What was the
Fucking
point
make
of
a
all
YouTube
that?
story about
Like,
this
it had
or
nothing
something.
to do with Boruto.
Oh yeah, you have to know.
I know.
Unless
The- it-
Momoshiki misinterpreted. Oh my gosh, I'm about to bring up a concept, and it's gonna make Momoshiki.
It doesn't help.
It's going to make Momoshiki look
just
like
makes
even
him look
more of
worse.
an idiot.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Here's the thing.
Okay,
Like, I
okay,
talked
okay,
about this
okay,
in an
hold
old video.
Let me finish. What if, hypothetically, Momoshiki misinterpreted the ending of the prophecy, and it actually happens after Ada's jutsu, and what made Boruto lose everything was actually his blue eyes, and Sasuke has actually died off screen, and it's because of Boruto's fault, which means he lost his like only last connecting piece that he still had as like his family.
You
Maybe
realize
that's-
Well,
how
that's what
much
I
we would
wanted to
hate that,
happen.
right?
Well, I
Yeah.
wanted to be on screen, but like, I wanted Boruto and something with Boruto and Sasuke to be the prophecy, but like, I don't want it off screen if it's gonna happen. Like, I want it on screen.
But even
Oh,
just
you're
with that
asking-
alone,
You're asking too much. You're asking for build up in this manga. is a
that
little
would
too
be
much after.
reducing the
That's what was built up,
everything
though.
in
The
Momoshiki's
build-up was
prophecy to
there.
just Sasuke.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I would have been fine with that at this point. Like, if
At
it
this
just
point,
was
that's
Sasuke.
not good.
But like, I forgot what I was gonna say earlier now. Oh yeah. So the problem with Momoshiki just misinterpreting whose blue eyes is that the fact that Momoshiki couldn't have physically seen Ada's eyes. There was a gigantic star of light in the way. I don't know how he would have just. Boruto didn't see Ada's eyes. Like, the future vision is from Boruto's point of view for the most part. Boruto can't see Ada's eyes from the sky. She's like a mile
Oh my God.
away inside a giant crescent moon light.
You want to know what?
So how
what
does
has
he
tor-
know?
If it was Ado, you want to know what has tormented Boruto so much more? If he said, "Those girls' blue eyes shall eventually take everything from you," so any girl Boruto sees going forward who has blue eyes would absolutely torment Boruto. Like, come on. Just like
Yeah.
anything.
It also, he wouldn't be pointing out Boruto's blue eyes in that case.
Had nothing to do with man. Okay. Anyways, yeah. I asked you for your score, Kamui. What about yours? Dude?
Okay, so there's
My
a
what?
few check marks that I like to hit with my rating because I like to say objective. So the first check mark.
Doesn't exist.
Whoa, hang on. the first little filter that I have here to define my metric of my rating, because it's a number system, so you have to stay scientific with it. So, was
Right.
Damon existing in this chapter?
Oh my freaking goodness.
So that's a yes or no.
That's
Okay,
a
yes.
deciding
Okay.
factor.
So auto divine 10 out of 10.
So you like criticize the manga, but like you know what? You're
He won't.
inconsistent,
He
but
won't
I
give
like
you a
that.
serious answer. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
But
He's going to just give you trollers.
are you forgetting? Damon was in the chapter. That's
the more
all
I
you
think
need.
about this chapter, the more I like get annoyed by it. But like, I'm gonna let things like build and see if they are going somewhere with this. For all we know, this is a flash forward, so who knows?
I hate that too.
Well, so here's the thing about that. I mean, I'll take that, but it doesn't feel like it because I don't remember what the promotional text said exactly, but it implied like that the story's continuing.
Yeah,
like
but
when
it
the
doesn't
spoilers
mean that
came
it
out,
won't-
I can't
it'll
see it
continue
anymore.
after that chapter.
It was the whirlwind of fate finally continues again or something.
Yeah, like that doesn't
No.
imply to me that we're about to
Here's
go
why I
back
think
and
that it.
past
Here's
again.
why I
That
think
implies
it-
to me like that it's collided and they're going. to
No,
just
here's why I
continue
think it is a flash forward. Okay,
Uh-huh.
go back to some of the promotional words that they were giving for this chapter, for the Boruto Tree Blue Vortex. It was legit in a world where nobody remembers who Boruto is. Boruto against the world, and it mentioned him traveling with Sasuke along those lines. And yet, this is the first chapter, and yet that was a descriptor of Tree Blue Vortex. That makes no sense.
Fair enough.
Well, yeah,
So I
that's
think
telling
it
you
is
what
a-
happened over the time skip. To
It
me,
sounded
that's
more.
describing what happened over the time skip.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that could.
What's
be
up,
what it
y'all?
is, but it was
Kira.
describing. It was describing True Blue Vortex.
Yeah, but like,
The
Was
light.
that too loud?
A little bit. You're good.
Okay.
Jiro, what do you rate the chapter?
I'm gonna say a good 7 out of 10.
But Jiro, let's remember. Are you forgetting?
I'll-
Damon
I
was in
I
the
enjoyed
chapter.
it. Say it one more time.
Damon was in the chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Damon is like. I've heard some people say that they don't like Damon as a character. I don't really mind him. I think he is what he is. I actually
They
kind of
don't-
like him as a character overall.
It's
I'll
the
put it this way.
clear-
I'll put it this way, and I don't know. I'm gonna kind of compare it to like the Naruto Shippuden, like reintroduction time skip. I actually kind of enjoy it a little bit more because it was a lot more action packed. Now, granted,
Oh.
you know, the original Boruto manga ended on a much more tense note than the original Naruto manga. You know what I mean? Like Naruto just left the village and was like, you know, I'm about to go train with Jiraiya and shit. But the village was like, you know, largely at peace.
Ooh,
The
that-
Boruto
kudos.
in Boruto, like they were like going through a whole bunch of crazy shit. You know what I mean? And it kind of left on that like really high tense situation. So, but no, I enjoy seeing like the characters all kind of like redesigned, aged up a little bit. Seeing their interactions and everything, seeing how much omnipotence has affected everyone.
Oh.
And yeah, just overall, I did kind of enjoy the reintroduction more than I thought I would.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys.
I agree that I think the difference between
Right.
Shippuden and Boruto just out of series, I think the weekly versus monthly thing plays a huge factor here. I feel
Ooh,
like if
let Kinamaki speak.
yeah, I did. Yeah, he can join.
Did you?
Yeah, his
Oh,
thing is
okay.
green. Anyways, okay,
Okay.
so like I was saying, I do think the difference here between Boruto and Shippuden being monthly versus weekly is huge in the fact that I think Shippuden worked because the first like chapter or two was kind of peaceful. It was more introduction. They didn't need the
Exactly.
conflict right off the bat. Whereas I feel like Boruto needed to introduce conflict because it's like a monthly thing. And so coming off of a
Right.
hiatus as well, they had to go out like on a bang. They couldn't
you-
just do an
do-
introductory chapter.
Do you think that they should have like kind of prolonged the reintroduction of the time skip. Like maybe like let's say they released it like let's say this time next year. You know what I mean? To kind of make it a little bit more realistic to an actual time skip as opposed to like just like several months down the line.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Oh my god, you have no idea how much we've
Wait.
expressed that idea here.
Yeah.
100%.
Are you sure you're... Wait, am I misinterpreting what you're saying? Are you saying that they should have prolonged how long the time between the chapter 80 and chapter 81?
No, that's not what he
Is
was
that what
saying.
you're talking about? Because I'm a little confused.
No, what I was saying was like basically because when did they end? When did it end? Chapter 80. It was like probably sometime in March of this year, something like that. I think give
I
or
think it
take.
was April.
April. Okay, so like what has it been like about 4 months or so? Whereas Shippuden, someone remind me, how long was it between the end of OG Naruto and the start of Shippuden? I think it was a few years.
1 whole week.
Was it a 1 whole week?
Yes. If
Really?
you're talking about the anime, it was 1 whole week. If you're talking about the manga, it was
The manga.
1 whole week.
Really?
Well, no.
As soon as the anime
Kakashi
ends,
Chronicles, did Kishimoto just release all 6 chapters of that instantly?
Mhm.
oh, if that's what you mean, well, sure. I forgot that happens in between. So it's about 6 weeks until the time skip happens in the manga.
The point is
And
there's
if you're
no
talking about-
hiatus.
If you're talking about in the anime, there
Yeah.
is about, if you're talking about like the final chapter that they got
Yeah.
adapted, 2
Yeah.
years went by until they adapted Shippuden chapters. But the anime, as soon as the anime ended, it went straight to the manga, like a week later. So
Yeah, the anime just had the filler arc.
there
at
were
the
no
end,
hiatuses.
but they-
So I did
That's
interpret what you
crazy.
said correctly, and I think Ood interpreted what you said wrong. So I just like
Yeah.
to get that right.
Okay.
Alright.
That's so crazy.
So you think the
Man,
hiatus should have been longer?
Yeah, I feel like if they had just given a little bit more time, like if they release this, like maybe,
But what would that
like I
be?
was saying, like maybe like around like the spring of next year, I feel like it would have been like you create more anticipation. It's almost like think of it kind of like an artist, like kind of like prolonging the release of like their next album as opposed to just making it like a few months after they just released another album. It's just kind of like, you kind of make it a little bit watered down if you just kind of push too much content out.
You could have just compared it to like a seasonal anime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm of the mindset that,
Oh, man.
you know, content in general, just across the board, you know, when you're making that shit, it's better off when you kind of, you know, give it a little bit more time to release it in between as opposed to just kind of like back to back to back to back to back. Yeah.
They waited about 2% of Naruto's total runtime for the manga. They've waited 12 weeks out of 700 chapters. So. it's 3
Yeah,
months.
that's ridiculous.
I mean, it's also 90 days. I feel like they waited a good amount of time.
You think so?
Didn't the
Yeah,
manga
I mean-
end in April? It's been like 4 months, right?
It was 4 months between the chapters. It was an extra 90 days more than usual. Because usually it's about 30 days, about a month. This time it was 4 months.
Yeah, about
What
2%.
What I originally thought that you were saying is that like maybe they could have prolonged the time between we get straight into action and we actually get to see how the events of chapter 80 affected the village. Because although you said that happened, it did to a very small extent, but there's a lot of pieces that are missing from this. How did it affect the village? We just kind of skimmed over all of the interesting stuff, and what we got in this chapter was a few tidbits here and there, and then a lot of repeated dialogue and shoehorned in dialogue from characters who are saying stuff that they should have already been talking about 3 years prior.
3 years ago.
And so
Yeah,
it doesn't
that is
actually
true.
feel like 3 years have passed. It feels like only a week has passed.
Yeah,
That's
the way I
a
worded
great
Jiro
point.
was that the story takes place the day after chapter 80, but Ikimoto just drew them looking older.
So not only this, going based on what
Yeah.
Saren was saying, the Sarada and Ada conversation, it's a conversation they should have had, but they shouldn't have even had it because they already knew without having to have had the conversation. Ada knew that Sarada knew that Ada knew. They both already knew.
By the way,
they had the conversation, but they didn't say the things they needed to say.
By the way, in that same chapter, they imply that Sarada has asked this to Ada before, and yet when they're talking to each other, Sarada's acting like this is new information to her. Despite the fact they said that they've had this conversation before.
How did it take Ada 3 years to question the fact that, well, Sarada was immune to this Kawaki omnipotence? Gee whiz, I wonder if he's immune to the other one I'm
pretty sure that
it's not the other one. It's literally the same thing.
It's the same thing, but it's a different instance of omnipotence. It's like a different application.
It is a lesser version, so obviously she isn't actually your captive.
I don't know if I would say it's a lesser version. It's just a different version.
Fine, I'll give that to you.
I mean, I would argue it could technically not be a different version at all, because they're both about love.
No.
No,
not about love.
It's not necessarily that. It's more so desire. I think that's really,
it's both about desire. It's not about love.
Yeah. Because it's like
aspects, sure, but it's not like the role reversal isn't a love charm.
What's his name? Momoshiki talked about this, because remember when Momoshiki was like kind of looking at Ada's ability, and he was like, I've never seen an omnipotence ability like that, where someone looks into their eyes and become charmed. Like, what the fuck is that? But then when he realized it was omnipotence, he was like, oh no, this shit came from omnipotence. That's why she can do that. But it's just omnipotence. It's not like its own individual shinjutsu. And then with everything going on with Kawaki, that's just some shit from omnipotence, because he desired to basically swap places with Boruto, and that's exactly what happened. And I remember talking about this when I made that chapter 80 kind of close up video, where we're just talking about how omnipotence works. And it seems like the only requirement is you have to be kind of either close to Ada or maybe touching her or something. But if you have a strong enough ability, say it again.
In light of Damon's ability, I think you have to touch her. I think it's a similar concept. You have to touch her to share her ability, kind of thing.
Yeah, and then if you have a strong enough desire that kind of maybe overrides her own, then it can almost trigger omnipotence. You know what I mean? It's almost kind of like a fucking an ignition for some shit.
This, of course, only works if you're an Otsutsuki.
I don't think that's the case at all. I don't think it's because Kawaki desired it. I think it's because Ada wanted what Kawaki desired.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think it's also because Ada wanted to help Kawaki.
Okay.
She didn't necessarily mean for hurt Boruto, but
let's also remember, Kawaki literally said his desire out loud.
No, hold on.
It's not like he just randomly thought it.
Momoshiki literally says, word for word, a human cannot control this ability. It only worked because Kawaki was an Otsutsuki. It was Kawaki's desire.
That's not what he said. He says that Ada herself can't control it. He never says that Kawaki controlled it. Kawaki doesn't know what the fuck it is either. He didn't control it.
No,
he just told her how he
felt. It only
happened.
ended up working on such a high scale because it was Kawaki's desire, because he is an Otsutsuki. An Otsutsuki can only properly use this ability.
It's not a higher scale, though.
You can interpret. Firstly, it's not higher scale yet.
Everyone in the world already loves Ada.
But that's not what Momoshiki says. He doesn't say, "Oh, it worked because Kawaki's Satsuki."
You guys read Attack on Titan?
Not read it, but we watched the anime.
We have not read the ending though, so don't spoil it.
Yes.
What do you guys know about his powers?
This is so random. What are you getting at? Is this related?
It's very
It
related,
is. I'm pretty sure it's related. I've heard something about this.
All right, so
what, like Aaron's power? Is that what you're asking?
But do you know about the Founding Titan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how it works is that Eren has the Founding Titan, right? But he can't use the Founding Titan's ability because he doesn't have royal blood.
Yeah.
The only way it works is if he's touching someone who has royal blood. So it's the same thing with Ada and Kawaki. Ada herself can't activate it without touching someone with Otsutsuki DNA. I think that's what he's saying.
Momoshiki
That's
said
what
Okay.
Momoshiki says.
Um,
Momoshiki says.
yeah.
Okay,
Because
but
then
then
why does her
but-
love
so then the
charm work?
question is, yeah, who do you think?
Exactly.
But guess what? We don't. The thing is that we don't know when she activated the love charm. She could have been touching Jigen. Who knows?
No, but this is the thing, though. This is the thing. Her love charm. Look, at the end of the day, Ada has Otsutsuki DNA embedded in her from Amado. At the end of the day, so she doesn't need to be touching anybody. It literally acts upon itself through her own desires. And because she has that DNA embedded in her, she doesn't need to be touching anyone or anything specifically. So, and this is another thing as well, right? Kawaki doesn't need to be like, because he's an Otsutsuki, that's not the requirement for omnipotence to work. I don't think so whatsoever. I think really the only kind of requirement is to be touching someone who has that ability. And if they have a strong enough desire, it will activate. Now, granted, you guys brought up something interesting, which is Ada has to almost kind of like check it off. Like it has to be almost like something that she wants to allow to happen as well for it to work, which is a theory. It might be true, but it also might not be. And I think it's something that could be explored later on in this
it
theory.
is, because it's Ada's omnipotence.
Yeah.
Well, it could be that she could have Otsutsuki DNA, but that doesn't make her Otsutsuki, right?
She's not
Yeah,
considered an Otsutsuki, but she
Like,
does
Because
have
like Naruto has Otsutsuki DNA.
Like,
not
Momoshiki
Otsutsuki.
literally says it's not some trivial ability that, alas, what the hell? Why
Yeah,
does
like-
he speak this way? Who isn't an Otsutsuki can control. The identity of her charm is simply a result of Ada's subconscious desires being materialized by
Yeah.
omnipotence.
Again,
Yeah,
he doesn't
and
say that she
Momoshiki, by the way,
got-
Momoshiki knows that Ada has Shiba cells. He knows that.
Right.
So he's
Yes.
making the statement with that knowledge.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
and
she's
Right.
not
only
in
an
Otsutsuki the same way. Like a stupid example, but Danzo is not a Senju just because he has a Hashirama
Thank
cell
you.
arm.
Thank
Like,
you.
it's a-
Pretty
just a
much,
random example.
exactly.
But
Like,
like,
You know.
so like she
What
has
Momoshiki
part
is
of the
saying-
power, but she's not like a complete Otsutsuki.
Exactly.
Kawaki's 80%. He's considered generally Otsutsuki. Boruto in his
That
case
doesn't mean-
100%.
Or
When
think of it.
But
Think of
The
it. Think of
code,
it like
code actually called him 100%, which is weird, but
another way you
yeah,
can think of
I'm
it.
so curious about
think-
that. I don't think we're ever gonna get it wrong.
Another way you can think of it. Another way you can think of it is literally Naruto's arm, that is made out of Hashirama cells. Now,
Yeah.
He's a
He's
Senju.
not a
Is
Senju
Hashirama
now.
a Senju? Is Hashirama a Senju? It says Hashirama a Senju. Is Naruto a Senju? No. Just because he has like the arm that's made out of Hashirama cells? No, none whatsoever. You know what I mean? So that's another way to even look at it.
Yeah, when I
technically
say
is technically.
when I say that she cannot control it, I mean that she cannot do what Kawaki was able to do.
By herself.
Yes, she can't do that by herself. She can't do something that large scale by herself. The funnel needs to be the thing going into the funnel needs to be an Otsutsuki. She
I completely
cannot use
disagree.
this ability.
I disagree
I
as
don't-
well. I
see,
disagree with
to
that as well.
me,
Momoshiki
alright,
literally
you
says
can
she
make that.
can.
You can definitely make
Momoshiki
that
says
claim,
it.
but to me, what Momoshiki is essentially saying is could equally be interpreted as that she just can't do it intentionally. She can accidentally
Exactly.
do this shit.
But she didn't
But,
know
like,
what it was
She
before.
doesn't actually control what she's doing.
She
It
thought
just
it was a love
happens
charm.
because of
Now she knows what it is.
Right.
So she could just do it herself now, theoretically.
And
yeah,
you
she
know how-
probably
and-
can't like do it at will now. Like I will say, she probably can't do it at will right now. But
Mhm.
like, it's not necessarily touch Boruto,
But-
boom,
but
now I
this-
can do this. Touch Kawaki, now I can do it.
Well, see,
It's
I
more
think
so
I think
the
this
way
is
But
true
that's
because she
weird,
also
though.
says
That's not
just
what-
like
she-
influenced it.
she
his
says that
desires
you might
into
as well
it.
give up on things going back to normal. It'd be easier just to write new memories. This tells me she tried
Exactly.
to turn off her love charm. She can't turn it off. She'd just be better off doing a new omnipotence.
But that's weird though, because right, look at this, right? If you're saying that she can just accidentally do it, right, without touching an actual Otsutsuki, then what was the entire point of Momoshiki saying that Kawaki being Otsutsuki, like he triggered the ability?
He
by
doesn't
him
say
being
it,
Otsutsuki?
he doesn't attribute it to Kawaki's Atsuki-ness. He just
He-
contributes it to
No,
his
he-
desire.
No, it's
No, he
something
literally
that
says-
allows
let
even
me-
an Otsutsuki.
Yeah, pull up the
I'm
pull up
pulling
the
up
chapter.
the
Yeah.
chapter.
Ada and Kawaki both didn't control it. It was an accident on both of their parts. Neither of them
Let me pull
intended
it
to
up.
do this.
Wait, what chapter was
Kawaki
this?
wasn't
Should be
expecting
79.
that to happen. He didn't even know what happened after. It was an accident on both of
Well,
their
technically,
parts.
well, she knew what happened.
Mhm.
She
Well,
knew.
yeah, she knew some shit was going down and the things were
'Cause it's
weird.
so
She
weird, 'cause
figured
she's
it
like-
out, but she didn't like
She
say,
figured
"Oh
it
yeah,
out
I just
immediately,
do
though.
this now."
She's like,
It's
that
like
was
they
so
didn't
weird
know
too.
what
Like
they were doing.
she knew. Like it's so weird because like it's not like she took long to figure it out. Like she just knew. She's like, oh, Kawaki, wait. Yeah.
Yeah, so well,
I
she's
see what's
just
happening
Ada's
here.
pretty smart. She's not like stupid.
Okay,
Like
so he's saying that
Yeah.
Notsuki, someone who's not a
How she's
Notsuki can
camping.
control this ability. Then he later goes on to say it was Kawaki's desire that went through Ada and what caused this to happen. He's the only one who can do this.
okay, he also says later on that says at one point that only almighty gods can wield this power. Not
Right.
even
He considers
Mitsuki.
himself a god.
Yeah. That's what they call themselves, right?
Well, actually,
that's
Well,
what he means.
I think that's in
This is-
reference to it's the Shinjutsu of Shinjutsus, saying that like only Shibai can possess it. So this is Shibai's ability, but Ada is the one doing it. So are we considering this
Nah.
Ada's ability or Shibai's ability? It's the same thing with Kawaki and Boruto. When Kawaki uses Sukuna Hikona, is Kawaki using it or is he using Ishiki's ability? Is that Kawaki's ability or Ishiki's?
I mean,
Same thing with Ada's
isn't it
ability.
the same thing? Kind of the same.
It depends on your interpretation, I think.
Well,
and I feel like that's why we're
Kawaki's
just
DNA
talking
is
past
now
each
because I
other
just
because we
might
haven't
be
established
work,
that common
in
ground.
my opinion. It's the same thing.
It does. I think at the end of the day, it kind of goes back to like two things. One, can the person control the ability, right? And then, you know what I mean? And then the second one would be, gosh, I'm over here like fucking losing my damn thoughts over here. What the fuck was I about to say? I'll remember that shit later. Let's focus on the first one. Right?
Okay, well, this is what I was gonna say. If you need a second,
If-
I was gonna point this out.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll
Momoshiki
remember that shit in a
does-
second. But
Okay.
let's focus on the first one, right? Which is, can they control the actual ability, right? In both instances, Kawaki can control a Sukuna Hitona, right? Ada, on the other hand, cannot control omnipotence whatsoever, right? So you look at both of those and then you ask yourself, okay, is this inherently their ability? I would say in Ada's case, no, it's not, because it's something that she can't control. It just it literally happens, based off her own desire. And you can just literally look at all her interactions whenever she speaks about her love charm and everything that happened from omnipotence. She doesn't care for it at all. She doesn't know how to turn it off. She doesn't really know when it works, who it how choose who it affects, all these different types of stuff. He doesn't even fully believe if if it's true whether or not Sarada and Sumire are actually affected by it. If you remember in chapter 81, she was like, "Are you guys sure that you guys are affected by this shit? Because I don't really know." And they're telling her, "Oh yeah, no, yeah, no, that shit works."
Dude, they
She's
were
like,
so
okay.
fake.
That
It
just
was so
goes back to saying that
obvious,
she
dude.
can't control it. It's just a sort of yeah, that just goes back to the fact that she can't control it.
Exactly, so I wouldn't really say that's her ability. Whereas in Kawaki's case with Sukuna Hikona, yes, that is originally Ishiki's ability, but Kawaki can actually control that shit. He can manipulate it, you know what I mean, and use it in the same exact way that Ishiki could use it. So I would say, yes, it's something that he inherited from Ishiki, but I would say that it's his own ability now.
Ishiki.
It does say that omnipotence is based on Ada's subconscious desires. It does say later it's based on Kawaki's desire, but Kawaki goes
But
through Ada.
she's not controlling this. She's not controlling.
I
this
think
stuff.
She does
I
control it. She's
understand
the
Kawaki's
one
not
that does
controlling
it.
it either, though.
I
No,
think
this
I
is
think
just
I
her
understand it.
desires of wanting to
think-
be loved and the ability.
She can't
and not
control her
doing stuff.
subconscious, but her subconscious
I don't-
controls her ability. So she does
I
control
don't
her
think
ability.
either of them are controlling it. They're not controlling it. She's just activating it. It's like
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
when
Yeah, she
Kawaki touched her and he's like complaining and crying out, he wants this, he wants Boruto's life, and she touched him. She in that moment
Oh.
she wanted to make what Kawaki is feeling. She wanted to make that a reality. She wanted to make him happy. So
Yeah.
she accidentally triggered the ability again. I think
Sure,
that's what happened.
accidentally, I'm fine with that. But let's look at the other way of how you're basically arguing this. You're arguing the activation was out of control, or that omnipotence didn't function correctly in some kind of way because it wasn't in control. Ada's completely controlling the omnipotence.
No, I think
Just
it functioned exactly. Well, in the sense that when I say she can't control it, like you have an ability, it just activates, right? I think it's like the rock guy from Fantastic Four, like he can't like turn it off. He can't like switch back to his human form, but he can use the ability to his benefit. So it's like that, right? In this sense, like she can't just turn it off and decide, when to use it or not. She just feels she's a girl, she's a teenager, she's very emotional. She likes this dude.
Well,
he's crying, and she wants to help him. So it just worked,
I hear what you're saying, but her being just emotional, that really has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with the fact that she's not an Otsutsuki. That's why she can't control it. You know what I mean?
Like, no. What I mean is that because like if that was the case, she should just be walking around granting wishes every day. There is an emotional aspect to it, and it's also that there's also the thing that she wanted to be loved, which is how she got the charm ability.
Yeah.
However, she also wants friends. She also has the desire for the ability to stop working. However, that wish is not being fulfilled by omnipotence.
Right.
Right? That is not being fulfilled. However, now we have this specific issue where Kawaki's crying in front of her. This is the guy she likes and all this jazz. She feels emotional. She's feeling a connection with this dude. And that is what ends up triggering his wish. It's her desire to help him, right? And that is also having to do with her emotions and the lack of control she has over them. I think if she's an adult, where she's more mature, she would be more able to manage the situation and not accidentally activate it in these situations. However, I'm not saying that her being an adult would mean that she can just willingly just use omnipotence. I just mean that she wouldn't be just accidentally activating it every time a boy cries.
Imagine just her emotional. It depends, like on the situation, and with the wanting to be loved thing. As she's older, she probably just wouldn't have that same desire. Essentially, she probably would never activate the love charm on accident as a 20-year-old versus a 14-year-old or whatever it was.
Yeah.
In the case of Kawaki, she may not have activated in that case because she might not have had that same desire. If she has the same level of feeling for something, she might accidentally do it again. It just the thing she accidentally activates might be different, essentially.
Keto, are you playing PlayStation right now?
Oh yeah.
I heard it.
Wait, you're hearing it?
Yeah. No, you good. No, I completely agree with the whole thing here. It's a conscious desire thing, and she is a teenager girl, so she has the teenage desire to want to be loved. That's not something she can just subconsciously go against. Even though she hates her love charm because she can't have normal love, she still subconsciously wants love. That hasn't overridden her subconscious. So her subconscious still makes her want love. But let's keep in mind, omnipotence is also like a perpetual thing. It's like continual. So even if she did make the omnipotence in the past, she's actively updating it, which is why Sumire and Sarada are immune to it. Not immune, but like, because Ada wants friends, so it's not the thing of omnipotence is making Ada and Sumire and Sarada Ada's friend. It's Ada's subconscious is basically overriding the omnipotence to prevent them from being affected from the love charm, to allow them to be
That's
friends.
a theory, but then
why doesn't that work for her
boyfriend? Work
boyfriends?
on like a boyfriend earlier.
Exactly, because she wants that more than anything else.
She's
Kawaki's
wanted
not
that
affected.
before she met.
Nah, Kawaki's Otsutsuki.
Okay,
why-
well,
there's a-
assuming Kawaki
that's my
was
only
an
contention
Otsutsuki,
with
he
it.
probably wouldn't be affected then.
No, I mean like
No,
look
but
at it
she's
this
probably
way, right?
like
Kawaki, it's like
looked at a hot guy before and wanted to date him.
yeah, like that is her entire thing. Like that's the reason why she went after Kawaki the moment she left the chamber and stuff. Like she said, okay, cool. Like told her
Because
that,
she already knew he
Otsutsuki,
wouldn't be
Boruto.
But that's based
Exactly.
on what she understands, and she didn't understand her ability.
No. She understands the charm ability. What she doesn't understand is omnipotence. What I'm saying is that she's trying to get Kawaki because she already knows that the charm ability affects every boy and makes him fall in love with her.
I know.
So she's going at this under that premise. What
Yes.
I'm saying, I think what Kamui is saying as well, is if she has omnipotence, right,
Mhm.
and she has this strong desire for someone, a boy specifically, to not be affected, you know, like why didn't it manifest that desire for her?
Or even for just regular friends.
Well, again,
Why
just
did not a
because
single person?
Because
Well, I think one thing that is obviously theoretical, but it really might be playing a part here, is the fact that there might be varying levels of her desire that activates omnipotence. For example, right, this whole like she wants like friends in her life and shit like that. Maybe that didn't actually activate anything in particular because that's something that she kind of likes, but it's not like some kind of crazy strong desire. Like she wants friends so bad. You know what I mean? Like as much as she desires to be cared for and all that.
basically, yeah, I
I
completely
agree
agree.
with you.
It's the difference
Well,
between
I
saying
agree with
something
that,
out
but then my
loud versus
question, though, is, what
subconsciously
is so
thinking
different
something.
about Sarah and Samurai that magically made her want them to be her friends so much more than anyone else in the entire world?
Okay, that's just disingenuous.
No, it's not just.
It's
Well, I
the
mean,
same
no, I mean,
argument
Wait,
with,
Kamui, say it again.
the boyfriend. Why doesn't the boyfriend just love her then? That's not how omnipotence works.
Before she even mentions the friends thing, Sarah was already immune.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like she called them over because they were immune. Granted,
Okay,
she doesn't know that
again,
until later.
what she says out loud isn't her subconscious.
Okay, when Ada first came to the village, was she just thinking super deeply in her mind? Oh my god, I hope Sarah and Sume will be my best friend.
Oh my god.
Shouldn't
Well,
even.
I mean,
Was she thinking?
technically, she
I
could
hope
just
two young
think
girls
in general, and it
will
just
be
affected
my
them.
best friend.
She could just be thinking in general, right, and it just affected them.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Like,
the
oh,
time
maybe,
that
maybe,
she
maybe
thought.
when I come to this
It's the
village, I
time
might
that
find
her
some
subconscious
friends.
was
I
affected.
totally think it's possible.
But see, this
my
is
thing is that it feels cheap.
But see, this is the thing, though.
Based off the-
This is the thing with that, though. She didn't know who Sumire or Sarada was to begin with.
Exactly.
It's
Before
not
before she met
because
them,
it's
before
Sumire
she
and
met them in
Sarada.
the before
not
she met them
because
in
they're
the
them.
village, she didn't know who the fuck they were.
Yeah, there's nothing special about
But the
them.
thing is that she doesn't need to know them. She could just like make a general wish with omnipotence, and it just chose them. You know, like she doesn't need to know them
It's
for it to work.
possible, yeah. 10 years ago, she wished for normal friends, and she just never met her normal friends for 10 years. I mean, it's
Yeah.
possible.
Or maybe
there's, like,
or maybe it happened when she literally went to the village with Shikamaru.
That's what I think it is, because
Amado.
omnipotence, they say, is continuously updated.
Well, technically, I wouldn't say because that would be like a separate wish, right?
It's
no, I
the
don't think
same.
so.
It's the same
Not-
wish.
No,
Just
well, it's a
updating
separate. Reason why I
itself.
say not
It's
really.
a separate
because
wish from the
the
love
initial
part.
wish was that she would like everyone would love her. Obviously, she must have had like a bad childhood, and like she didn't have love or whatever, right? Now she's making a different wish that the ability wouldn't work, that she can find real love. So that's
No,
a
that's not a
separate
different
wish.
ability. That's just deactivating the ability for them. You're doing an
Well, no,
extra
it's a
step rather than
separate
going a
wish,
step
is
No,
back.
what
it is
What
but
he's
it's a
saying is
separate,
it's a separate
wish.
wish. After
Yeah.
the point in which omnipotence affected the world so that everyone loved her, she later
Yeah.
decided, this shit sucks. I wish I
Yeah,
had real
exactly.
friends. And that's the new wish, essentially. That's what
And
he's
she
saying.
now has new friends.
It's the same ability. It's just a separate
Yes.
wish that she probably made
No,
after
it's
the fact.
not a
She
different.
probably didn't initially wish, I hope the whole world, except for
It
two
is the
people, love
same.
me. Probably not what
That's
happened.
not her
Right.
subconscious.
Separate wish.
Stop this. You're so disingenuous. I can't believe you're arguing
No,
this
the
right now.
point
Nolan.
is that her subconscious
What?
initially wanted people to love her, and subconsciously.
What do you
she
mean
realized that
initially? She
sucked.
still wants people to love her. That's why her love charm is still working.
No, you're not
Yes, I
understanding
don't
what he's
disagree
saying.
with that,
He's
but
just saying
what
that.
the initial aspect I'm getting at is the initial use of omnipotence, like the initial flash of light that
Yeah.
did this shit. Okay, that's what
And
I'm
she
saying.
did a different
I
one.
understand it's constantly working, but we have to.
Okay, let me put it this way: if Sarada and Sumire met her like a year ago, they would have been affected.
You can say that.
Probably.
That's fine.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, it all
It all-
depends. It all depends because
Now,
Yeah,
when
no
when
matter
she
what-
affected them is kind of irrelevant, really.
no matter what the reason they're immune, that would have been the case.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we still don't know why they're unaffected. And I thought this chapter would maybe kind of give a little bit of an inkling as to what it could possibly be.
Bro, it's because they love boruto.
Personally, I would have
I love
liked
that
the
too.
conversation they
I
had
hate
to have been
that
before
theory.
the
Be
time
mad.
skip.
Be
Be
I
mad,
makes me
Bozo.
sick,
I don't
like,
care.
physically ill, bro.
Me and
I mean,
Cam
I'm-
will argue
and
to
then
our
they had
dying
3
breath.
years to deal with it.
I mean, I'm
That would've
fine
been
with them
cool.
liking him. I just don't want that to be the reason.
Yeah,
Why?
Kamu,
Why?
Kamu, you brought up a
for Cam
point.
It's
this.
You,
great.
Kamu, you brought
I
up
think
a
we're
point
all saying
earlier
like 8 different
that
things at the same time.
All right, Jiro, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Exactly.
yeah, you brought up a point earlier, which I think, is really kind of, a little bit ignored. Just how like crazy it is, where like this chapter is almost speaking about everything as if it just happened like a week ago, but this shit happened 3 years ago. So it's like you're almost leaving the readers to just kind of assume that, I guess, they've just been like kind of talking about this nonstop. Like some of the first panels were shown with
No.
Sarada just like walking into the Hokage
It's not an
room.
assumption. It's implied in the chapter. This happens on the regular, which is really
Yeah, like,
weird.
I
it's
think
just like
that's
Shikamaru
a
literally
problem,
says this
to be
is the
honest.
last time we're gonna have this
talks
conversation.
about the son to Kawaki every other day. Kawaki keeps calling him a
I don't
pervert.
think
It's like
that's
they
a
do this shit for
problem, to
3
be
years.
honest.
It's like, bruh.
Yeah.
I think
Shikamaru's
it's
probably just like,
normal.
dude, go away, Sarada.
Especially the Sarada one and Shikamaru. I think that's totally fine. I think that's normal for her to be constantly bothering him and shit. But what I will say is just
Oh, this is completely random. I hate to interrupt you. I can't believe they didn't have Shikamaru say "what a drag" when she came in. That's such a missed opportunity, bro.
but he hasn't said that in Boruto even once, right?
He doesn't say that very often.
I don't care. They should make him say it.
That's his shit. That's his shit.
It's kind
Like,
of
But
gone
that's
out
his
of it a
thing.
little
classic
bit.
line.
That's like saying Naruto's not gonna say "databayo" or "you know" anymore.
Yeah.
Still says that shit.
God, Debayo. Sorry.
That they
Like,
by oh.
It's
Hey,
like,
what did y'all?
bruh,
What did y'all think? What did y'all think about
About
Shikamaru becoming the eighth Hokage? What did y'all think about
I
that?
think
Hate
he's
it.
the weakest Hokage, bro, when he's asked.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure I'm pretty sure he's beating Tsunade.
Cap, stop this.
He put all
You don't
5
think
Kage
so?
under the shadow paralysis. I don't
Bro,
hear
he
it, Cheetah.
did that.
Yeah.
He did that off guard. What is this?
Okay, he put
let's
Momoshiki
stop
and
it.
Kinshiki under the shadow
He
paralysis.
did that
too.
off guard as well.
But Kenshiki couldn't break out, so that doesn't matter if it's off guard.
No. Well, you can you say?
Well, no, yeah. The
Tsunade
point,
can't
Kino's
break out?
point is it's not a speed.
Yes,
they were off
'cause
guard.
he
No,
can't.
Everyone else's point is
what
that
proof do
he
you have
worked
about
in the
that?
sense
No
they could
proof.
paralyze.
Like you literally can't prove that. Like Tsunade can't break out.
Yo.
Yeah, put
Yeah,
it like this,
okay.
right? Put it like this, right?
I have it right here.
If we put
Boom. That's the last one.
Shikamaru versus everybody, every Hokage.
Everybody.
Let's say he does
Everybody.
catch them in the shadow paralysis, he wins. Let's say he wins, right?
Yeah.
Can you prove that he can catch them in the shadow paralysis in the first place? Does he have the speed feat?
Did he?
He was.
I don't
his
think he
shadow
caught
was speed
Kawaki.
feed, though.
Was
Okay,
Kawaki
okay.
off guard?
Is this
No,
a speed? Is this a
Every
speed? Hold on,
every
hold on, hold
time
on.
he does it is off guard.
Is this a speed feat? So Kenshiki was about to slash on Sasuke, and before he was able to do it, the shadow
No,
was able
because
to
we don't
get
know
it.
when he sent the shadow. He could have sent it right before.
I know.
Did he put anyone
So
in
that's
the
what I'm saying, like,
shadow
every
during the
speed
photo?
like
feat-
10 minutes.
Every speed feat he has is literally off
I'm
guard because he
saying-
cannot catch someone like literally one.
What
v
about
one.
I'm
Borushiki in the
saying-
Too
Kodo?
slow.
I'm saying we don't know how
Off
strong
guard
he
as well.
is,
Like,
though.
like
Yeah.
Borushiki was literally fighting Kawaki.
We don't know how. I'm just saying we don't know how strong he is. So
No,
we
that's what I'm
can't
saying.
say
Like,
he's
but
the
based
weakest.
on evidence, like, there's no speed feat where he can like
I guess he
catch
dodged the
anyone.
Delta kick. We have that.
He was also implied to have let Code put the claw mark on him, implying some sort of he reacted or could have.
Okay.
What? What?
No, Conan literally.
What does that
lost
even
on
mean?
his
I don't know what that
Couldn't do
means.
anything.
What does that mean?
I tried.
Code totally blitzed Shikamaru.
That was awful. I'm
It's a
editing
great
right
word.
now, and you're making up some really weird stuff. I'm confused.
Okay, the point is,
bro.
this conversation between Sarada and Shikamaru has happened a lot because he says this is the end of the discussion. He then says it is the last time, implying they've had this discussion several times.
like probably like in
I think
yeah,
they literally
back
say
and
it,
forth
like,
in
I
the
think
last
that's
movie.
somewhere
normal.
else.
I think
Like,
that's
I'm
normal.
sorry
No,
to
that's
literally
normal,
talk
but
about
the
it.
Ada stuff isn't.
The Ada one is pretty weird because like she says, oh, I found out some new information about omnipotence, and then
3
they're like,
years.
oh, what is
this,
this? And
Recently.
then
this was
Yeah.
3 years.
recently,
when it was
and then
3
guess
years
what?
ago.
She tells them what Boruto told her 3 years ago. I'm
Yeah.
like, whoa, you mean
The
recently?
The
Really?
Sumire and Sarada dialogue earlier on in the chapter where they're just discussing stuff that they already know from probably like the 100.
That was just
Yeah.
straight
So
up
weird.
recap.
That
Well,
was
that's
so
like
dumb.
with that, I'll give them that's like exposition.
Yeah, but it's poorly
it's like
done.
it's bad, it's poor, but like
It's
it
contrived.
happens in every medium. To be honest, I'm not
Not
gonna
an
put it-
excuse though.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, it's true, it's true, it's true.
Yeah.
But
I
like,
didn't mind
like
that
the
one
Ada
as
thing
much
though, I
because,
think
And there's
that.
some mediums that get around that in a better way, so it can be done.
But what I will say is that Ada telling them that she just discovered this, it kind of, if you don't want to like interpret it as bad writing, you could say she's being a little sus.
She is being.
I mean, actually, Ada doesn't look like she's aged for 3 years. Maybe she just went to bed and just woke up and like this
Bro,
or she's
that's
this is
She went back
yesterday.
into
I don't-
Jigen's pod.
That's
Yeah,
the
she just went back
almighty.
in spot, like,
That's the almighty Shibai cells though.
Yeah.
Oh,
Facts.
I think
Oh, you know what? I'm glad that you said
she's
that.
just a fucking cyborg, man. She's just a fucking cyborg. That's why she
Well,
doesn't.
Kawaki's a cyborg
what?
and age,
Code
so
age.
it's not
and so
because
is
she's a
Kawaki.
cyborg. It's probably the Shibai DNA in particular. Because
Shibai-
Cody and Walky are cyborgs. They
Shibai
still-
Yeah.
ultimate
like-
DNA.
Well, hang on.
bro.
No. It's because
God
she's
DNA.
omnipotent. I
Yeah,
have
what
proof.
about Damon?
I have proof right here. I have it right here. There was no way for Amado to know, having only just seen the result, concluding that it was a Shinjutsu is understandable. So he's saying this isn't a Shinjutsu. She's just omnipotent.
What?
No, that's not what he's saying.
He's
He's
saying
just-
that
he's
Amado
saying
concluded
that
it's a
the love
Shinjutsu,
charm
implying it's not a
is
Shinjutsu.
Cody.
It's a Shinjutsu of
Momoshiki is
Shinjutsu.
referring-
And who can
No.
possess a Shinjutsu of Shinjutsu,
Okay.
Kamui? Who can possess
Hold on,
it?
two things. One, this is really random, but I want to point it out. Momoshiki looks like identical in 3 panels on this one page, and it's hilarious. Second, he's referring to the
Copy-paste.
love charm. Amado concluded that the love charm was a Shinjutsu. What Momoshiki is saying is the love charm itself isn't the Shinjutsu, it's omnipotence.
Yep.
That's what he's saying. I know you're going to spin it to your silly little argument,
Like
but
always.
you're wrong.
But
Like
technically, the
always.
love charm should be a Shinjutsu.
It's
Yeah.
not. It's
I mean,
not.
Yeah.
I know.
That being said,
understand, I'm saying
omnipotence isn't a
technically-
Shinjutsu.
Danzo
If
nada
it-
de basar.
Omnipotence
It-
is
it-
the Shinjutsu. Yeah, right, Oodie. It's a Shinjutsu.
No,
Like,
yeah,
it's an
not only is
ability by
okay, but a
itself.
Shinkutsu is a Shinjutsu of Shinjutsu.
But look at it this way: like omnipotence is basically a creation of all things. Like, if you want an ability, you
Kind
just
of,
need
yeah.
to desire it, and it gives you that
Yeah.
ability, right? Technically,
The
wouldn't
creation
that
of all
new
things,
ability be
omnipotence, and a Shiki supposed wish granting thing all sound like the same.
Well,
thing.
exactly? Yeah.
More or
Isn't
less.
creation
But
of all things
omnipotence
just like a
could,
naming
omnipotence
fallacy?
could be the wish granting ability.
Because didn't creation of all things just like split stuff up? Did it ever do anything else?
No.
It's
Yeah,
never done
creation-
anything
created
else.
No,
It's
that's
never
not
done
true.
anything.
It
So
literally
naming
created
fallacy.
the
Prove
Prove it
Talky.
can
Might
do
have done
anything
something
else.
else.
It breathed
It literally
life
created
into
the
the
Tail
forms.
Beast. Literally
like,
created
Yeah,
life.
he split the Jubi.
Hakuromo used the creation
No,
of
he
all
split the
things to make
chakra
Kurama
and
have a soul.
created the Tail Beast.
Yes.
The chakra isn't
I
the
know,
Tail Beast
and the Tail Beasts
themselves.
are the chakra that was split.
No, the chakra is just chakra. The Tail Beasts themselves were
The Tail
created
Beasts
using
are
creation of all
pure
things.
chakra.
Amada, sorry.
Yes, but he created the
Hakuromo
life,
is
the
what-
consciousness they
Hakuromo
have
created
using
The
the
Ten
creation
Tails
of
was
all
Kurama
already
has
alive.
his personality, has 9 tails, and looks
No,
red and shit.
but its
he
consciousness
created
wasn't
the fact that he's a
separated.
fox.
Okay,
Ten Tails'
Orochimaru's
consciousness still
consciousness
remained-
wasn't separated either.
No, listen, the Ten Tails consciousness still remained in the Gedo Maza.
There's
was
also
still
one
there.
meeting place for the Tailed Beast,
Yeah,
implying
which
that's like the Jubi's consciousness.
which Hagoromo created using creation of all things.
And then he split it using creation of all things.
No,
Hidomaki,
Oodie,
you can
no,
almost
Hakuromo straight up created
Wait, huh?
the personalities of the tail beasts.
You
Like,
can't
he
prove
Yeah,
that.
created
literally
them.
created
disagree.
life.
yeah, but to that point
It's
though,
literally
it's almost
literally explain it.
First of all, do the
it's,
Tailed
it's
Beasts
almost
even
it's
have
almost
different
it's almost
personalities?
like saying, hey, you know, Hagoromo utilized the creation of all things technique to make all the 9-tailed beasts, and each of the 9-tailed beasts, they're their own individual jutsu. Like, no, they're not. You know what I
What do you
mean?
mean?
Like
No, but
they're a consequence to the creation of all things technique in the same way that the love charm is a consequence
a good-
to omnipotence.
I love
You know what I
that.
mean?
Yeah.
That's
not
great.
really, because like they have separate individual personalities and consciousness.
Okay, not
So
only
it's like
does personality
No, but
change
what I'm
over
saying-
time,
what I'm
behavior
what I'm saying is that
isn't
they
a
were born
reflection
out
of
the same
personality.
jutsu.
yeah, I mean like they're created using the same jutsu, but
Exactly.
they're
That's my
different
Okay,
beings.
overall
prove they
point.
all
That's
had the
my
same.
overall
Okay,
point.
Prove they all
okay.
had different personalities as babies when they were first split.
They
We
literally
literally
showed the
see them
seed.
as young
Yeah,
kids.
the
And
green
they're like,
things around them.
Hagoromo told, what's his name? The
Hamura?
Kanoki? The one tells
Onoki?
to not be a bitch to
Sh-
whatever his name
Shikaku?
is. I don't know. Shukaku.
What's wrong with
Shukaku.
you?
What?
Yeah,
Who?
no, they call him a Onoki or something like that. I don't know.
Who?
He's no.
Was it
he's
an
a Tanuki.
was it an
The
Anokai
animal
or
is
something?
Tanuki.
No, there's
His
a
name is
no.
Shikaku.
Shukaku, the raccoon is called a certain thing. I don't remember what the name is.
Tanuki. It's called a
Tanuki,
Tanuki.
yeah, that's it.
Oh,
They called him that. So,
Not a
so
Tanuki.
Hagoromo's
Said
telling him, yo,
Onoki.
don't be a bitch to like
Anoki,
QB.
Anoki the one tails.
Okay, I think he was
Onoki
just
the-
inspiring it off of Tanukis. Is the point?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
He's seen a Tanuki in the
He's
past
weak.
and he made it look like a Tanuki.
exactly.
But, I mean,
He split the
Oodie,
chocolate.
way
So
to-
Ono-
way to
so
literally
Onoki's the one who
creation of all
attacked-
things. If there's a data book scan for it too, like Hagoromo uses yin release to create form out of nothing, and uses yang release to breathe life into that form. He's
Not that
creating
Not WO.
form out of nothing and breathing life into the form. And that they say directly in the data book says this too. I've used this in a video. That's how he made the tail beast.
Can you show
That's
that
how
data
they
book?
describe it.
Show the data book.
Naruto created.
Post the data book. Post it in
Bro,
chat.
Creation of all things.
I don't know where I have it saved, so hold on.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, find
Wow, I definitely
it.
believe you
Filler
now.
data book.
It was in my Shinjutsu
Your
Explained
filler
video.
data-
I can tell. I can probably.
the
be
data
quick if I
books are
find it
just
in the video.
filler. Who cares?
That's crazy.
The point. The same.
You said
panels
the
in
you said the
manga,
data
too.
books are filler.
That's not what.
Duran,
Anything people
the
don't
exact
want
same
to exist
panels
is
in
filler.
the manga too. Obito explains it, and they use that in the data book too to explain
Filler.
the same
It's
thing.
filler. It's filler.
It's not
Exactly, filler.
It's in the manga too. It's not filler.
Wow. You being biased towards your own medium. I see.
Why do you say the data book? Why do you say the data books are filler?
Anything I don't
Because
like
they
is
have a lot of
disregarded as filler.
hyperbole. That's why. But
It's just
Oh,
filler.
I mean, yeah.
But in
my
this
my
case,
thing
I'm
with
cool
the
using a
data
panel.
books is like you take it for what it is.
I
I don't
agree,
think you're
Nabil.
supposed to take it necessarily like 100% of the
Yeah,
shit
take
that's
it
said there
as
is
what
fact.
it is, which is not
Say that to debaters.
and filler.
That is true. That is true. I've definitely listened to debaters go, "Oh no, the data book says no, and therefore da." It's like, bro, calm down. Like, it's not that serious. Like,
Filler.
you know,
This filler. Anyway.
I'm not gonna go as far to say it's filler because filler is literally like shit that didn't happen.
It didn't happen. Yeah.
The panel,
No.
like I said, the panel. I'm looking for it right now, but the panel is literally in the
Kamari
manga.
did not split the universe. Kakashi did not display.
Okay, that's a
omnipotent.
mistranslation. That's the wrong kanji.
I know.
What's the
Okay.
translation? What are you guys talking about?
When Tamari split
what,
the universe.
Kakashi?
When she blew the universe away. But she can. It's a mistranslation, but she can.
Wait,
She's
who
universal.
can?
Tamari.
Tomorrow.
Based on power scaling, just for consistency's sake.
Oh, you see, but like that's the type of thing where it's like, dude, like you're not supposed to actually take that serious.
No, but Keto, remember my argument that Naruto's 100,000 times star level?
Oh, good lord.
So Tamari
What is
has
that?
to be universal. Just based on like the law of transitive properties.
I don't know, bro.
I don't know if you want to get involved in this.
Where the hell is my
I
creation?
don't know.
Why am I even looking for this for you guys?
Chat right now is probably wild.
Bro,
Yeah, the number 0, number 1.
Number 0, number 1. I
so
don't know why
Inoki's
you're
the
not
one
just looking
tails
up
though.
creation of all things data book. This is crazy, Kamui. I can find it faster than you. I'm looking for it now.
Well, I'm looking through my
6
video for when I
in the
showed the
net.
panel.
That is-
Video. Do you not have it saved to your computer still?
How did I not?
No,
see
I don't. I
Oh
don't have
my
it saved
goodness.
on my computer, evidently, because I tried to look for it in my my folder called "Some Random Databook Scans."
Okay, well I just
Has a
posted it in
folder.
chat, so you're slow.
Every creator has a folder, bro.
Well, okay,
Bro.
it's fine. Either way, don't change what I was saying.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a yin-yang release jutsu. You were saying it uses yin, then it uses yang. So that's a different jutsu.
No, it's
that was
yin
an-
yang release.
No, that's just how it's described. Is how he uses yin and how he uses yang. It's a yin yang
Yeah, yeah.
release.
So
jutsu,
a
yes.
yin-yang
But
jutsu
he explains
isn't
what the
yin or
is and
yang.
what the yang is.
What?
The point is
Because
the-
like
the
Shikamaru's
that's
shadow
right.
release
Yin-yang.
is yang style, Choji's is yin style.
No, it's not, Oodie. It's yin. How many times do you have to go over this?
I thought I did it backwards that time, which is
Wait,
always
what?
the
No,
right way.
Choji's yang.
Exactly.
No,
So
Shikamaru
shut up,
is
Kamui.
yang. He
You're
does
an
it every
idiot.
time.
Oh, I hear it.
Choji is yang. Shikamaru is yin.
Yeah, Shikamaru is yin. Yeah.
Yeah, but Oodie says it backwards every time.
Yeah, but this time I didn't. You said it
backwards
wrong.
This time.
He did it.
Wow.
He said
Oh,
it
I don't know.
right.
It's
Hypocrite.
something like that.
Hypocrite.
The
Hypocrite.
point is that he's not using yin and then yang. He's using yin yang, which is a third
Yeah.
completely different thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I never said he was using it differently. I'm just explaining how the yin
Okay,
is used and how the
creation of
yang
all things is a yin yang technique. It's not a yin or yang technique. He doesn't use
But he's
yin
not
or
saying
yang.
it isn't.
He uses yin
What
yang
is this?
chakra. The yin
Yes.
yang release.
Nobody disagrees.
Okay, then he doesn't use the yin and then the yang. You're just wrong. Mello, what do you
No,
think?
I'm quoting the panel.
He's not saying
just
that
telling
he
you how the
uses it
panel
separately. He's just
explains it.
explaining what.
It's not an order thing. The point
It's a
is
physical
just that
and mental, you know?
Poor Mello, he's coming
the
into the
point is it's
freaking
physical and
flying,
spiritual.
frying pan.
It's physical and spiritual.
The frying pan
It's
and the
not-
flying pan.
Yeah,
the
spiritual
flying
is like
pan is
mental energy in
frying.
Naruto.
It's a frying pan. Mello, what do you think?
Well,
Well,
How did I miss? How
what are
did
you
I
lads talking about?
Who
oh
knows?
my
What were we
goodness.
talking about 15 minutes ago? Let's just randomly ask him a
This
question from there.
podcast was so good, and now it's just I don't know what's happening.
Mello, how you doing tonight?
Bro.
What's good, bro? What's up?
Yeah, we're chilling, you know, just
Yeah.
talking about creation of all things and stuff. Hey, how do you think that jutsu works?
I'm trying not to split my head open. Thanks.
Bro, I'm just listening. I'm just listening, bro.
It creates, bro. It creates. That's,
Yeah,
that's
so you
it.
know, like it's a yin yang release jutsu, right?
Whatever
I
Kiddo
thought
Maki
Woody's
says,
trying to
I'll
make
agree.
it seem
Alright,
like
yeah,
we're
Kido
proving a
Maki
point that
agreed with
nobody
me,
disagreed
so
with.
I'm glad they
No,
got
he
you on my
didn't.
side, Mello.
No, he
Nobody
didn't.
was against you.
Yeah,
That's
I'll,
crazy.
Okay,
I'll probably
Kamui,
just-
GG, nice concession. Great
That's
debate,
not
Kamui.
a
I'm
disagree with
glad
you,
that you
though.
agree with me now, because you initially disagreed, and that's what a debate is defined as, so we were debating.
Disagree.
Thank you, Kamui, for agreeing to concede that you were wrong, considering you disagreed with me, and now you agree with me, when I've kept
I
my
thought-
stance
no, Oodie,
consistently
Oodie,
the
I read
same.
the frickin' panel you
Correct.
posted before
Thank you for
posted
coming
it.
to the correct
Yo,
side of the
Kidomaki,
conversation.
so
Whoa.
I asked we asked Jiro and Kamui what they rated the chapter. What do you rate the chapter?
Actually, I never rated the
That's
chapter.
enough. Oh,
I still
you
don't
rated
have
what
a
it?
did
rating.
you give it?
I don't know how to use like the rating system, to be honest. I'll just say 8.
Do a letter rating system then.
I don't know how to use that either.
You use Roman
Letters
numerals.
harder. No,
Dude, just one to two. You look. You go to a movie. You go to your movie. Someone asks you, okay, what would you rate that movie? Just like that.
Well, I
Like,
think the
one
better
out of
question is. The better question is: do you want to do relative to Boruto or relative to all media? That is going to be the difference.
Oh, let's use Boruto. Let's use Boruto.
Relative to Boruto, okay.
Yeah, I had issues, but it isn't really that big a deal. I'll give it like an 8.5. That's fine.
I think I might go with 7 for me.
I'll go.
It's not my favorite chapter.
I'll go with
Yeah.
like a 6.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Sauron.
a 6. Because the more
Sauron
I
doesn't
talked
like
about
this
the
chapter.
chapter on this pod, the more I dislike.
The more you
chapter
dislike, that's what
more.
I originally
So-
my rating was 8, and I put it down to 7. for
Because I
that
had it
reason.
at a
No.
7.
Yeah.
I had it at a 7, and then now it's a 6. And the more I talk about it, it's probably gonna go lower. So
Yeah, it's gonna keep going down and down.
It's like a fucking 2 for you now. That's what it sounds like.
no.
Wait.
It's like, no, fuck this shit. Kishimoto, rewrite this right now.
Like I like the Himawari stuff, so that's.
Wonder if
I'm-
that
Highlight
ever
of
happened
chapter
before,
right
like-
there.
Author like rewrote the chapter because people didn't like it. would be
That's
Do
what's
you-
happening with the bleached dots in your blood right now.
That's not happening. What?
Yeah, no, like Kubo's adding stuff to the anime that he didn't get.
Oh,
the
that's what I
rights.
mean.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Kishimoto did that. So. But one question: do you guys think? I have a feeling we're gonna get another time skip. I think this chapter was a
They
time
better
skip
not do
as
that
well.
shit. They
I
better
think
not.
next chapter we're gonna
Oh.
go back to like 3 years ago. And they're
That's
gonna like
so-
show
Oh.
the
You
events.
think it's the flash
They're gonna
forward,
show
yeah.
the actual. I think we're gonna get at the beginning
Gosh, I hope so.
of chapter
Same.
2. They're gonna
So-
show Boruto versus Kawaki on top of the mountain. And we're just gonna flashback again.
By the way, I
I think they're brave enough to do
I
it.
think the first 2 chapters are a flash forward, and then the
Yeah.
3rd chapter we're going back to where we're going back, and then we'll lead back to this.
Bro, we
spot.
missed too much, bro. Like, there's so
Yes,
much we
I
didn't
hope
see.
so.
I think
did,
either they're gonna
yes.
show us flashbacks or they're gonna do like, yeah, this was a time skip thing.
Those better be some long flashbacks. to
But this
show
is the
us-
problem with that.
Well, I mean,
though.
it would be like the same thing. If they do a flashback, it's basically the same as doing a flash forward at this point. It's literally flashing back.
The
But
problem with
I
that
hope
shit,
it's a flash forward.
the problem with that shit though is that the way that they're playing it off in this new manga chapter, it's as if the shit happened last week. Like there doesn't seemingly feel like a lot has happened and oh shit, yo, we gotta catch up with what the fuck's been going on. It kind of comes off as like, yeah, they just kind of been talking about the same shit for the past 3 years and everything. And we're
Yeah,
just, like,
they had the
playing it right now.
exact same
So my
conversation
issue
day
with
after
the-
day.
Yeah.
with how the chapter kind of.
I
like,
think it's
represents
how it's a
itself.
writing. I think that the author, and he does this a lot in Boruto if you read it, like
He does.
they don't
this
expect
all
you to like
the
remember
time.
stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like they don't find creative ways to like remind the
Implement-
audience. They just tell you again, you know.
They
I think something that could have been more interesting is if like imagine if the chapter started off with like Sarda's like in prison or some shit, and she's like kind of just like
Just use a
talking to, like-
motto.
Okay.
yeah,
that
I
would
mean
be-
like just kind of like in prison like talking about like yo like get me the fuck out of here, like why the fuck am I in here just because like I was saying all that shit that happened with Boruto and everything that
Okay,
creates
that-
like intrigue
well,
where it's like
Shikamaru would
oh
never do
shit
that,
like what
but
the fuck is
that'd
going
be a
on like
little
why is
garbage.
Sarda in prison.
Nah, Shikamaru will get backed up, bro. Telling you.
Shikamaru would never do that. Sakura would legit come up to Shikamaru and punch him in
Oh,
the face.
fuck. Yo, I literally forgot Sakura existed. That is
Exactly.
crazy. That's crazy. Like, bro, when
No,
you
no,
said
it's
that, I was
funny,
like, bro, who?
Just a random character that looks a lot like Sakura.
Bro, I forgot she had a
Chapter.
mother,
It's
bro.
not
That's
her, but it
crazy.
looks
We don't
like
get
I
to
was
see
like,
her
Sarah's
reaction to
on
the
her
fact
own
that
and
Sasuke.
shit.
We don't get to see Sarada confiding into Sakura about how she feels and that Sasuke left, and how Sakura is dealing with the fact that Sasuke is apparently a real.
We're probably gonna get that
shipuden.
in like next 2 chapters, maybe.
No, I don't think we're gonna get it.
No,
I'm honest, I
this
don't think
world
Sarada
isn't a
is going to
breathing
get, or
world.
Sakura is going to get any focus at this point.
This world
That
is
would be
not a
crazy if it
breathing
doesn't
world.
happen.
It's a world full of a collection of like a few characters. Nothing else moves.
Well, let's remember, even the one time they were gonna bring her in by saying, "Oh, the Byakugo seal is similar to the Karma," they still didn't bring her in.
Yeah, they've dropped it. They haven't talked
Bro,
to Tsunade
they don't
or
even
Orochimaru
have her in
about
any
it,
of the
like-
Hokage meetings.
They cut
even
it
though
out of the anime,
apparently
too.
A pillar of the village.
Yeah, like they dropped that plot point.
They
seems
cut it
like,
from the anime because it
They're
didn't
probably
go
saving
anywhere
it
in the
for
manga.
this. Part 2.
They could have just adapted
Like,
it one for one.
No, it didn't go anywhere. Why have it there?
Exactly, that's the
No, but-
problem. It should have gone
Ikimoto,
somewhere.
Ikimoto said that Kakashi was gonna have a big moment soon. Like
Nah.
10 years later, dude, Kakashi hasn't even had a single panel in the manga.
But you forget
To
that
be
was with the
honest,
old writers, so it can.
if I'm
go
being
I know,
anywhere.
honest,
like,
bro,
I think that's dropped.
If
but-
if Kakashi just came out of nowhere and just became a Hokage, I'll be like, nah, bro, go back to where you came from. I'm like, you weren't
Nah, being
here for
Hokage makes
anything, bro.
sense.
Like
I mean,
just like
that would have been
disappear,
the
bro.
And
point.
it makes
It
no
would've been
sense that
Hokage.
he
You weren't
isn't.
here
It's
for
so
any like anything
frustrating.
that's happening. You're like, you're just gonna come back and be a Hokage, okay?
And the thing is,
Kakashi's just chilling.
the anime people, the anime writers, they try and implement him in, but they can't do it as much as they could have liked to because
I
he's
think
not
they-
involved in the main plot.
Yeah, because the manga, because you have to remember that anything they do in the anime, it's supervised by the actual manga writer.
Jesus.
So they're probably telling them to like not do that shit.
So I'm reading
So,
a
yeah.
message in
Started
chat right
promoting
now.
the tuning and then proceeded to still call her getting in the manga. So at this
Yeah.
point, is Kishimoto even pay attention to what the anime does?
So
But
this
it's a
is
different continuity. So it's like they have different events but lead to
Dude,
the
it's so
same
stupid.
conclusion.
Just make it the same.
mhm.
Yeah, it's the same thing
Imagine
with
if
Dragon Ball.
Naruto
It's annoying.
didn't
Yeah,
have
they said it'd be the
Kurama
same
in
story at the
manga,
end
but
of
he
the
has
day.
it in the anime.
It's just
just
diverting
weird.
more
No,
and more.
Yeah,
all
it's the
they-
same end, but different events.
But this isn't
leading
the
to
same
same
end because this was the end.
Well, we haven't reached the end, technically.
Oh god.
No, we already had the end of part 1 in Boruto.
Okay,
And
but
No,
at
but
the
no,
end,
well,
if
the
Sarada
story
is
itself-
Hokage as a Genin compared to Hokage as a Chunin, that's completely different. It's
No,
a
because,
No,
different
it's
thing.
like-
not. It's still the same conclusion.
Yeah, it's the same conclusion, just different events.
Okay, Naruto's still a Genin, is the point.
Yeah,
No,
but
he's not.
it's not consequential
Yeah, yeah.
to the plot whether she's
That's the point.
getting
He is
or
still a
tuning
Genin.
as
With
Hokage.
one, you have a.
He's
forced
not.
pa-
He's not a Genin.
Naruto
He's not a
himself
Genin.
says he's a Genin as Hokage.
Well, they changed it. He is
Well-
a Genin in Boruto.
Hokage isn't
first
a
of all-
ranking.
Naruto never became a Jonin. He just
Yeah.
never passed. Kakashi gave him the opportunity. He just didn't do it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to
Yeah,
study.
because that's in Naruto's character.
They
But, like,
changed
Yeah.
their mind.
In one continuity, you have a forced parallel between Sarada and Naruto, which is incredibly on the nose and makes no sense. And in the other one, you have her actually progressing in her ninja career. Now, tell me which one of them sounds.
In her who
better to
music
you.
career? Which
Her ninja career.
Oh.
God.
Alright, bro.
All right, here I have
Missed
two
something.
comments here
Okay.
I want to read off from Anonymous Loner. The first comment is, was Kakashi and Sakura retconned out of the manga or something? The very fact that they're doing them so
Bro
poorly
said
that people think
retconned.
they were retconned. Retroactively continuity
crazy.
removed from the universe, I
think-
guess.
Because
think
a lot
people-
of times
people-
it doesn't make sense for them not to have opinions on events that happen. So yeah. it's
Well,
weird.
people have to remember that at the end of the day, this is not Naruto's manga anymore. It's
Yeah,
not
but
his
the
story.
characters still exist.
Okay, I'm glad
so
you say
have
that,
to
Jiro.
But
address
they,
them.
they yes, they still exist, but they exist tied up to Naruto's storyline.
But like
Okay,
retcons
Okay,
are
well,
like
think
in-universe.
think of it this way. Think of it this way.
Just kill them.
Think of it this way. Kakashi. Think of it this way. Kakashi and Sakura were side characters to Naruto's story. Naruto's now even a side character in Boruto's story. They're, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're even background. So they're definitely not even going to be featured more so in the mainline story. Like, at the end of the day, this is now following Boruto's storyline. At the end, they're not going to focus on Kakashi and Sakura. They're past gen, dude. They got to let that shit go. It is what it is.
I mean, they focused
But
on
you
Naruto
have-
a ton.
But
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
but
like,
that's
the
because it's
thing is
fucking
that-
Naruto.
Oh,
No, the
God.
thing is that like, look at it this way, right? In Naruto, like even though Naruto and the Kona 11, like they were the main stars of the show, they were like the team and all that jazz. Similarly, you have Chocho, Boruto, and all that jazz, right? But they still
Mhm.
made time for the side characters such as like Kakashi,
The manga doesn't
Guy.
even do that
you know,
for
they-
its
you
side
know,
character.
Yeah, but like in
Even
Boruto, it's
Shikucho
just
is
like
basically
it's
Ken.
literally just Boruto and Kawaki, like literally just them and Naruto. So like
Like,
I
the
think
side
what they're
characters
saying is
are all
that
the
yeah, you
equivalent
don't
of
need to make
10-10.
them the main focus, but like they should exist. Like world building should exist.
Yeah, like
you know?
even
Like Konohamaru is a side character that exists in the manga.
Nah,
Shippuden
nah,
is a
get
side
rid of
character.
him, bro. Like they should kill him. I don't really
But
care.
even in
So,
Shippuden, like every
Chill.
other arc literally focused on Sasuke, excluding Naruto entirely.
yeah.
Are
Yeah,
you
that's
talking
true.
about
That was
Shippuden? Are you
actually
talking
pretty
about in
crazy.
Shippuden?
What's
and
up?
then you had its cast.
I
of
actually
characters-
found that
its
annoying,
cast
to
of
be honest.
characters.
Oh, I
I
like
Oodie, are
it.
you talking about in Shippuden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you find that annoying? Okay. Interesting.
I was
It's
like,
more
bro,
refreshing
like,
than
stop
anything.
showing me Sasuke, bro. Like,
You just don't like
Bro,
Sasuke. That
to
doesn't
be
count.
fair,
I love
Oh, God.
Sasuke.
no,
I
you
just-
don't.
I
But
just don't like
No, you
seeing him
don't.
on screen every time, bro. Bro took up like
So,
Bro,
more
are
than
you-
half of
No.
Shippuden.
Bro,
You took
Bro,
up
you sound-
3 times Naruto.
bro, you sound like you were raised in the foundation with Danzo.
Nah, with Tobirama, bro.
the school of Toby Rama.
The
Full of
best
Tobirama, man.
Hokage. He was based.
Base.
W
School-
racism.
That's crazy.
Okay, here's the other comment from Anonymous Loner. Did they lose their rights to show Kakashi or something?
Oh, that
Okay.
I can actually
Lose
believe
their
that, though. I
rights.
can believe that. I can believe that, bro. They
That's-
sold
Did
the
you go to
rights
watch
to
the right
Hey,
Naruto
hey.
character?
They lost their rights because they sold that shit to fucking Jujutsu Kaisen with Gojo since they fucking stole the entire
facts,
design.
facts.
That would just
I
make
can see
Kakashi even more popular by default.
Do you guys like that show, by the way?
It's whatever.
The
that.
side
JJK,
tangent
so far.
it's peak, bro. But Tsukuna's sleeping. I'll just say that, bro.
Dude, I can't get into that show. I
No
don't know.
spoilers. I'm sorry.
No, you good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mellowed silence.
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
think
man.
anyone really cares about JJK
He's
spoilers.
been silent. He's been silent.
No. He literally just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's an icon saying he's.
Yeah, I'll message him saying you good.
Yeah.
No, it's just like it's too similar to Naruto. I don't like that. It's the same reason why I can't get into
Is it?
what's it called?
I don't think
It's
it
not
is.
that similar.
I don't think
There's
it
too
is.
many.
I
There's
think
too many
it's-
parallels.
No, it does have some parallels, especially the three-man team.
That makes it easy for
Gojo
me
and
to
all
get
that
into
jazz,
it,
but
honestly.
it's
Yeah.
way like it's more. I would say it's more like Bleach than Naruto.
It is more
Interesting.
like Bleach than it is like Naruto.
Why do you say?
Wait.
Why do you say
It's
that?
based
Why
off
do you
the
say that?
I agree.
Like just like how well, I wouldn't say the fights. I say the fights in some sense are more like Bleach, than Naruto.
It
And
Oh, I
is.
maybe
gotta go
I-
take down the damn
I heard
reflection.
people say Hunter like hiatus, ex hiatus, but I haven't watched that, so
I gotta
Hunter,
see
Hunter?
Hunter. I gotta get on that.
I like it.
Shut up. Is
So,
it
I-
good?
I
no,
thought
bro,
it was
no.
good.
That's why it's on hiatus, bro.
No, it's on hiatus because of Hordic. Whatever.
Apparently,
Because-
Shueisha owns both the IP of Kakashi and JJK.
I'm
Bro,
not
why-
surprised.
What? Wait, wow.
I mean, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, it's almost like they own the properties of everything in Shonen Jump. Like,
Yep.
such a surprise.
Wait, did anything like technical corporate behind the scenes happen when it changed from V Jump back to Shonen Jump just now? The Boruto
Oh.
manga.
Shirada?
Wait, what?
I didn't even know there was a difference.
It
So I'm
changed
not the
back to
one
Shonen Jump?
No, it's not.
It
It's
was
not-
I don't
not
think I
in
remember.
Shonen Jump, at least I know.
It was for the first 4 chapters.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
mean
think,
like
no,
the
the
latest chapter,
site-
Boruto 2.
No,
No, it
Boruto.
wasn't.
No,
It's-
no,
no. The
it's still
the
V-Jump.
Twitter page just like promoted it that people thought it was moving back to Shonen Jump.
Oh, was it not like
Yeah.
the cover page of Shonen Jump this week or something?
No, it says V Jump.
V
Word
Jump.
for
Yeah,
word.
they just promoted it. Like, Shonen Jump just said, like,
Yeah.
hey, it's
Yeah,
out or
because-
something.
Is Shonen
Mm.
Jump related to? I thought they were like rivals. No,
No.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. I don't
No.
care.
No.
Whatever. Who cares?
They're-
I don't know
it's a
the
different
difference. I don't even know what they
publication.
mean.
They're part of the same
Hmm.
branch.
It's like the stupid dumb costume discussion again. Who cares?
What
Why?
costume discussion? What are you talking
No,
I
we're
have
not going
no
back.
idea.
We talked about
I
the
have
freaking
no
ages
idea.
for like half
Weird.
an hour. We're not going back.
If you can summarize what the fuck you guys were talking about,
They
I'll
look
open
cool
up
now.
the,
Okay, cool, great. Glad we all agree.
Cool.
Okay, moving on.
If the designs were
What?
in this chapter, people would call this chapter a 5.
Honestly, I would say I think Sarada's design. I didn't like it at first, but I think it looks okay. What I would say, it's kind of impractical. Like, she's in the Okage office, right? And her jacket is like hanging off, showing her shoulders. I'm like, is she going to wear it like that every time?
You know
Like
what?
when she's walking outside, I'm like,
Did
Like-
you see Brenton's redesign of Sarada's design? Now that is what I imagine.
is that
her
the one
design
with
to
the
be.
Who?
long hair?
Who's that?
No. I'll show
One where
you.
she's covered up.
Yeah,
No.
pull it up on the
No,
screen.
no,
Pull it
no,
up
no.
on the screen.
I
I'll
don't
show
like the
you.
one where she's covered up, to be honest.
I don't
one
like that.
looks-
That's a little too far. Like, I get that you don't want her to
Yeah.
show skin, but you're doing too much.
It just looks weird. It just doesn't look good.
it
Like maybe they
doesn't.
can make it look good. Just doesn't
Okay,
look good.
so basically, he did her the design that she has now, but he gave her a belt and he gave her bandages to cover up that random slash that's like on her weapon slap stash. I think.
I
this
just
is
think she looks
better.
like a librarian.
I think this.
Who?
Is,
And two other
Librarian?
adjectives, but let's not go there.
Nah.
oh, I put it. In
Who? Who you talking
We're not
about?
gonna, we're not gonna
This
repeat
looks
those
really,
words.
really good, bro. I saw it on
Kamui,
Twitter.
who you talking about? You said
Yeah.
she looked like a
Kamui.
librarian.
Brenton is a
He's
In
really
talking
the
about the one,
original-
the image in chat, not the
Brent-
official one.
Brenton is a really good artist, and this is a better design for me. It's the same, but like a little different.
I'm
You
gonna
can
get
see-
somebody color this.
Like you
Or
can see that
thumbnail.
he had like bandages around the slash.
Can you put it?
in
Can you
order
put
to
it up
make
on the screen?
Yeah.
Zeron, can you put it up on the screen so we can see?
Give her a good old belt.
Or just post a picture in the chat.
Yeah, I got it
Yeah.
on the stream now.
Dang
It's
good.
in
Okay.
Might take a second.
This is one of the most impressive panels I've ever seen him do. It looks very
Oof.
good.
Oh, I like that much
looks
better. 10 out of 10 compared to
10
the.
out of
Yeah.
10.
What?
That's how it should look, bro.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's how it should look. It looks so much
What?
better.
Let me see.
Way better than the
Okay,
actual
so I
one.
got a question for you guys. Very interesting question. So assuming there was no hiatus, there was no time skip, we got this chapter exactly as it is, put them in their part 1 designs. and then just remove that like 3 years quote or whatever from like Sara to Decode.
Mhm.
What is the public reception of this chapter? It's just chapter 81. It came out like 2 months ago. What would have the
Average
reception been?
person hates it. People like us prefer it.
But like, okay, but
Public
like assuming that
reception,
like
like,
they
no
never
time skip
discussed
happened.
the time skip or like the hiatus. That just never
I
happened.
think-
We just got the next
I
chapter as
think
normal.
I think there would be a
Oh.
higher interest because you're still in the moment of everything going on right now. But right now we're supposed to believe that 3 years has passed, but there's still the same level of high tension and stakes and everything. And it's kind of like, that's not how shit usually works. Like something that happened 3 years ago is not going to be as all hyped up, generally speaking, as it was in the moment. So if they had just done away with the time skip and kept it as is, but kept the same events going and like, you know, same character designs and all that shit, I think people would be even more interested because it's kind of like seeing like a crazy event still happening like live. You know what I mean? At least like
Oodie,
that's
are
kind
you
of
saying no promotional stuff whatsoever in this case?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm basically saying
Okay,
because I'm
that's
sure we
different.
can
Then.
all
If it's completely
agree
changes, then I would agree with you. on
at the
that.
very
I
least.
thought you meant they still do the promo.
Yeah, the prophecy arc, it did end a little suddenly. That's a bit of an understatement, but I'm sure we can at least all agree with that. It was a little out of nowhere.
Yeah.
No one expected it at the very least. So let's just assuming no promotional material. Next chapter was chapter 81. Boruto 2 Blue Vortex never existed, but it was still exactly the same. The same plot points existed. This is still the prophecy arc. Because it still feels like it to a degree, even though it is a
So
new
wait,
arc. I
it
would argue.
didn't go on break at all?
Exactly, yeah. So I'm just saying, hypothetically, all of this was the case. What's the reception? There's just no time skip. Because I think everyone's saying it's 10
people
out of
will be
10
fine.
because it's a time skip. Assuming there's no time skip, what do you rate this chapter?
10 out of 10. Perfectly fine.
I mean, it's just
Yeah.
I give it the same thing.
I'd give it a 7.
I mean, nothing really changes.
Well, okay, but like
I
outside of
I would
us,
go
what's the
8.5.
general reception?
It's higher. I think the general reception would be higher than it is right now.
Okay.
I
No,
think
it-
stuff with the
it-
character designs is a little bit it takes
legit-
away a little bit from the story and the narrative. You know, like we're sitting over here talking about fucking Sarada's outfits and shit like that. You know what I mean? And just like it's like what does that have to do with the story at the end of the day? It doesn't, but it's kind of like a distraction in a sense.
I think,
the perception
Personally,
would not
I
be
think
higher.
that nobody would be
Yeah,
upset.
Sarada's
I do think that more people are calling the chapter 10 out of 10 just because the time skip happened and nothing more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
really have as much hype.
It's a 10 because Boruto stepped on Code's face and Boruto
Yeah.
looks cool.
And because he looks
Tweets on Twitter
cool.
are so dumb, bro.
Well, but even
Like-
people wouldn't give it a 10 just because Boruto stepped on his face. They're only giving it a 10 because Boruto looked cool. If Boruto stepped on Code's face in the Code arc, they're not rating that chapter a 10 because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because
Nah,
of
they
time
would.
skip.
Look
In
at
fact,
people doing
if
it,
Boruto
yeah, they
looked
would.
They
cool
would.
in
No,
a
people would just
different
complain
chapter,
about
it wouldn't
Code.
matter.
Nobody's complaining about Code, bro.
Okay, you say that with you and Mello in VC. I don't want to hear it right now.
Bro, we don't There's a difference between complaining and trashing, bro. Like, he's
Okay.
ass. I don't complain. I'm not worried. I just enjoy seeing every character shit on him. Like, whatever.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't really care. I don't think I don't see him as the main villain. He's just there to get beat up.
He's
That's
a
it.
Looney Tunes villain if he doesn't get a W in this next chapter, dude.
He's like
Yeah, no.
Orochimaru. You see,
Dude, I don't
Orochimaru is just
understand how
there
people
for the
said
plot.
he took an L this chapter. He
Orochimaru-
literally
Nah,
Orochimaru-
dude,
They'll
Orochimaru
make it
way better. Don't
funny.
compare Code
No,
to
no, no.
Orochimaru.
He's not the same level, but like Orochimaru. What I mean by this is that Orochimaru is like a villain throughout the entirety of Naruto, but he isn't the main villain. He's just there. He comes in, causes trouble, gets beat up, leaves. He comes
Well,
back
in
again in the
part one,
story,
he is the
causes
main
trouble, beat
In
up,
part one,
leaves. You know,
he is the
that's
main
his
villain.
purpose in the story.
But
Nabil,
You
I
wanna
can
say that
totally
in
overall?
part
agree
one,
with
he
what
is
you
the
said.
main
you want to
villain.
say that
In part
overall,
two, no.
sure.
In part one, he is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like he was
definitely
like
the main villain.
no. He was well. Code was technically the main. Like he had
I would say
like
Momoshiki
an
is
arc
the
called the
main
Code
overarching
Assault
villain,
arc, right?
not Code.
I agree.
There's
Yeah.
a difference.
But
Right.
like where he got assaulted. But like then you have Orochimaru who had his first arc where like he showed up in the forest of the dead and all like that. But after that he was like just there. Like that's
Yeah,
basically what Code will be. In my
I
opinion.
think what we can agree on is that Orochimaru should have died off like way before like the whole like they kind of faked this shit. They kind of had like Sasuke killed him, but they brought him back. They should have killed Orochimaru like
They should have
And-
killed him
Whoa.
in the Itachi fight. That's where he should have died. In Itachi fight. But I think he
like,
should
they
be
just
Shippuden.
stringing him along
I mean,
and
fine
shit.
with that if they actually had a real fight. The thing I didn't like Itachi. Like I would not have liked that as Orochimaru's end. Itachi just one-shotting him when Orochimaru just doesn't dodge because you're like, oh,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
think
yeah,
that's
that
gonna
was-
work? I mean, a horrible ending.
But well, technically he
I'm
couldn't
probably
dodge. He was
getting
like
there if it's a real
preoccupied.
fight and it's
Nah.
actually like good.
I can't believe he said his Susanoo sword swipe was puny.
Was what?
He said, "Do you think that weak attack will work on me?" That's the, but
Bro
if
couldn't sense himself getting packed up.
he didn't know that it would be able to seal him, but he said that Susanoo swipe was weak. That's so funny to me. I'm like,
The
Yeah, he's
swipe
called it a
itself, like
puny
not
little
the sword, but
attack.
the
Like-
Susanoo swipe.
yeah, he
Toska
stabbed him.
blade.
He's
You're
like,
talking
You mean
about
the
the
same
you're talking about
Susanoo
the
swipe that was one-shotting the heads of his strongest jutsu?
He's talking about the
Technically,
Yeah,
Toska
Orochimaru
blade.
Orochimaru
himself
like,
wasn't at
you
his
really make a
strongest,
puny
so
yes,
attack
you know.
like that would
he
take out
called
the
it-
likes of me.
yes.
It's just
Orochimaru
like, dude, that
didn't
ain't gonna
fight
work on me.
Itachi
Yes,
while he
that
was at full
attack.
power.
Yes, that attack, Ood.
It's okay.
Orochimaru-
I guess sure.
That attack, he called it weak. It
I
didn't
hate
matter
I
if he
hate
lost his
Itachi.
head.
He's like one of those characters where they'll like put up a character against him and have him like one shot them because you know the author thinks he's cool, you know. But they don't like let the character he's fighting actually do shit.
You
know?
just did you just say you hate Itachi?
Yeah, bro. I hate his
What the
ass, bro.
I agree.
No,
Fuck.
that Oodie as a supporter. Shit.
Ha, suck it. You're wrong. Take that.
Nope.
Get
Cheers
him
on
out
my
of here,
side.
bro.
Itachi's
Yeah,
cool.
He's cool. That's what he is. He's cool.
He even has a terrible theme song. Who
He's
cares?
cool.
What?
Like, he's just overpowered, bro. I mean, like, bro literally has a Susanoo where he has like
Kamui, your mic
a shield no one can penetrate. He has a sword
Yeah.
that one shots you on contact. Like, what is this? Like,
Okay,
He's
that-
literally
that
boring.
like, bro,
That-
like, what do you want me to do in a versus battle here? Like, what
Exactly.
is this?
That part I definitely agree
I
with.
think you're
That was
just
stupid.
that he loses to Nagato. That Nagato
Yeah.
loses to Itachi.
It's a
I would
No,
clown.
agree.
he
I
should
don't
look
him
like
one-shotting
technically
Orochimaru and
speaking.
Nagato.
Naruto should just absorb every shit he uses, but like the series just doesn't work that way for some reason. Yeah. Like he should just absorb the Susanoo, include it
Wouldn't he
in the
just
other
be
here.
able to put it back up though?
Well, technically, it takes a while. It's like chakra, right? So he's literally expanding chakra to manifest the Susanoo. Can he? How long can he do it? You know.
Yeah, and then while he doesn't, Itachi just packs him with his Tokusuka blade.
This guy, bro. Oh my goodness.
Facts.
Oodie's face said that we should react to an Itachi video in light of us talking about him.
I was thinking that too. You guys want to do that one?
Need Itachi, bro.
I
React
actually
to
I
an
went
Itachi
Cam
video?
for that, but I guess now is relevant. I don't know. What do you think, Kamui?
I mean, I don't know what the video's about, but I mean, we can always react again.
Reacting? No, we're not reacting to the same video twice. You're crazy.
What? Why do we need Cam?
React to a
for it?
video
Because
saying he's
Cam
trash or
also
something.
hates Itachi, and she has different reasons
Let's
from me.
debunk-
No,
let's
yeah, she
debunk-
has
talked about it before.
taste. That's nice.
Let's
That's
debunk
nice.
Exactly.
a Kitamaka. Let's
Kitamaka?
debunk a Kitamaki.
Keto Maki video, bro.
Yeah, let's debunk a Kitamaki video.
What
Which
about
one,
the
the
Ishiki
Ishiki
is
one?
the worst villain one? We could do that because Mel is here too, so he could talk on that too.
What?
This guy, bro.
Who's-
All right,
who
so
said-
wait,
who's-
real quick for context. Who are the villains you're considering for this?
Huh?
Keto. For that video.
Wait, what?
Who are you considering as a villain in that
In
video?
Boruto?
Before we even react.
Oh, I'm
The
only talking
Ishiki
about
worst
like
villain video.
well, the worst villain. I'm not talking about like the irrelevant villains like you know that big dude from the manga. I'm just talking about like Otsutsuki's. and all that.
Shijoji.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that dude. He doesn't exist to me. So it's like Ishiki, you know, like the main villains, you know, like Momoshiki and all that jazz. You know?
So Code, Momoshiki, Ishiki, anyone else?
Exactly, yeah, the main villains in the manga.
How do you
And
have
you're saying
Ishiki as a worst villain
Ishiki's the
than Code?
worst one out of all of them.
Yeah,
Isn't that just the concept of Schrodinger's D-bag though? Like conceptually,
That's
because
everything
you
in the
could just
video,
say
yeah, yeah.
that any
He's
villain
ass.
worse than Ishiki just doesn't
He's done.
exist to you. Whenever we bring them up, whenever we get to
well,
them.
technically, well, that's because I'm only using the manga, bro. It's a different continuity.
No, but
Okay,
like
but-
Joji's in the manga, for
He
example.
doesn't exist to me. I'm sorry. He doesn't exist.
I'm so glad
Doesn't
nobody
exist.
interrupted him.
And Ao, there's also Ao in the manga. You can count
But
him.
George, he isn't even a bad villain though. He comes
No,
in,
I
he
like
does
Ao.
what
I
he
don't
needs to
have any
do.
problems with Ao either, but I'm just
Yeah.
bringing him up as another
see,
character that you might not have thought of.
Yeah, I saw him, but I
What do
just
you
Oh,
mean?
okay. Are
Ishiki
you
comes
counting
in and does what
Moro?
he needs to do and
Right.
then leaves too.
Yeah, but he doesn't do
Moro is the
anything
villain,
wrong though. That's the
technically.
thing.
Delta's
Wrong?
the villain.
Okay, I agree. Okay, I agree. Ishiki does everything right.
Not Ishiki. I'm talking about the big dude, bro.
No, but like, okay, so what's the thought process behind you saying that Ishiki's the worst?
Well,
villain?
you should just watch the video, I
he's,
guess.
he's dumb. He's just dumb.
Okay,
His
that's
abilities
just
are dumb, and how he uses
Dumb.
the abilities are dumb.
Okay, so you don't like
Okay.
his character because you think his abilities are dumb. So because you have an opinion on his
Why
power
didn't Ishiki
system,
just
his
shrink the
Right.
characterization.
I
is
said
objectively
multiple
bad.
things. You just picked one. He's dumb in general.
He's dumb in general. Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
That's it.
So we're reacting to this video then, the Ishiki one from
Oh
Kitomaki.
my goodness.
All right, let's do
What?
it.
Boruto, just like any other manga, has its
Oh,
issues. It isn't perfect. Nothing truly is.
Okay, so automatically this is wrong.
What?
So
What did I say?
Boruto is
Well,
perfect and has no issues.
I mean, I
So
will say, I definitely
He's
think
perfect.
Ishiki's been better than Code so far, at least.
Code is a sleeper,
so
bro. He's
Kitamaki, I
dumb.
have something that
No,
I
no,
want
but
you
yeah,
to
but you
read
have to
out.
consider so far, though. So
No,
far,
I won't.
Code isn't better to me than
I'll read
Ishiki.
it out in my British
Alright,
accent.
sorry.
Can he be better in the future? Sure, but as of right now, no. You made
Sorry,
the
I'm
video
gonna read this
already.
out.
I'll read
Yeah.
it out in my British accent. I'll also give it in like
Yeah, I heard
my
it.
version of like very bro. I suck at reading out loud, so this is gonna be fun.
Alright, go ahead.
That did.
Shit.
What?
Bro, I saw that tweet,
What?
bro. I just muted him, to be honest.
Lord.
I just muted the account.
Borutori
honestly.
is an absolutely flawless.
I literally
Dude,
just
who-
muted the account, bro.
Who the fuck wrote this? Who the fuck wrote this essay on
Dacian.
Twitter?
Of course, the Tim. Of
I'm gonna
course,
follow.
the Tim. Borutori is
Dacian.
an absolutely flawless slow.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
the first half
that's
of a
Irish.
sentence.
What is that?
Was that with
That's
no
not
To
British.
the
flaws or
second half of this first
mistakes
sentence.
ever present. Everything is worth. This guy's trolling. Get the fuck out
This
of
guy
here.
needs
This guy.
my 92-minute video that I made.
Boruto is an
think he still
absolutely
says
flawless
that.
show with no flaws or mistakes anywhere present. Everything is everywhere. It should be. All characters are always true to themselves. It has no plot holes.
This
Not
is dumb.
edited
as
Bro,
shit.
y'all really
This-
gonna
this-
read
this
this,
is
bro?
dumb
It's
as shit.
literally like, bro.
Bro,
He's
what
definitely
I
trolling.
come back to? What y'all doing in here, man?
Bro,
We're
stupid shit.
proving that
shit, bro.
Boruto is objectively perfect.
Effectively putting it on 10 out of 10.
Unparalleled.
Sauron be
Dude,
smoking all the drugs, bro.
Dude,
That's
the
crazy.
messages
I'm
of
telling
what
you.
Bro.
Borutori is actually flawless and
Of what
What are you,
peak
10
Boruto
fiction
doesn't
rated?
waste
is.
characters.
I'd ate too much.
Y'all not actually.
I
gonna
think
read this shit,
Arashiki
bro.
was wasted.
This is a terrible. Why
Dude,
does
he's
he
literally
s-
just repeat. He's basically just rewording the same
Yeah.
shit every paragraph.
Why does
Like
he
this is
suck?
dumb.
Why
It's
does this
tro-
account
it has to
suck
be.
so much?
Bro,
He's
you do
trolling, dude,
realize
he's
that shit
trolling.
written by Chat GPT, bro.
Oh, Mello, do you realize how long
Oh
this is?
wait, hold on. That actually
I
might
wouldn't
be
This
be
goes on for a
surprised.
while.
Did people get triggered off this shit? I bet they did.
that's actually why he writes this stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, I'm pretty sure it's a copy pasta, is what someone said.
No, I doubt anyone read that. Bro.
Because someone said this exact same thing with Naruto, and he just changed it to Boruto characters, I think.
Okay.
Dope.
That's still a lot of work though.
Yeah.
Oh damn! I didn't realize it kept going.
Who do y'all think should have been the eighth Hokage instead of Shikamaru?
Kakashi.
Kakashi.
Kashi, yeah, same.
Sakura.
No,
I'm
I say
I'm
Kakashi.
I would have been fine with that too,
Let's
Sakura.
look at it this way, dude. Whenever Boruto fights Kawaki, they still haven't put Shikamaru's face up there. Clearly, they don't like him.
Tragic.
Yeah.
Think about
Boruto.
They were
It's
gonna
been
put
3
Kakashi
years,
face
bro.
up
Bro,
there
you're an interim
After,
Hokage
like,
for 3 years. That's
2
crazy.
months. I mean, like
They ran out of
Kakashi's
budget,
gonna
bro.
become Hokage in the anime, which I'm pretty sure is filler. They were gonna put Kakashi's face up there, immediately. Shikamaru 3 years later, nah, they don't care.
It took Tsunade
I
a
think
year
I
for her face to be put on.
I think it's kind of like
Well, no, we don't know that it
because
took 3 years. It could have taken 3 months. Naruto just didn't see it for 3 years.
Yeah, I'm saying bare minimum it took like 2 years. Yeah.
I guess it
Not
depends
bare
on when he
minimum,
became the
up to
Hokage, though.
maximum 2.5 years.
He might have
Doing
not been.
anything less
He
than
probably just became the Hokage, maybe.
There's
Like,
no
bro-
way they. There's
Well,
no way
that
they.
is
And they
went
have
true.
no
Years.
Hokage
There's-
for 3 years.
There's no way they went without a Hokage for like 2 years.
I mean, Kakashi might
Because-
have stepped up, and then Shika came through.
because remember when
That's
remember when
kind of
Danzo
stupid. Just
remember
pick
when
one, go with
Danzo
it.
was remember when Danzo was named the Hokage and them motherfuckers were ready to like fucking make his face on the stone wall like mad quickly, like
Yeah.
fucking a few days right
They
after
had
he did.
money back then, bro.
Like the daimyos make discussions about who's going to be
What are
the
you
next
talking? They got more money now.
No,
Okay,
now-
Naruto,
An additional
Shikamaru literally
3
said,
years.
"Yo, like, don't damage the door."
They
bro.
actually
Dude, the
have
No
village was
less money.
destroyed
damage the
back then.
door.
They
Didn't
actually
do
have
anything.
less
The economy
money now
was
because there's
ruined,
no
and they
wars
were still
anymore.
gonna make the phase.
Crazy.
Now, what are they gonna make money from?
Like, who needs ninja anymore, bro? Like, everybody's nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Peaceful.
they're
Just
making
call
less money
Naruto and
more now.
Sasuke, bro.
They're making less money now than they've ever made.
Naruto fucked the whole economy up. That's crazy.
Man, it's almost like
Made that
Mado's
shit
right
all
or something.
made that shit all peaceful and shit. Nah.
Baby.
No, but like there's different ways that the village is making money. Like they're making like technological advancements and shit like that.
That's
and
wasting
like, you know,
money.
Yeah.
well,
We're not getting
I don't
anything
agree
out of
with that.
Better throw some ass back on the corner or something. I don't know. It's ways to make a dime. I don't know.
What the
Yeah, that's why Sarada's dressed the way she was.
Hey, listen, bro. I don't even know why you went there, bro. That's crazy.
Don't they have like
Tragic.
they've had cameras for like 30
I mean,
years?
that's
and
that's
wasn't,
kind of
like
where
one
you're going with that
episode
shit.
devoted to like
I was
Denki
talking about
making
adults,
like
son.
an air
Adults.
balloon? Wasn't like
She
a
dressing like an
great
adult, though.
scientific feat of that episode?
Bro, I don't watch filler verse.
Might have been a weather
Wait, what are you
balloon.
talking about?
When Denki made a balloon, like an air balloon, a weather balloon, he made something.
Yeah, episode 176.
Oh my god.
Bro, sorry, get off, bro, get off.
Fact check that shit real quick.
You know what? Yeah,
No,
sure.
Somebody gotta
I'm
call him on
confident
this
it's gonna
shit.
be right because it's Sauron. Of course.
What was
it's
the
right.
number?
176.
176. Yeah. Go to the midway point in the episode.
Point he said. Yeah, what
Motherfucker,
song is
he's
playing
right.
at this point, by the way?
He's
Since
right.
you would know.
This is ridiculous, man.
Wait, what are you talking about with a balloon?
He made a balloon.
Hey, y'all using the good old illegal.
Yeah,
What is
this
it?
should
Is
be
it a
the
weather
episode.
balloon? I forget what it is.
This-
Does it have to
this
do with
should-
the moon?
Yeah. This should be the episode where they're talking about closing off the village because of the threat of Kara and Kara enters being inside.
Yeah, because
Wait,
they were
play that-
super
what?
prepared for the Otsutsuki for 15 years. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Go
then
ahead,
the
play that
next
shit.
and then the next episode should be about like Inojin. And then the next episode should be about Yao. And then the next episode after that should be about Kara. Then the next episode after
This
that
character
should be about
shouldn't have
Vegito.
existed, bro.
Yo, where's Tsubaki, bro? She don't be doing nothing in the manga. She even canon?
No.
She doesn't exist.
Different continuity. No.
Bro,
Okay,
they
no,
should
the
kill
thing
off
with the
that
village
character.
being
Talk
ready
about
is
different
they didn't have to
continuity,
be
just
ready
make the
because
same
Naruto and
continuity
Sasuke were.
hard.
And they just believed in Naruto and Sasuke.
Yeah, okay. Look how that turned out.
Exactly.
Turned
Yeah, because they were
turned
wrong.
out- turned out
But here's the
perfectly.
thing, even if Shikamaru said he wasn't ready, they kind of were, because look when Momoshiki invaded, they effortlessly pulled off the evacuation plan and all that. Like, they all knew their roles. They all had what they were gonna do.
Bro, that was all
Yeah.
accidental, bro. They literally
Accidental?
had all the Kages and the
They
strongest people in the
accidentally
entire
all
world.
effortlessly pulled off
in the
exactly what they
village.
need to do without communication,
It's called plot.
without being given an order from their superiors either.
Literally, like the Okages were there, like everybody was there.
It's
so
called plot. It's
So we
called
can-
being written. That was written in.
that's
The
same as
writers
plot.
wrote.
That's what I mean. Plot.
Okay.
No,
Wait,
but that's
Okay,
not
so
Naruto
I'm
and
glad you
Sasuke.
agree then. There
Well,
you
it's
go.
not Naruto and Sasuke being prepared. It's something
Yeah,
lucky
it's just
that the
like literally
Hokage-
just
Okay,
lucky that
that's
they-
what I'm
they
saying.
attacked when
Not
everyone was in
only
the
did
village.
they not have to be prepared, but they were prepared anyway.
That's crazy,
So
bro.
Shikamaru was
That's
just
crazy.
lying. You're just saying that.
lying. Nani?
And even then, there were still other preparations. Like, they still had Danzo's thing. They still had the Byakugan hiding things, bomb, whatever. They still had
like that you
the
have to specify
Yamanaka
its
bubble.
Oh, I rewatched the Academy arc today. It's really
Okay.
good.
For him,
first one?
Awari's
The
OP.
Kawaki Academy arc.
Yeah, with Sumeri and Nui.
I do think it's good. I think people's perception of it was just they were like, this
Yeah.
is for children.
No, early Boruto, like the first, I'd argue the first like 80 episodes of Boruto are very solid.
80? Nah, that's a stretch.
That's a
Bro
little bit
said
of
80
a stretch.
episode. That's crazy.
That's a little bit of a
I
stretch.
did like the first arc, honestly.
It
I didn't
was
mind it.
con-
Like,
it
there's
was-
some things, yeah, but I liked when it started to pick up. I liked it.
Like there's nothing
Nah,
worth
like the
skipping.
first 10 episodes, the
on.
first 15 episodes are pretty good.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
okay,
what
but
y'all
after
talking about?
that, they go into the Shin arc. We're talking about
Boruto
the beginning of
episodes.
Boruto and like if it's good, and it is.
The
The
shit.
beginning of Boruto good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Sumeri arc and
The way
I
he
like
said
the
that, he
anime
does
stuff.
not agree with it.
I know.
Sumeri was so good they
Yeah.
added her into the manga, bro.
Dude,
Like,
the first arc is
not
like
that funny.
actually very good. It stands alone. Anyone could watch it and enjoy it. It's like a mystery thing.
Very.
It's also
and
introduction to the
Boruto-
world
Boruto-
and the characters.
and the thing is that it's kind of weird though. It kind of sidelines the Naruto plot, and it focuses on Boruto.
What do you
Sumeri.
mean it sidelines the Naruto plot? Boruto legit in one of the episodes goes, hate.
No, like it isn't focused on it. That's
Even
what I mean.
episode
No, they
1
give-
technically
they-
has
they-
that
they-
flash
they-
forward scene.
No, but they,
I mean, that's kind of the whole point of
They give
you know
brief mentions
Boruto Next Generations.
They
Like,
give
No,
brief-
you
supposed
don't
to
understand
be.
what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Boruto hating Naruto. That's the plot I'm not.
They give brief mentions
Oh.
towards him
Yeah.
disliking the role that Naruto is, basically him being Hokage, and they really specify and go out of their way multiple times ago, no, he doesn't hate Naruto, he hates the Hokage. And most people interpreted that as, oh, he hates Naruto. What a
They
bunch
also
of
have the
morons.
Jogan in the early
Not that
Boruto.
critiquing the series.
Ah,
Oh my lord.
Shogun.
That shit didn't do nothing for him, bro. That's crazy.
It's cool. It doesn't have to
I
do
think
They
he
still
gave
want-
him a
they-
power boost because
I've
when
had
he's
enough
fighting
of the
Nue,
Jogan
like
for
he had
one
to
line
beat the
time.
Jogan, he was getting beat, and
They-
he's like, "Yo, okay, let me do this."
Yeah, you know what else didn't do anything? Amaterasu. It's still freaking cool.
It's cap. It did
No,
a
it,
lot.
That's
of
not true.
It burned
That doesn't
Orochimaru's
show, bro.
snake when he was trying to escape.
Yeah, and it did. This
Oh, the
too.
fodder snake. Yeah.
It
Exactly.
gave Naruto an
It's the same
insane
arguments.
feat, bro. It gave Naruto an insane feat. Yes,
It,
What a useful ability. Wow.
Yeah, I remember
it
before-
forced Sasuke to use the substitution jutsu in his fight against Itachi.
That was a cool
whatever
sub. That was probably one of the coolest
Yeah.
subs ever.
For whatever that's worth, you know.
Plot.
Did a little something.
I mean,
plot.
normal fire in like episode 3, the bell test was vaporizing like rock. Amaterasu was just objectively weaker.
Cap.
It just is.
Amaterasu will legit be standing on top of rock and not burn it.
Yeah.
Because you have to
Well, see,
understand, it's a conscious technique, bro. It only burns.
I
when
think
it needs to burn.
I think it goes into a larger issue with like stuff like Amaterasu, just like introducing overpowered ass abilities. It's like
So
if
they
you introduce a
realized they
fucking
couldn't actually use.
Is it overpowered, though?
exactly, it's like, dude, if we have anyone important hit with this shit, like, what are we gonna do? You know what I mean?
Naruto
Like,
is gonna
nah.
throw it away. The boss.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. It's a dumb jutsu overall, like a fire that fucking destroys anything it touches. That's way too overpowered. They never should have introduced some shit like that.
That's kind of big. Doesn't every fire do that way? It's not a basic function.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you can always pour water on a fucking fire, or like, you know,
That's true.
extinguish it by like,
Yeah,
you know,
Amaterasu will just burn the
So
water.
hold on. No, but hold on.
Exactly.
What about the Amaterasu Naruto threw away that Sasuke fire? Is it still burning to this day?
No, it only
No,
lasts 7
because-
days and 7 nights, I think. Or a fortnight,
Yeah.
like, something
Okay.
like that.
Where
Well,
is
not-
which data book
It's
is
stated
that?
somewhere. I don't remember. It's probably a data
Okay,
book.
let's see.
Naruto
been in series, I don't
used Kurama's chakra to essentially like take the hit from that Amaterasu, so it didn't
Mhm.
actually touch him. It
Yeah, I
didn't
know.
actually touch him at all.
Okay, but it did touch him.
Yeah.
He globbed it off, but it touched him first.
Huh?
No, it didn't.
It touched him.
Dude, I think the dumbest scene of Amaterasu is when Madara just took off his clothes and then Sasuke
That
did
made
just
no
use
sense.
it again.
I have no
It
idea.
literally
all
made
he-
no
he
sense.
just gave up.
That
He
made
could've just
no
used it
sense.
again.
That's why I hate Uchihas, bro. They're all disgusting, bro.
He
Like,
probably could have used the Rinnegan ability
it's
even
like,
if he was blind.
whenever they're
He could
on
use
screen,
Susanoo.
He
they
was
literally
blind.
just like
He
break
couldn't
the
do it.
plot
He was
every
blind.
time.
Well, he could use
Like,
Susanoo. It's the same
What?
thing.
Yeah, but Susanoo is different. He didn't have his Rinnegan abilities before he got his Rinnegan bag.
Prove it.
He was literally
Literally
standing
why he
with
wanted it back.
Amaterasu
Oh, I
on his
didn't see
body,
it, so
and
it
it was
doesn't
just falling
exist.
off. Like it just does make sense.
How did it not spread to his?
I will say the one thing that really still annoys me to this day is the fact that Madara used the wrong Sharingan from Obito to get to the Kamui universe. Like that.
Well, I don't think that
fits
really
Well, no,
still-
mattered
Kakashi does
later
the
on.
same thing.
That
Because
shit
both
annoys me.
had Kamui.
Wasn't they? I'm sure both can access Kamui.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Well, both of them
Kakashi-
do access Kamui.
Kakashi was in Kamui when he before he like went back to the battlefield.
Yeah, Kakashi goes from Kamui to the real world solo like twice. Like he just
Yeah.
does it himself.
Yeah.
When?
So it's just like they both
after
can
Kakashi
factor in.
versus
The
Obito.
difference
He
is that
does it twice.
one is when it comes to offense, one is close range and one is short range, and one can.
I know.
freeze everything.
One is close
Obviously
range
Kakashi
and one is short range.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you can Kakashi can use the long range one to like take off Deidara's arm and stuff, and Obito like you can see when he's fighting Minato, he tries to like suck him in. And that's like a short range version of Kamui.
It like sucks him into his own eye with
Yeah.
Obito's. But the Kakashi one, it does it from.
I
a
love these
distance.
analogies.
What's an analogy? What is going on?
It's not even an analogy, but
I mean, I love these descriptors. Sorry.
I
Bro,
was
when
like,
Sauron get so pervy, bro?
Oh my
Damn, son.
god.
Ask Pervy Sage, man. He
Sorry,
started all
been on
that
Twitter
shit.
too much, bro. Is
The
getting
fact that
like
you had
all
to
that-
Actually, we need to
interpret
make
it
it.
as
Oodie,
pervy.
we need to
just
make a
looks
meme of
to
like.
you.
Bro got some
being
chest hair, now he
perverted or
feeling
something.
himself, bro. I rock with it though.
Oh, is it
Cool.
6? Oh, okay.
So Nabil says, I'm currently arguing with an idiot on Twitter that thinks Jigen barely best Naruto and Sasuke. Dude, that guy's such an idiot.
Probably Oodie.
Jigen got
He's
stamped
100%
on. Jigen got
correct.
slammed.
It's 100%.
Naruto and Sasuke, big W's there for that fight.
Technically, I think they
Bad
could
doing
beat
those
tournament B2 again without the horn state.
Yeah, I was about to say, Kamui was about to say, I feel like we've had this discussion before.
Hey, watch that video with
What
her.
the
That
fuck?
scared the
Oh,
crap
I
out
felt,
of me.
Wait,
I felt
Oodie,
like
now we can watch
literally
the Talky
terrified.
video because she's
My
here.
body just
We
came
could.
out of my soul and
I
then
literally
wanna
went
do
up
that?
my.
shaking, but I don't know what happened.
I kind of want to wait for Trippy for that one too, and you know why, Kamui.
No, dude, we want to wait for Trippy for all.
Yeah, but we can watch the
You're not
Kitamaki
waiting
one.
for Trippy.
You want to watch the Kitamaki one?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, let's
forgot
debunk a Kitamaki video.
Okay.
Yes,
Get rid of all these other tabs.
I'm sure he has some not based.
Oh,
opinions.
right. We forgot to react to the first video we were going to react to, by the way.
What's
always
new?
based-
I know I wasn't around to like keep y'all in line, so what's new?
Yeah,
Oh no 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 no!
Kamui,
no.
remember like
I've been
2 minutes
keeping
into the
us
stream when we said we were going to react to this
relatively
first?
online for the
Which
first.
one?
Yeah. Remember, you
Which one
guys share only
exactly?
one brain cell,
Don't even
so
remember.
Oh yeah.
No, I share my own brain cell.
I
have
share
one.
all of my brain
Why-
cells.
what,
I
you
mean, I keep
share-
all of my brain cells. I don't share
Oh,
I'm
mine.
still sharing
If
my
you
screen.
share, if you share your own brain cell, who are you sharing it with? I don't get it.
I think we're doing a great
Right,
job.
I'm about to stop editing so I can go take down the garbage, and then I mean, one second.
Dude, I gave you a panel. Let's see what panel this is.
Oh, you recycle? Man, you're such a good citizen. I appreciate you and your efforts.
Bro,
Cam
it's
space
2
right now.
a.m., bro. Why are you taking the trash out?
For real.
Well, I forgot, and it still needs to go
Oh,
down,
W.
and I'm not waking up in the
Sorry,
morning.
you
in
know
time
it's
to
not
go
2
Bro,
a.m.
them raccoons gonna pack you, bro. You better be careful.
Sorry,
Mm.
different time
I
zone.
live in a gated that's
Nah,
actually,
see, I don't,
they still show up.
So you
I
live in
don't,
a
I
gated
don't take the
community?
trash out this late, bro. That pack me up, bro.
Sauron's brainwashed by society by thinking he's safe.
Well,
What?
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Alright, on my
brainwashed
screen
by
I have
society
Kakashi
because he
using
thinks
Kamui
he's
to
safe.
teleport
Bro,
out of Kamui.
the state Sauron lives in is even worse. I ain't
Sauron's-
gonna put Boyd's info out there,
What?
but you in the
What?
worst state ever, bro.
God
Oh
Better be
my
careful.
goodness.
Florida, yeah,
Oh
Florida's
my
something.
goodness.
He literally right after he said he's not putting his info out there.
Yeah, don't get stolen.
Florida.
This doesn't make any sense.
You gonna have a fucking what do y'all got over crocodiles? You gonna have to jump your ass outside, bro.
Literally 2 seconds.
Sauron, how hot was it today in Florida? It got to over 100 today in Georgia.
Yeah, I was like, it's always over 100 here in Texas.
It was about 100
Like,
it was about
110, 106. Like, it's to 93, and I'm like, oh, freedom.
Yeah,
was
but
100
Cam, let's remember that the storm barreled through South Texas today, and they knew
I'm
this.
in North Texas, so I didn't feel shit. Okay.
For most of last week, it was about 111 degrees with humidity.
Yeah. Same.
Look at it
It's
this
been
way,
hell.
Cam. It was probably more humid for you then, which means the temperature was higher, but that means it was actually lower. It just felt higher. So therefore, the temperature
the
was
humidity.
lower.
No, okay, the humidity fucks with my hair, and I don't appreciate it.
By what I mean by 111 degrees with humidity, I mean without it, it was 100.
Yeah, and then the humidity, it's like so heavy. It just makes everything feel worse. It just puts me in a grumpy mood. It makes me so mad.
I legit go outside, and I'm like full of energy, and then like 30 minutes after I'm done taking out my dogs, I get extremely tired.
But
Yeah,
that shit
like, I've
happened to
been-
me. The pizza man came. I went out there to get the pizza, bro. He was like, "It's hot out here, ain't it?" I was like, "Bruh." I had a whole conversation with the pizza man about that shit. It's hot, man.
Yeah, like we're like in Texas, we're all turning into vampires. Like we only go outside like when the sun's down.
Cam, do you still have the picture of the cake? It'd be funny to post that in chat.
Oh, maybe.
Yo, kiddo, you still here, bro?
Find it.
Oh yeah, I'm still.
Do you think Mitsuki's gay?
Oh my god.
What?
He gives me like bisexual vibes actually.
Gives
So
me asexual vibes.
I think.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with
Yeah,
Sauron
that's-
on this one.
I think
Asexual,
Wait,
bisexual.
Do you think Mitsuki's gay, and do you think Kawaki's homosexual? I'm not homosexual.
What?
I don't think.
Homophobic, yeah.
I don't
What?
think
Wait,
Mitsuki is.
no.
I think he just
Where
lacks
is this
emotional.
going?
And-
Mitsuki's
like-
just weird.
yeah, Mitsuki's like, you're the sun, right? I'm like, that boy is not the sun, okay? Like he is.
He
He's a
literally
devil
has the sun
himself.
in his eye.
The inverted
He's a
sun.
devil himself.
He's remembering a different Kawaki that wasn't Kawaki.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Kawaki's
Kawaki
just
said, he's a
something.
perv, bro. Like he's
I thought that was hilarious.
That's
I
not
love
homo-
homophobic though. That's just
That was so
accurate, if
rude.
anything.
that's super homophobic, bro.
How? You know what? We probably shouldn't get into how.
I don't know. I just made it like this Mitsuki Kawaki video. So it was fresh on my mind. I was curious.
Oh god.
What's that about how homophobic he is?
Well, I have
The
one
whole
coming
video,
up about
the
that.
whole video is just
Wait.
how gay is
There you
Mitsuki
go.
and how homophobic is Kawaki.
Go.
That's the whole video.
I'm gonna call this out the hidden love story, fucking Mitsuki and Kawaki
I
or some
shouldn't have
shit.
done that. Oh, I got a time.
You stepped in the Lego, bro. You good?
Get a cramp?
Nah, bro, I kicked this dude down in the box, bro.
What? Hang on. You mean like in the video game you're playing, or like you kicked a dude down into the box?
Nah, he scored, bro.
Okay,
like
so
an
it's the
actual
video.
human being?
Yeah, he just
Nah,
kicked
bro,
the kid.
football, man.
Okay. I thought he folded a brother up in a box, bro. It's like,
I wasn't
"God
gonna
damn."
say anything. I was like, you know what? The guy
Monster.
probably deserved it. I was gonna let it pass.
So where you at, Jamaica? Yeah, they be doing shit different up there, bro.
I legit thought he was talking about a real person.
Oh my god, Cam, do you think this is Mitsuki's son?
yeah, honestly, yeah. Maybe that's what he really means. Because yes, that's Kawaki.
You know, this is kind of random, but I thought it would be hilarious if when Orochimaru had the thing like showing Mitsuki who the son was, if it was just Jiraiya's book. It was
Oh my god.
like Mitsuki just reading Make Out Paradise. That's the son.
Hey, all I'm saying, if
That's
this
why
is
he's a perv
Mitsuki's son,
now.
I think this is cacking. It's packing some cake.
Mitsuki, bro, come on, Mitsuki.
What? What type?
Alright, let's react to Kitamaki's video.
What
Okay,
type of
okay, bro.
cake? Would I be
I
interested
think-
in it?
Okay, I'm not interested in Kitomaki's video, so I'm gonna go.
Oh,
Oof.
that's crazy.
I'm just kidding. I'm just being mean on purpose.
Okay.
Okay, bye
Don't
guys.
watch my video, bro.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
You should come back for the Itachi video if it's not 9 a.m.
No,
like we're
don't
done
ever
with this
come
one.
back here.
It's not
They're
9 a.m.
atrocious.
Man, remember when this was
I'm
gonna be a
getting
quick stream,
cooked,
Kamui?
boys.
Because Trippy made?
Well, did we ever? No, we
Not
said it was
my
gonna be a
day.
chill stream. We never said it was gonna be quick.
True.
Oh my god.
It's been
I'm sorry, I
nothing
made your guys'
like
stream
that.
a little longer.
Okay.
Do
No,
y'all ever,
we
do
just
y'all
do
ever
that
even
anyway.
have quick streams? Do y'all ever even have quick streams?
Nah.
Exactly.
Well, we
What's
do
our
when the
shortest,
streams
like,
get
4
cut
hours?
off and end.
Streams
Yeah.
are only long because Oodie is
So what
very
is our
indecisive.
objectively shortest podcast session? Like 4 hours?
10 minutes. Oh, session. Probably 4 hours, yeah. Well, no, it's the Attack on Titan one, like the second stream we ever did, but you weren't on that one.
Oh, the one that I wasn't there for.
Yeah. Isn't that telling, Kamui?
Yes, I think we know who the culprit is.
The one stream.
Oodie needs someone to argue with.
The
Oodie needs
shortest
someone to
stream is the one
argue
I'm not there. Yeah.
Hey,
I'll
but
take the
hey,
blame.
me and Kamui were able to keep Ood on track for majority of the stream, so this worked.
Oh, there you go. Something like that.
See, I have value.
Okay. Back to Kitabaki's video, I guess.
However, you can't hope to fix these issues if
Bro,
you
you've
don't
been trying
address
to
them
play
in the
this shit
first
for, like,
place, which is
fucking
exactly what I'm going to do in
15
today's
minutes.
video.
Not
The focus,
wrong.
of course, being the villains or antagonists
the
who I
usual
believe
for
are
us.
just as
Remember-
important
don't-
as the protagonists
I
when
remember
it
we
comes to
watched
the
that
quality
Rock Lee video, and we reacted to a 9-minute video for like 6 hours or some nonsense.
Kitamaki, did you
or
have a
depth
clip
of
that
your
was in 240?
story.
Bro, he's
Kitamaki-
I don't know.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around what this sentence even is.
What sentence?
So,
Wait, you're playing the video?
yeah, I'm
Wow.
playing the video. Okay.
Y'all leave kiddo
I
alone,
can't hear it.
man. What y'all doing to this man?
Like, it sounds
No,
great.
no.
It's maybe it's just too big brain for me to
Wait,
comprehend.
Oodie, I can't hear the video from your Discord.
God dang it.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
even know he was playing that shit.
Okay, let me restream.
I can see the subtitles on
There we go.
stream, but I
Yeah.
can't hear.
Oh, it has subtitles? That's weird.
Okay, I'm restreaming.
Yeah, but I'm sure the subtitles are gonna be all wrong because you have an accent, and even with like, if you don't, they're still wrong. So I feel
That's
like
true.
it's just gonna be really bad.
No matter what your accent is, they're always wrong.
Yeah, like I don't know if it helps or doesn't help. I assume it just makes it harder, but either way, it's really bad because we talk about Japanese words in our videos. So
Okay,
I'm
so
done, bro. I'm not done.
for reference, so this sentence is, it's the context is it's what
ain't
you're
no way
going
you're
to be
reading that
doing
subtitle,
in
bro.
today's video. So what you are going to be doing in today's video
The focus,
is,
of course, being the villains or antagonists who I believe are
So the focus of today's video is the villains or antagonists. Okay, so the focus is the antagonists who you believe
just as important
are
as
just
the
as
protagonist
important as the protagonist
when it comes to the quality or depth
when it
of
comes to the
your
quality
story.
or depth of your story.
Oof, I'm getting cooked.
I feel like this
Yeah,
is
what?
three
Yeah, what?
different sentences mixed into one, just mashed potato style. It just became
I had
something
mashed
that isn't a
potatoes earlier
sentence.
today. They were really
Mashed
good. So it's
potato,
not a
right?
bad
Right?
thing.
Yeah, mashed potatoes are
Porridge.
really good.
Cap.
Okay, so what are you saying with this? What are you doing in this video? Just a recap.
Bro, just play the
Finish
fuck
the
if you're
re-edit
gonna
of this
play.
AMV.
Okay, so
Take
just
down
making
the
sure.
things.
Talking about the antagonists who are you believe are
he
as
believes-
important
So
as the
he,
protagonist.
he believes
I
they're
believe.
just as important as the protagonist. Doesn't mean he thinks they're good.
Okay,
So he
but
thinks
the
Ishiki is just
antagonists.
as important as a protagonist.
Okay, but the antagonists. So that's all the antagonists who are just as
What?
important. So
Yeah.
all the antagonists have equal importance, and that importance is the same importance as the
Bro, what are you
protagonist,
talking
of
about,
which
bro?
changes as well. There's more than one protagonist.
He's talking to the screenwriter. He's not wrong. Like the antagonist is just as important as the protagonist.
Come on.
Why is Ishiki got that shit on his face, bro? Like on his eyebrows, on his chin. What is that, bro?
Diego
Bro, he a
Padre
whole
said it's
alien,
hair.
bro.
I just want to
Bro.
peel that shit off and see what happens.
That's what he said too. Okay, play
when
movie.
it comes to the
I mean,
quality or
Naruto
depth
does
of your
peel it off
story.
in the manga.
Okay, but also when
Ah,
it comes to the quality
dude.
or depth of your, this is just completely extra. You don't need to say that.
Bro, I'm being extra, bro.
I
Let's
know.
go.
I'm glad we agree. Okay.
Let's
Now,
go.
this isn't going to be a video of me comparing the philosophy of Boruto villains to the layered antagonists we had in Naruto. I'm more so focusing on the decisions made by these characters in the story that doesn't lend favorably to their intelligence levels. In fact,
Okay, that has
All
nothing
right.
to do with being a villain.
What do you mean?
Hedon's an idiot. He's a great villain.
Cap.
Okay.
Say cap.
Let's go.
Well, I
Hidan
think-
moves the
I
story
mean,
forward.
Well, I don't think that's
very
I don't think he just meant
proactive.
are they stupid or smart. I think what he was getting at is like if they're smart but do stupid things.
Okay, Hidan did stupid things.
But nobody said
Bro,
Hidan was smart.
I
Bro,
think
literally
Ishiki's
didn't hear
smart, bro.
anything Kamui said.
Okay, let's look at what Ishiki did. He lost his karma, so he immediately went to the village to go put it back on Kawaki. Is that smart or
Immediately.
dumb?
Oh, that's what happened.
I
Yeah,
kind of
that's what
expected him to
happened.
bring up the fact that Ashiki never spawns rods in people's
I
eyes
thought
and
he
brains, but
fought
which I
Kashi
support.
Yeah, he was just bullshitting with Koji for a minute.
Immediately is a stretch. But okay.
Okay. They arguably in the Daikokuten realm, so it was immediately.
Sure.
Can't prove me wrong.
Bro said Daikokuten realm, what?
Let's play
I
the
would
mean,
say
we
these
still got-
characters are
we
outright
still-
brainless, empty-headed morons who shouldn't have been
Jesus
introduced into the
Christ.
story at all,
Damn.
or at the very least,
Shouldn't have been introduced into the story at all. Okay, so what villains should we have got? Because these characters
We
are
should
no
have
longer
gotten
introduced.
Kaguya again, bro.
Kaguya again. So
What?
do you mean like
Ew.
like 4 or 5? How many villains are there in Boruto? Like 4 or 5 times is what you're saying then? Kaguya 4 or 5 more
She
times.
should've
You
been
having Kaguya
just
die and
just
come
her
back?
alone, just one villain, just her. alone.
Okay, but
Should've
doesn't
been
Kaguya
Sasuke.
do
Not
some
dead.
dumb things too, based on your merit here?
Nah, she was smart.
Yeah, how? What did she do?
Everything correctly.
Okay.
they should have been
Bro,
better written, which we're going to get into as well. Now, today we'll be
literally
focusing.
had to be told by this fucking spawn ass creature
Dude, her
to
own poop.
separate
No,
Naruto
that's her
from
own-
Sasuke.
Told her what
That's
to
her
do.
own intelligence, to be fair.
Yeah, and she thought she
she's
could
not
take the
better
chakra back from
intelligence.
Naruto and Sasuke. Then she realized she just
That's her
put it.
will incarnate.
It's literally her. So
Technically,
she's
it's her
being told
karma
by
cell,
herself.
but that's just my
I mean-
conspiracy theory.
Technically, yes, but no.
By the way,
I-
look at the
she-
freeze frame I paused on Jigen here. This looks so derpy.
That's actually one of the best scenes in Boruto, bro.
Jigen looks like he's eating mashed potatoes in this scene. That's all I'm
But
saying.
they use the soft shading. on
What
it.
does that even mean, bro?
The video.
On Jigen/Ishiki Otsutsuki, as I truly believe that he's up there in the running for the
Wait,
most
pause it real quick.
imbecilic villain in
Yeah,
the.
it is Shikio. Is that like a town?
Oh yeah, I saw that too. Jigen or Shikio.
Yo, look how prepared Konoha is. That's crazy.
Yeah, look at how there's no citizens. Almost like they were evacuated or something. Yeah, that is crazy, isn't it?
Nah, bro,
Mm.
it's hot
That
outside,
shows-
bro.
That
Yeah.
shows how long.
What
Yeah.
time of
Get
year
to
is
the
it? We
village,
could
right?
probably deduce that based on
Who
birthdays.
said immediately?
Is Sauron here?
I
Hey,
think
there is
they
Daikokuten.
already
It was
did. I'm
immediately.
pretty sure they already evacuated. Oh no, they didn't in the
Village is
manga.
That's-
Like, in
literally
the anime.
Yeah,
evacuated,
that's
like,
just-
In the
everyone's
anime,
gone.
did they evacuate beforehand though?
That's just
Nah, bro.
upselling
This
how
inside
good
with
their
the AC.
evacuation was. It was so good,
Bro,
they
stop it.
evacuated
That's like-
before
that's like-
Ishiki could
Bro,
immediately do something. That's
literally
negative
like Minato
time.
teleporting everyone in the war from out of Jupiter's sector. That's
Proactive.
literally the speed you're talking about here.
Yeah, no, I'm talking faster
Bro,
than that, actually.
Instantaneous movement, bro.
Yeah.
Oodie, bro, like, dude pulled up and Shikamaru said, I got nothing, bro. He had no fucking plan at all, bro. He just said, go die and buy me time, bro. That was it.
No, but here's the thing. He also said that against Code, but then he reacted by letting Code put the claw mark on his back. That was just Shikamaru's
I
big
mean,
brain play.
He
Not a
literally pulled up
reaction.
and got
He
caught.
didn't let,
Yeah, he was just
shit happen,
waiting
bro.
for
He literally
Ishiki
got-
to
It
put
just
the
happened,
karma
and he
on his
used
back.
it to his advantage.
He just acted like he didn't know he had the karma. He didn't let him put it on him.
I know, right? What happened if he died, bro? Like, how?
Yeah, he just
Twitter.
popped his neck open, you know. Like, okay.
You would have just said what a drag.
They
Like if
did
Code
it.
just killed him when Naruto moved like he said he would, what is Shikamaru doing?
I mean, Naruto was
Fine,
just
I guess.
objectively moving, and Code didn't kill him, so...
That's because Code didn't actually care if Shikamaru was dead. That's why. His
He
threat
just
didn't
didn't want
work.
Naruto to pack him up. I don't care.
Did Shikamaru feel the claw mark? Not the claw, the well, yeah, I guess it is the claw mark going on his back.
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
I don't know, it's
In
so
this latest
weird, dude.
chapter,
It literally looked like
they didn't
belts.
feel it.
Like, how do
Yeah.
you not just notice this belt on your neck? Like in this latest chapter, these guys just don't feel like, oh, there's like this big black
It's
thing
like
on
a
my neck.
tattoo.
Like,
It's
He's
not
like
on
a
their
dude.
neck,
Code
it's on
slashed
their
blood
back,
with-
which is covered by their clothes. How does that work?
Wait, what?
He shot it
Oh,
through their
okay.
clothes, or he like bank shot the angle or something, like Itachi training kunai
Nah, maybe
style.
he just like had a really good upward angle or something. I don't know.
He was having a bath
Doing
outside.
Itachi's training with the kunai.
It must be
Maybe-
difficult because they all got their collar pop like Ishiki.
Itachi, he does
I don't know.
the claw mark trick where he's just throwing claw marks. They
Oh, it's
smack it.
impossible for Itachi, bro. That fucking collar is high. It's a wrap.
Mhm.
Crazy. Is this a solar
Wait,
panel?
don't-
What is this?
You gonna play this video, bro?
Entire franchise. Yes, I said franchise. Now this might sound outrageous, but I can say with 99% certainty that you will agree
Wait.
by the end.
Do you think he's worse than Urashiki?
Urashiki
Hell
is,
no.
is he canon, bro?
Yes.
Well, I'm doing manga villains.
He's in the anime continuity that we've been
Not the manga,
discussing.
though.
So
Not the manga. I'm only doing manga.
okay. I
You
still
put
think Ko's
Sasuke and
worse.
Garo on the shirt, so I don't know.
If he's not in the manga, he's not canon.
You guys hear me?
But he's not canon to
Yeah, I
the
guess you
manga.
can't. Okay, so
Yo, is that
Screen
Shikamaru
Dude, if
again?
the manga
But I'm
keeps
guessing
contradicting
they
the
can't
anime,
hear me.
I'm gonna have to start like
No, they can't.
just hating
Okay.
it. Like
I'm gonna have to.
'cause
read it.
I'm getting pissed with this shit, dude.
Canon, bro. It's pretty
What's
obvious.
going on with boot screen, bro? What is this?
Yeah, my microphone unplugged. I had to replug it in, then it messed up on Discord. So yeah, I have to reshare now.
I mean, isn't
Might
that whole time travel shit
There we go.
basically filler bullshit anyway?
No, it's
Well,
written by
okay.
Kishimoto, and it's the 20th anniversary special.
I don't think the whole thing was written by him. I think the idea
That
was
ain't-
proposed by him,
that ain't-
and then the anime wrote it.
Urashiki is also
Yeah.
canon to the movie, written for the movie,
Cap.
which is not even Boruto. The movie is a
Didn't
Naruto
make-
movie.
That's like me. Nah, he didn't make the cut. So it's not.
No, there's no proof that was the plan that he had for Urashiki in the movie.
Wait.
Also,
Wait.
well, Urashiki was
Talking
supposed to be the leader
He
in
was
the
gonna
movie,
be in
not
the
Momoshiki.
movie, but he wasn't necessarily
Brother,
going to do
not
the back
Urashiki
and
canon.
time nonsense.
But also, Urashiki is in the Kaguya flashback, also written by Kishimoto
Yeah,
and
that was
Shippuden.
written by Studio Piro, bro.
Prove it.
No, he was.
Who has the buddy?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
present me a
okay.
name then, Keto. I'm presenting
Sorry.
Kishimoto. Present me a name.
I'm
I
pretty
saw
sure,
a tweet that dude saying,
pretty sure he
Studio
had
Piro
involvement,
writing
but
Boruto using ChatGPT.
That doesn't exist in the.
That is the funniest shit I've ever seen. God.
Yo, do you think people call Kishimoto Masashi? It's like, hey, what's up, Masashi? How you doing today?
That never happened.
Play the video.
End of this video. Now the first thing we need to do is establish character motivation, as in
Low-key
what's
a
his
funny
goal
ass
in the
name,
story.
bro.
Well, in order to do that,
Oh yeah.
Masashi.
By the way, earlier you said it's not going to be the whole franchise. Now you're saying it's the whole franchise in this video. What's up with that?
Cap, that's not what I said,
It's close enough.
bro.
you need to know what happened in his past. So let's start there. Now, based on what's
Okay, why do we need to know what happened in their past?
Bro, watch the
Because
video.
I'm going to tell you.
Bro, you
Okay.
be
explained to
chopping
us
that
by
shit up.
Amado,
like,
Ishiki
every
came to the
6
planet 1,000 years ago alongside
what we do
Kaguya,
here.
since Yotsutsuki traveled.
Okay, so you're explaining what happened in their past. So we got their past. He came
I
to our
mean, let's
planet
be-
long
let's be
ago. That's
honest.
his backstory.
Let's be honest. We're not watching 27 minutes of this shit. You can just summarize.
Well,
this,
technically
bro.
27:55.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
watching any. of this shit.
we're watching more.
Oh,
than
is that when
Alright.
Ishiki got put on the shirt by Kaguya? That's crazy. Damn.
In base.
Well, technically that's the next panel, not this one.
Kinamaki, can you explain this character,
In
Yasu
pairs.
Suzuki?
Their goal was to
Yasu-
plant
What
the
happened to the
divine
video? Why is there
tree
no
harvest
sound?
its
Oh, wait, it's
proper
probably my
fruit.
audio.
But for
I'm
some
done.
unknown
Yasuo,
reason,
okay,
Kaguya
good.
turned against Ishiki and attacked him while he was off guard. She did enough damage to him that he was left on the verge of death.
We can
However,
skip this part. It's just
Bro,
history.
bro, Mello, you agree with
We're not
you
skipping a
agree with
single
Keto,
second.
right?
all the Yotsutsuki
I agree with.
are
I can't even
relative.
hear what he's
That's what I
saying, bro.
agree.
Your volume's so low.
Okay, but you agree
Oh,
with
no.
what Keto said
He
in
probably has to
general.
top the-
And so
top
you
the
said we
video and
joined.
then turn it up.
Because what Keto just said, off
What did
guard,
I say, bro? I'm literally reading the panels. bro.
turned against
There's
Ishiki
nothing
and
to
attacked
disagree
him
with.
while he was off guard.
It's literally said it on the panel, bro. Like,
Okay,
off
no, I'm
guard.
saying
What
this
do
for
you want me
Mello.
to
No, I'm
say?
agreeing with you. I'm
Wait,
agreeing with you.
Why do people keep thinking I don't think she caught she caught him off guard? Like, what are you talking about? Never once in my life said that didn't happen.
All right, moving on.
Damage to him that he was left on the verge of death. However, he managed to survive by taking over the body of a
Hey, we're going through the
monk
video.
called
It's going
Jigen.
fast.
He did this by shrinking himself to a very small size,
Gigan.
using
No,
the
Gabriel, we
ability
do
called
not agree with that
Sukuna
guy. Only
Hikona.
Oodie
He
would,
then flew
but
into
nobody else
Jigen's head and connected his lower body to his brain in order to feed off his nutrients. He did this because he was too
literally just
weak to
reading
implant
lore, bro.
What's up?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you ain't got to react to this part.
bro.
Oh, we're going to react to
Kidomaki.
it.
Okay,
Fuck.
we'll skip ahead
That
5
even-
seconds.
Like, y'all can watch it if you want to or not.
You know, we'll watch it 2
Bro,
times speed
I'm-
just to speed
I'm
through it.
editing, bro.
To this day, Ishiki still lives within Jigen's head, feeding off his nutrients and parasites. Only now he has full control over Jigen's body. It's also confirmed that Ishiki was able to implant karma on Jigen after regaining his strength sometime down the line. By the way, karma
I'm reacting to the stupid subtitles.
basically allows Onosuzuki to resurrect in a suitable vessel. This is done by backing up their digitized data to a chip, which is then implanted
Oh,
into the
awesome, make it.
vessel. The data then extracts over time until the person is 100% Otsutsuki, thus allowing the Otsutsuki to resurrect in their body upon dying. Now, Ishiki's case is very special since he had a very hard time finding a perfect vessel.
I heard
one
he
that was
liked what
compatible
he
and
saw.
could handle his immense power. Jigen
Yeah,
wasn't
he
that guy,
did.
since even though he was compatible with karma and Ishiki,
Oodie,
he
did
was
you
able to
increase the
himself in his
speed on
form.
this shit, bruh?
Oh yeah, 2 times.
Feeding through
Easy.
the
His
history
and
shit.
Shiki
You
that
don't
he would
need to
die
I
react.
later
like
if he revived.
physically was agitated looking at it. So
Wait, hold on, stop.
You say as I'm paused.
It takes matters into my own hands.
Where is this? I don't even know where this is. What am I saying here?
Is
don't
Kawaki
even-
gonna get that shit on his face like Ishiki?
He don't even remember recording this video.
Oh god.
Why does
This
Kawaki's
is
karma
what
look? Why does Kawaki's karma look so different than Jigen's karma?
Because he's the
Despite
goat.
Everyone's
Do
karma
Do they?
looks
They're both
different.
diamonds.
No, they do look different.
Yeah,
Look at
Okay,
their
you mean when they're
karma, like,
activated?
their
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
but
like
this
a
is
vessel
distinctly
thing.
different when they
It should be
spread.
a vessel thing.
Yeah, get this video
Yeah.
off, bro. Get this video off.
I think this is a vessel specific.
Maybe you
not
need
the
more
Otsutsuki.
markings because Jigen's body's weaker.
But why does he have 2?
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe I don't. I think, but either
But
way,
he
that
has
would
no
just
dojutsu,
imply it's a
so
vessel
tragic.
specific thing.
Bro, still scored.
Okay, but what about this? This is also whatever you say bad about Ishiki doesn't apply because Ishiki is saying that Jigen isn't even worthy of being Ishiki's vessel because he's a defective failure. So when he revives into
I don't know
Jigen,
what you're arguing against right
the
now.
Ishiki only loses because Jigen was a defective failure. So that's Jigen is an L villain.
What about Ishiki?
Jigen the monk. Now Ishiki's a W because he's worthy of being Ishiki.
No, but what about
Yeah, this
after
is
he
kind of random.
resurrects?
I still find it
Don't-
weird
don't
how
even
Jigen's
make
karma
sense.
spreads to both sides.
Did you,
It just
did you
doesn't
say?
apply to
Did
boards
you just say
like Walky.
Ishiki's a W because Ishiki's worthy of being Ishiki? Did I just hear that?
Exactly. Yeah, well Ishiki says it right here.
That shit don't even make sense.
Motherfucker, what does that even mean?
Bro, just
So
he just be saying.
So Jigen the monk is the villain, not Jigen Otsutsuki. Because Jigen Otsutsuki isn't a villain. He's a defective
What is
failure
the definition of you just talking?
for the vessel.
He's just he's a vessel.
Talking to Tom, bro.
See, Ishiki should have used Ten Tails Jinchuriki Madara as his vessel like Kaguya. He might have lasted longer.
Bro, the series would have been over a long time ago. Then that shit would have ended.
Yeah,
That
why
shit
didn't
would've
Ishiki just change the stone tablet to something else so that it would work in his favor instead of Black Stat's
Well,
favor?
that's the thing. We know absolutely nothing about what the heck he was doing because the writers are like, I mean, we could give lore, but that just takes too much work.
Man,
Dude,
they
no,
should
it's
just put
canon,
a
bro.
karma on
Just
like the
until
hologram
later
of the
on.
stone tablet.
Now
What would've
Boruto
made
went
more
back in the
s-
past, bro, and fucked up the timeline, and then fucking Ishiki came about. That's why.
What would have made sense
Ishiki
is
time
if,
traveled, bro. Really did.
what would have made sense is if they had at least their narrative purpose was like, let's say Kaguya had trapped Ishiki in like some kind of I don't know, either some parallel dimension or universe to where like he wasn't active and then something set him off to where he was able to escape or some shit. That would have been better as opposed to trying to explain what the fuck he's been doing the past 1,000 years.
That's true, bro.
What if he
Yeah.
was
I
just
wouldn't mind that,
sleeping
but-
in a pod like
Yeah.
Damon and Ada were?
Bro,
Yeah,
you
maybe
guys have
she
to
could
look
re-
at it, bro.
Unlikely.
Even that
time
even
traveled.
that
Otherwise,
would
the
have been
bottom
better.
would have
Into
had
the
to have
future,
found
bro.
Jigen
That's
rather
what
than
we
the
did.
other way around.
You know what? I have like a perfect idea. Like it could have
Possible.
been like she created like a jutsu to where like if he dies twice, he can get unsealed.
The thing is, Kamui, as ridiculous as that, I could
Specifically
imagine the
twice.
writers genuinely making that the explanation.
Never.
Making what that he went in the pod.
Yeah, and that Amado found him.
That would have been better.
Or he just.
I mean, I don't mind the
went
idea of
into
Amado finding him
Daikokuten
at
and
all,
froze himself.
but they just have to say that.
Yeah, because that doesn't do anything bad for
He
Jigen.
hid for 1,000 years, bro. That's tragic.
Wait, what if the reason why Jigen didn't age is because he was in the timeless dimension?
W.
But he doesn't seem to be affected by it, based off of this latest chapter. I would imagine.
Maybe it doesn't freeze him, but since time itself doesn't pass, like,
Maybe.
Yeah, what if
maybe
Jigen just went to Daikokuten and then didn't realize how many years had passed? He's like, oh shit, dude, it's been 2,000 years? No, I gotta get a move on that.
he
You know,
might
this
be
is
able to freeze
proof.
Jigen's body,
That
but Ishiki might be
unironically
immune.
makes a lot more sense.
This is proof right here that Ishiki did it instantly because Otsutsuki can move in a timeless dimension. They are infinite speed. Speed is distance over time, so because he can move infinite speed, he moved in time 0.
Bro, I knew it was only a matter of time, bro.
But it's not, he's not moving infinitely fast.
that
It's just
literally
immune.
happened in
Bro,
the
what if-
spoilers
It just
drop,
doesn't
bro.
do it.
Hello, the amount of
Bro,
people
what
that
if-
have.
What if he was just taking a
I've
nap?
been
Like,
battling the fight.
Yeah, we don't know how long Otsutsuki sleep. Like, humans sleep for like 8 hours. How long do Otsutsuki sleep for?
Yeah,
Beer sleeps
like
for a couple of
8,000
years.
years.
8 hours, bro.
Yeah,
like think about it, right?
just took a nap.
Like Beerus will sleep for how long?
Exactly.
Like what, 40 years or some shit like that. But that's like a nap for him. Like what if it's like something similar to like Ishiki, where he like just took a nap real quick, and 1,000 years is
And
like
he went
work.
hibernating. He stuffed
Yeah.
his face full of like
Jigen actually
acorns
in
and then
the
went to
anime
sleep.
and manga went hibernating on multiple occasions. He would just
There
sleep.
we go.
It's like using a model stuff, right?
Dude, those freaking
What is
chakra
this?
pills
What
look
is
like
that? What is
grapes.
that black shit on his belly, bro? That's what I meant. Black shit on his stomach. What is that?
I don't know. What is it that cracks? What even is it? It's like a glass.
Yeah.
And we still haven't gotten an
He
explanation.
had it before he
Of
met
what that
Amado,
is.
by the way. Just letting you know.
It's like the first thing that cracks too.
Because when he met Amado in the manga, he had it on.
Maybe just something the monk already had.
No.
What if the
I
monk
don't
was like a
know.
Joshinist? And
Interesting.
Joshin is stored
bro.
within the glass. So when Naruto and Sasuke cracked the glass, they almost released Joshin.
Or they did release Josh.
Ooh,
There you go.
I like the theory.
Joshi just evaporated out of it.
Kali used his body to resurrect himself in his true form. Jigen's body just couldn't handle Ishiki's full power. In fact, it's stated by Amado and Ishiki that he would die within a few days if he revived himself through Jigen. So naturally, Ishiki needed to find...
So this is another thing, by the way. I don't think I know it's been like 2 seconds. I don't think Ishiki's lifespan is linked to his chakra.
Cap.
I agree.
Literally,
It's, well,
bar
it's
him
a
over.
link, but it's not what you think. The reason why his lifespan's short is because he has too much chakra for a Jigen's body.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean
His
like barring him,
body
like
is dying
literally.
because he has too much chakra, not because he has too little.
He just
Yeah.
has immense
No,
power,
well,
regardless
no,
of
well,
chakra.
when it comes to like barring mode though, like barring mode is
His
literally
existence.
siphoning his life by.
No,
siphoning his
no.
chakra.
They don't say siphoning his chakra. It's just shaving off the life force.
Exactly. So that
Wait,
helps us in that case.
But
He's
they,
not
but they
using
literally
much.
Chakra
explained
is-
what was happening.
Yeah, chakra is life.
Like we got an anime
No, it's
only
not- it's
scene
not-
of him
chakra
looking
isn't
with the
life
Byakugan
force.
at
They're
his
correlated,
shrinking
but they're
chakra.
not the same thing.
But like we also know that Ishiki wasn't able to put the karma on Jigen at first because it takes a lot of chakra to do that Shinjutsu. He was able to put the karma on Kawaki's clone at the end, implying he had a lot of chakra left. Like moments before he
yeah,
died.
Fucked him up, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, and he didn't have much life force left. He was almost out of life force.
But I mean, like he was in
Chakra.
way worse condition versus Kaguya than.
Was he? How many seconds of life did he have left?
Bro, he literally like had like his testicles outside, man. I
What?
think he was doing pretty good.
Fuck are you
Alright, we're playing the video.
Another vessel, and that's where Kawaki comes in. You see, based on what we're
Yeah,
told,
look
it
at
appears
where-
that Ishiki,
like,
who
look
now
at where
exists
he
within the
was
brain of
cut.
Jigen, has been searching for a new vessel for over 1,000 years. Since it's been that long since the incident with Kaguya, we know for a fact that he only
Bro,
started
you're
the
sick.
organization known as Kara a little under 12 years ago, since it stated.
Okay, so another thing. So we talked about the thing on his stomach. What is his like almost scarf looking seal thing?
Scarf?
Not scarf.
That's
It's
just
like a
outfit.
wooden
It's just
scarf.
fashion, bro.
Nah.
No,
This
but
is
I
a
want to know.
seal.
No, this is what I want to know. Why does
Wait,
Jigen have
but it-
two Ishiki
Wait,
eyes?
Mellow, but it cracks. It can't just be fashion.
I don't know what you
Makes
said.
no sense.
Doesn't that?
You
tank-
said two Ishiki eyes. What you
Doesn't
mean?
that
Look,
tank-
look, rewind the clip like 2 seconds. You'll
Doesn't
see
that
it.
tank
He
that
has
he's
two
wearing-
triangles in
It
both
isn't.
eyes.
It isn't
Whenever he's
Ishiki
running out of
eyes.
power.
It's funny
No, I
because
mean,
Jigen had
I'm
it
talking about
before
that
he
shit
got
on his
the
neck.
Karma Seal.
Oh, that.
No, I'm talking about his dojutsu. He's got the Ishiki eye in both eyes.
I
It's not
disagree.
weird.
I think that's just an artist
Jigen
error.
literally has it before.
Dude, it's the literal
Ishiki
same
gave him-
triangle shape they draw later on,
Nonsense.
dude. But
I'm telling
Kawaki,
you.
look at
The
Kawaki
artist
when
there.
it has
Not in the
triangles
anime.
later
Doesn't
on.
anime's
I'm
canon?
literally telling you.
It's not in the anime.
No, the
Before
anime actually
Ishiki
does
gave
have
him the
this
Karma
stuff.
Seal, he literally had.
Well,
those
you know,
in
he
his
also
eyes.
has
It's the
Uchiha
same thing in the
earrings.
anime.
He also has Uchiha earrings, Kamui. Is that
It's
canon?
It's a glare thing.
I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about how he has the Ishiki eye in
It's
both eyes in both
filler.
the manga and the anime.
It's
And
an
just
eye
weird.
glint.
Why does he have two of them?
It's a glint in his
I'm
eye.
telling you, like, yeah,
It's not
it
a
was
glint,
there before
because
Jigen
they do it in
possessed him.
every single panel.
Ishiki
It looks
possessed
the
him.
same as when Kawaki does it. They look identical.
What are y'all talking about?
It's
So
another
Kamui, he
karma
had it
mark.
before
He has a karma mark on
got
his
the karma.
chin, on his eye, on his clothes,
See,
on
that's
his
how I know you're
hands.
trolling, because you randomly shift to a completely
His
different
stomach
argument.
itself is a karma mark. It's just a round one in this case. He's experimenting with the motto.
No,
That
Oodie,
doesn't change
Oodie,
what
that's
I'm
just
saying at all.
that's just facial
Scientific
hair, bro.
ninja tech.
Oof.
Oodie, that's just facial hair. That's not the karma seal.
You know what? I agree. The glint in his eye is just facial hair. All right, we can move.
No, I'm talking about his chin.
There's literally the Ishiki triangle.
So Ishiki has waited a very long time and has probably killed 1,000 innocent humans trying to find the perfect vessel. Because as we found out later on, if the individual isn't compatible with karma, they will die. We actually saw this in action later on when Jigen tried to implant karma on at least a
That's kind of crazy. How like thousands of kids weren't compatible, but Jigen just so happened to be compatible enough to take the karma without dying.
It's called
Yeah.
luck, bro.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
understand?
Everyone
It's
shits on
called
Jigen.
convenience.
Jigen's actually kind of a good vessel when you look at it out.
Like not, he's technically better than Code, who without limiters is stronger than Jigen. And I guess in that case, Jigen was. I guess Ishiki nerfed Jigen in that case.
No, I think, well, this is what my honest opinion is. I think Jigen is compatible with Ishiki, but he's too weak to be a proper vessel. I think everyone who dies is just incompatible with Ishiki, generally speaking. Code is incompatible with Ishiki, but he was strong enough to survive. Kawaki hit both marks, essentially.
For 1,000 years.
So, like, Jigen and Code are each hitting one of two criteria, but not both, whereas Kawaki hits both. That's kind of how I look at it.
Well, just like Ishiki said, Jigen isn't worthy to be Ishiki because Ishiki is worthy to be Ishiki. So because Jigen isn't Ishiki, he's not worthy to be Ishiki like Ishiki's worthy to be Ishiki.
He said to be Ishiki's vessel, not to be Ishiki in general.
Yeah. Ishiki's vessel is worthy to be Ishiki. Okay.
1,000 kids before he got
No,
to
that's
Kawaki.
not what
All
he
of them died
said.
aside from Kawaki and Code. By the way, Code is similar to
Oodie,
Jigen
you
in
on
a sense
crack
where
right
he
now,
was
He
bro.
said
compatible
defective
with karma,
failure.
but he wasn't suitable
This
for the
also,
vessel.
that panel looks like Mitsuki, but whatever.
So the main difference is
It's
that
not.
Code couldn't
Yeah,
even
I
be to
thought
resurrect
the
for a
same
few days
thing.
like Jigen, since his karma wasn't
Yeah,
able
one
to
of the
sacrifice his
that
body.
was
He only had the
actually
karma in the form of a
Mitsuki,
weapon.
but
Enough to
that's
die.
not
So in essence, Ishiki only had two weapons, one being
The
Jigen,
anime
You
just got it
did it all
wrong.
wrong.
and the other being Kawaki, who's his
Dude, there's no way you're saying Code is the same age as Kawaki. That's crazy.
They look very similar in age.
There's no
they
shot.
don't.
They do.
Let's call it
Okay,
Yo, Oodie,
Kawaki
wait, now,
looks like
Oodie,
he's
so
freaking
Ron,
3 years
Ron,
old here.
Go to chapter 62.
No, he doesn't. Do you know
They-
what 3 years old?
Yes, I do. I used the Boys and Girls Club.
Dude said 3 years old, bro.
Don't look up a 3-year-old.
What's his
That'd be
name?
more like 6, maybe.
And do not
I
go
mean,
look
but-
up a 3-year-old.
Oh my
So, Ron,
god.
just go to
At
chapter
this
62.
time, bro. At
Code
this
just
time.
definitely
that's-
looks like he's older than Kawaki.
FBI, open up.
Oh, just imagine, bro. FBI watching Oodie screen right now.
We got his ass.
What?
They'd
We
be
got his
questioning.
ass, yup.
They'd
Are you
be
sure you
questioning
mean
why
chapter
you guys
62?
are interpreting it in the worst way possible. You guys would be the suspects.
Hey, they's the one doing it.
No, fuck, you gotta be careful about motherfuckers these days, bro.
Yeah, these ain't the
Fuck
same
that.
age. Kawaki younger.
Better safe than sorry.
This is a dope panel, by the way. Always love. Oh, hey, you guys said that freaking Code never takes a W. Oh yeah, he's taking an L on this panel for sure. Okay.
It's only W's against base politics.
It's over exaggerated.
Yeah, base
I mean,
Kawaki
Code is a
over
huge
everyone.
fan, right?
Code did get some narrative W's earlier on, yes, but
Some
lately
base-
not as much.
Base.
Lately? What you mean, like latest chapter lately?
Like,
Well, you mean like when he
Code is
destroyed
maybe a
Konoha?
year older stronger than Kawaki. Yeah.
When he
Even
did something not
destroy
even
Konoha,
Ishiki
dude.
was able to do.
The clock guard just stood there doing nothing, staring at Sarada and Boruto. This is like, wow! And don't even they could easily snatch Sarada off guard while she's googly-eyed looking at Boruto. Instead, they're just standing there, also googly-eyed looking at Boruto.
Literally,
I thought she was going to use her MS.
Code
right
has
then and
taken
there.
a bigger W than any other Boruto villain. He destroyed Konoha. No one else was able to do that in Boruto.
Was
Yeah,
doing
that-
the-
that-
Oodie, you
that-
cannot
that
think he
cannon, bro.
destroyed
Wait,
Konoha.
crazy.
What did he
what chapter
destroy?
did that happen? That's crazy.
It's
I
happened.
remember
series
seeing
are
it.
you talking about?
What did Code destroy? I don't see a single building or person.
Oh yeah, well you also think Boruto apparently flew out the sky or something and just stomped on Kel. He came out of the claw mark. I don't want to hear it.
He did, bro. He used the Jogan. Go.
Exactly.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
no, he
me
didn't.
and Keto
know,
are on
No, he
Trippy's side,
fucking didn't.
and Trippy's on my
He
side.
used the
So.
Jogan, but then quickly
was able to
deactivated
come
it.
out of Code.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's
Who do you think
facts.
Boruto
For
came
dramatic
out of
effect.
Code's
Exactly.
claw
Dramatic
mark?
effects, indeed.
Well,
It was
well,
because it would have scared Sarada.
Like Boruto when he speed blitz Ishiki, by the way. He like deactivated
did
the
it,
karma.
See, the thing is, if
Yeah,
Code
he,
saw
like,
the Jogan,
deactivated
he
the
would
karma
want it,
immediately.
and because Code's stronger than Boruto, he would just get the Jogan then. So Boruto had to
Kid Karma
deactivate it.
V1 Boruto high key did speed blitz Ishiki, bro. That's crazy.
No, he didn't, bro. No, he
Crazy.
didn't.
Yeah, bro was like
He
nothing.
did, bro.
Who's the Maki boards?
Can't move. Boruto's like even Boruto's hand literally like moved from like behind him to in front and used karma to like Ishiki just couldn't react, bro. Like,
You know what? I would be fine with that for the Momoshiki
So
over
12-year-old
Ishiki
Boruto's
theory,
light speed.
but then
Facts.
Momoshiki's just a blatant idiot now, so doesn't count.
No,
So 12-year-old Boruto moves at light speed is basically what y'all saying.
facts.
No, the
I'm fine with that.
Oh, good lord.
That brother got caught. I don't know. I just know you got caught. Bro. That's
This is the wrong chapter, Kamui.
Idiot.
What? We mean the wrong chapter.
You said chapter
I said
62.
Go to this chapter because you can
Oh,
see
not that
Code and
motherfucker.
Kawaki in the same chapter. That's the only reason I
Okay.
use this chapter.
Okay. This isn't
The
a
point
ceiling.
is just that Code looks
Oh,
older.
I hate seeing Code, bro.
Code
It
has
looks
like
so nasty, bro. That
boyish-
shit look gross.
like Code looks like he's a 16-year-old who looks young for 16, while Kawaki is like a 14-year-old who
looks
looks
young
young
Okay,
for
but you said to
16.
pull this chapter up in
Cole look
reference,
like he about
in reference,
19, 20.
in
What do you think a
reference,
16-year-old looks
in
like?
reference to this, because I said he's 3. And you're, oh, go to chapter 62 to confirm.
No, that's not what I was saying in reference to.
That you
I was
were
saying
saying
in fact
that
that
he
Code
is.
looks older.
You were saying that
No,
Jigen
Oodie,
says
you're
that
just
Kawaki
assuming.
is 3 years old
I
in
said,
chapter
Oodie,
62.
I
Those
literally
were your
said,
words,
to go to chapter
your
62,
direct
you can see
quote.
that
Same
Code
thing
looks
that I
Word
always
for
happen.
word.
Has nothing
You
to do with Kawaki.
you claimed baselessly that in chapter 62 Jigen
This is what
says
happens when I
Kawaki, you 3-year-old, I can't believe you're my perfect vessel.
It's not what I said whatsoever.
Word for word.
Only perfect vessel. Now you might be wondering, if Kawaki was a perfect vessel,
does not
why didn't
look
Ishiki just use him to resurrect? Well, that's because, as I mentioned earlier, before an Otsutsuki can resurrect within a vessel, the karma has to fully extract the Otsutsuki data to fully Otsutsukify the vessel's body. We learned later on
I
that
hate
at this
that
point in
word.
the story, Kawaki was only 8%
Otsutsukification.
Otsutsukified,
It's
so
a
Ishiki
word,
could
but it's
resurrect
in the
I
him
know.
even if he tried. This leads us to the events of the vessel arc, which is one of the glaring issues with the characters.
Otsutsuki-fi.
This all began when the airship transporting Kawaki, who is referred to as the vessel, fell
You
somewhere
do know
in
you
the
can
land of
make
fire
words
near
up,
the hidden
right?
Leaf.
That's the
You
thing.
can see that Jigen is very concerned as he states that this is a serious
That's not
circumstance
some
that should never
law
have
on-
occurred, and that they should remember that the vessel is the one.
Oh, I
to
think this
fulfill
is
their
where I
most
start
cherished
actually
As
listing my
Thor,
problems.
as Thor said, all words are made up.
Yeah, like Kanchamba.
One
It
Keto
just fell from the sky, you know?
Okay.
So wait, Keto, you're saying the first 5 minutes you didn't even talk about villains.
Crazy.
No, I gave exposition, and I had to like let people know what's happening.
He had to make the video longer for the watch time.
Facts.
W.
It's unfortunate.
or that he would grant their wishes once he resurrects within Kawaki. So that's why it's in their best interest that the vessel is recovered. Now Kashin Koji, who's a top member in Kara, said that he'd go recover the vessel since
Well, I don't know
it
about
went
top
missing
member,
in
he's
his
an inner.
jurisdiction. This of course was a
Top
Well, yeah,
is
he's
literally
a
top.
top member. He's one of the top, like, 8.
Okay, but was
We're
Itachi
just
a
trying to
top
argue for
member
no
of the
reason,
Akatsuki?
bro.
Was who?
Itachi basically served the same role as Kashin Koji. Itachi was a top member
Itachi?
of the Akatsuki.
Did he
I
really?
mean, People would say
Basically.
he's a top member. Yeah, he's one of the strongest members.
There's no top member
I
of the
mean,
Akatsuki,
granted,
first of
though,
all. And second
there's
of all,
only
the top
9
member
members
is
of the
Pain
Akatsuki at the start
/
of
Obito
Shippuden.
/ that's it.
Like, but the Akatsuki doesn't operate the same
wait,
way
wait,
as
wait.
Kara. There's no Akatsuki out.
/ Nagato.
They're just the 9 to 10 Akatsuki, and that's it.
Well, you can look at
Okay,
it.
but
you
there's
can look
also
at it
like
this
30
way.
Akatsuki after freaking manifestation, creation, whatever.
What?
What?
Mana who?
Yahiko, when he founds
gosh.
the Akatsuki, there's like
Oh,
30
the
of them, and then
original
Obito
Akatsuki.
kills them all.
Well, that's not the same Akatsuki, though.
Yeah.
Okay, there is no same Akatsuki because the Akatsuki members are always dying and being replaced. Orochimaru was one of the 10 at one point too, and there was only 10. So
Okay.
there's either like
Change-
50
that doesn't
Akatsuki or
change
there's
the
only 10.
structure of the group,
I mean,
Oodie.
which
That
10?
doesn't change the structure of the group.
You also never clarified a time, so therefore we have to default back to the 50.
Well, you can say there's two
No.
different Akatsuki. There was
No
basically
isn't an
before Obito joined, before Obito had joined, and after Obito had
It's
joined.
just there's Yahiko's Akatsuki and Nagato's Akatsuki, essentially.
Yeah, that's another way.
Okay,
They
but
both
Kamui, when you
completely
say
different.
no, you're saying it after we are already disagreeing. I know you disagree. No is only a disagreement. You're just repeating your argument.
Who you talking about?
What did I repeat? Hold on, I gotta switch headphones because mine are gonna die.
Man, I don't know
but
why
you
they
said-
call Kawaki the one with the chapped lips. Just look
Yeah.
at Jigen here.
Glad it saved. I can't
Race.
believe that crash.
Peak design.
Thank
Peak
you,
design.
thank goodness.
Found out is that Kashin Koji is the one who crashed the airship so Kawaki could escape. This plan was orchestrated by him and Amado, the same guy who assisted Jigen with implanting Kawaki with the karma in the first place.
Why
Now,
did
Jigen
they
does have
travel
some
on the
suspicions
airship?
about the incident, but he isn't 100% certain.
It's going to tell
that there
Oodie to
was-
leave and rejoin if he
No,
can't
I can
hear
hear.
me.
Oh, look at that
Okay.
glint in his eyes, though. Why did they join? Why did they
Hitomaki,
travel on the
where you
airship in the
from,
first
bruh?
place? What was the whole point of that? I
Oh
forget.
shit! I'm getting cooked.
The whole point of what?
Traveling on the airship in the first place. Why were they traveling in the first place?
This test. It's a test.
A test. Okay.
Jigen's trying to figure out the traitor.
But why? Who cares? Just keep Kawaki there. Then
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Hey, Kitomaki.
I mean,
Where
you
you
can
from,
argue
bruh?
it's stupid, but that's just gonna prove
From Jamaica.
Kitamaki's point.
You're right, which is dumb, but whatever. Well, you know what? It worked anyways. He proved
Are you
that
trying to
Kashin
argue
Koji is a
for or
traitor.
against Kita right now.
Okay, but he
He's
proved
arguing
Kashin
for me,
Koji is
bruh.
a traitor, so it did work. So you're stupid.
What?
scheming against him. So I'm not
I
gonna
never
say
said
that-
anything about it. I'm using what you said and saying.
No, not you. You.
address the situation, which doesn't really make sense if you understand the gravity of the situation. As I said before, Jigen did
Whoa, hang on. There's no gravity in
Here we go.
Daikoku.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Because it's a timeless
I was waiting on
dimension,
this, bro.
and gravity
This is
can
not
only
the timeless
exist
dimension. They're in the Kara
where
hideout
time
right now.
is.
Yo,
Yeah,
it's a
this
fun
prove this
ass
isn't
goddamn-
Daikokuten.
This is the Kara hideout.
Yeah, prove the Kara hideout isn't in Daikokuten.
Delta
Because
would be able
Delta
to
wouldn't
move.
be able to move.
Delta is omnipotent.
And also, Ishiki wouldn't be summoning things from Daikoku 10
Bruh.
to the
No,
Kara
he's
hideout.
summoning him from the real world to Daikokuten.
No, he's not.
send Kashin Koji to go find Kawaki, but he also sent Delta to go assist Kashin Koji on his mission since she really wanted
Saran,
to go
what
for
are
some
you-
reason.
Saran, are you, like, dying over there, bruh?
Kara. What's interesting here is that in his conversation with Delta, he
Motherfucker having a
doesn't
seizure
seem
right
worried
now.
about recovering Kawaki at all. In fact, he
Oh my
says to
God.
Delta that the vessel
Hey,
ship
bro,
That's
you
a
need 911
crazy
call
smirk.
for you,
was
bro.
just not possible for
Look at
him to
that
escape from
smirk.
him.
Sound like he
this
in
might
Florida,
seem
bro.
like Jigen is
Crazy.
just
So I
Dude,
didn't even tell what
confident in
Kino's saying.
Kashin.
Yo, Soren, I'm about to send you my YouTube short. Let me know what you think about this dub I did.
Bro, why does Kawaki have a hole in his hand?
Huh?
There's
Oh, on the
absolutely
other
a
hand,
hole in his hand.
that's the hand that Naruto gave him.
Oh, you're right.
That's not a hole, that's a light, moron.
Shut up.
Koji's abilities.
This
but
is
with
Flash.
this,
Okay, I didn't look at
Jigen
the
had
panel. I didn't know what it
ability to
was.
trap
That's
Kawaki
his
using
flash-
karma
that's his
all
fucking
along.
flashlight.
In fact, he
Oh,
could
I know
even
where it is
use
now.
karma to instantly travel to Kawaki's exact location.
Yes,
at
this
any
also-
point in time.
You're basically using the argument I used against you weeks ago, to where this doesn't matter. Who cares? He could just do this, and he does,
That's what
and it
you
works.
think. That's what you think.
Well, that's why he's trying. He's using the airship to find the traitor. The reason why he doesn't care
Yeah, he
is
does.
because he can just show up anyway. So he doesn't think he's at risk of anything. He
He's
just wants
not
to
at
figure
risk
out who
of
the traitor
anything.
is.
There's
Oodie,
no
you were
risk.
definitely a part of the debate club back in high school.
I
know that shit
wasn't.
for a fact.
Well, I think I might have gone to one, but I didn't after that.
No, you definitely started that fucking club back in high school, bro. You can debate, bro.
I need to get Antine on here.
Yo,
He's
Mello,
funny.
move away from me.
Okay, back to the video.
Oodie, actually, out of curiosity, Oodie, have you
Mhm.
watched my long video yet?
Not
no,
yet.
he hasn't. Like, I'll answer for you. No.
No,
Okay,
because
well, screw you. I want to
I
finish
just want you to
editing this
say,
first.
Oodie, I'm gonna say this right now. You'll know when you see it. I specifically threw in a jab edit at you.
Okay.
And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Nice. Beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful.
He
Lovely.
doesn't directly say your name, but when you see it, I think you'll understand.
Oh, plus I wanted
I
to
need-
wait for tRIPpy to react to that. Remember?
I need
Yeah, that's
Izaki
fine. I'm
to
just saying.
color
I
the
think you'll
Meat
understand
Manga
when you
panel.
see it. I have no. I think it's probably like an hour into the video, but like you'll
Okay.
know.
Well,
Have
now
you
I
ever
know
seen
exactly
Izaki?
where it is.
Yo,
Not
Well,
only do
I
I
don't
know
know
it
if that's
exists, but I know
actually right.
where
I
it
just-
exists.
I think it's later.
Oh.
is
You
the
said
point.
around. So
yo,
there's
Kidamaki,
hour.
have you
just
been
chilling.
seeing like Izaki's colorings? They're really good.
Oh yeah,
I haven't seen most of them.
I've done some
But I
coloring.
saw some of them. They look good.
And
He's
his
getting better.
JJK ones are very good.
Yeah.
You know, I'm still wondering why Jigen chose the hairstyle he did.
The monk?
He's a
Bro, you know
monk.
they got no barbers out in Konoha, bro.
He's
you
a
gotta-
monk.
Well, it's because of
had
the
that
hair
bro-
world.
bro
No,
had the
just because
same
you're a monk
hairstyle,
just
like,
determines
4,000
that your
years
hair
ago,
looks like
literally.
that.
Well,
That
yeah.
shit look
Again,
like
it's
ass,
because of
bro.
the hair world.
You gotta go to
No,
the cloud, get
not
him
the
a
hair
fade or
world.
something.
That's why he's
Maybe
more
not get a
powerful.
fade, I don't know.
Why do you think he was more
Jigen's
strong?
stronger than Ishiki because he has more hair rolls.
Exactly.
It's because Ishiki don't got hair in general. He don't know what to do with it. That's
Yeah,
what-
so he's no
he
hair
got
whirls.
shaped up he got shaped up with a kunai knife, bro. He got shaped up with a kunai knife, man. That shit look horrible.
Yo, Kaguya took a little off the top, bro.
That's crazy.
Time. So I want you
Oh,
guys to
man.
understand that Ishiki,
Process
who has been
downward
searching
bits and
for a
didn't know what to do
perfect
with the
vessel for
rest.
over 1,000
What is
years,
this?
finally found one. and
Hey,
just
is he wearing a
has
fucking-
no
he's-
urgency
is he
when
wearing
it
a
comes to
choker?
recovering that
Okay,
vessel.
we're
Just
not
doesn't make
looking.
sense. By the way, Kawaki
He's
was
not
shot
sorry,
by
Joker.
these
This is where
Just
she
call
got
me
it.
Jigen.
for multiple
Or just being
days. This lines
sexualized,
up when
she
you
has a
factor in the time
choker.
he spent in the village
my
before Delta
Yeah,
attacked,
Jigen's
and
actually
also
her
the days
idol,
leading
not
up to
Naruto.
Jigen's
Bro, this
arrival.
picture
I
right
want
here
to point out
crazy,
how
bro.
stupid
Of
What the
Naruto.
fuck is Naruto doing?
Hey,
That
but
shit look
still,
fucked
bro.
up as fuck, bro.
Squeezing
why
his
did
I'm just
you
nose,
seeing it,
like-
bro. That's
Why'd,
crazy.
why'd you go back?
Look at the way he's looking at Kawaki right now. It's like
I
you.
gotta cut off this.
Ugh.
Look at how thick his
Yeah,
eyes
like-
are. You know what this reminds me of?
Oh, yeah. Here's a good image of time to get Mitsuki colors.
No, I need a close up. Come
Yo, you got
on.
yeah. I need some colored Mitsuki, bro.
Here we go. Look at the
For my
eyes.
thumbnails.
No one cares now, bro. Not real.
Ain't no fucking
Dude,
fan art of
that, that
Mitsuki.
Naruto face.
I can't find that shit for nothing, bro.
This doesn't exist, man.
Crazy. Okay.
spent in the village before Delta attacked, and also the days leading up to
Bro, I was
Jigen's
looking for
arrival.
that shit too.
I
I
want to
couldn't
point out
find
how
nothing,
stupid this
bro.
decision is by highlighting
I was
how angry
hard up,
Ishiki
bro.
was when all his potential vessels kept dying as he was running out of time with Jigen. And now that he finally found one vessel after 1,000 years of waiting, he's just okay with letting Kawaki wander for days where literally anything can happen to him. It just doesn't make sense given how desperate
Jigen looks so
Ishiki was
tiny in
when
that
it came
image.
to finding a
Oh,
vessel.
shit, I'm
By
back.
the way, I wanted to
Jigen
clarify that.
literally-
Does he look like he has a
Jigen-
really big head for his body? Like,
That's that drawing, bro. That's that Ikimoto.
So Keto,
It
when
literally
when you
said
were making
that
this
he-
argument in the video, did you forget the fact that they can just sense each other because they're Otsutsuki?
wait, hold on,
And
hold
that
on, hold on.
means
This is so
nothing.
random.
Play the
Look at
video.
Amado, dude. It looks like his glasses are like way too low down his face. Like,
Oh god.
look at. You see this shit?
I mean, Sarada's ears in the very first panel of the latest chapter look
shit.
terrible, for being honest.
Wait, let me look at this now. Hold on.
Bro, I hope Mitsuki's fit ain't blue, bro. I don't know about that.
Yeah, whatever ears look huge.
Some big ass ears.
Oh, I
That's
can't
funny.
zoom in
I
more
would
than that.
like it if it were black.
Bro, why
If it
they
was
still
black,
got her
that
with
should
the
be
gla-
sick.
why they still got her with the
I
glasses?
think that's a
though?
little too edgy. But maybe.
Her librarian glasses.
You see that fucking hair, bro? He edgy as fuck.
Oh, what if it were purple?
Shorty got the soccer mom fucking haircut.
Can I do this?
Don't let Sarn design, bro.
Like a dark purple.
Look at daddy ear.
I just don't want it to be black.
Crazy ear.
If it's black, that should be sick.
Dude,
I'll
look
do
at her-
miss the
her-
two-tone
her
drip
right
though.
ear on our left side.
He's across the street.
She speaks to every manager available.
Oh my god. I can see it. I can legit see it. Kamui, I know you got the PTSD flashbacks working at a restaurant.
Yep.
I mean, she literally was talking to like the top manager in this chapter. So.
True, yeah. And complaining, so it works.
Yeah. Yeah, she changed her name to
Bro,
Karen.
what a
Stuck the
drag.
time skip.
Oh, I'm getting cooked. Jesus Christ.
Can use Karma to go find
Go,
Kawaki
go.
at any point in time due to their connection through Karma. He still has no idea what's happening
I
to
swear that's the
Kawaki
Uchiha
on a
crest.
day-to-day basis. He doesn't know whether he's getting beaten to
What?
a pulp or on the verge
On
of death
Jigen.
as he was in the battle versus Boru. He
What
had
about
no
Jigen?
idea about the battle
He has
with
the
Garo
Uchiha
or
crest
him
on him.
losing his hand to Delta.
Does
And
anybody know
unlike
why
Ishiki's
Jigen beat the fuck out his
consciousness
one and
seems to be
only
linked
good
to Boruto,
vessel?
Ishiki's clearly
They're trying
isn't
to
make him
stronger
strong.
since
That
he's
was the
alive
best
in
way
the
to
brain
make
of
him
Jigen.
Yeah.
Unlike Momoshiki,
By
who
beating
flashes
his
through
ass?
Boruto's mind
Kawaki
when
says
the
it worked.
trauma resonated
Yeah.
with
Yeah,
his.
Kawaki admits
saw
it
nothing,
worked,
and
so-
neither did Ishiki.
I mean, look at Dragon Balls. They explain Zenkai.
No, but like, what does it matter if he gonna take over his body? Like, why does Kawaki, the personality, need to be stronger?
No,
It's
not
the
personality,
He wants
physically.
he wants his body to be stronger.
Not really. No,
and he
it's
wants
not
his
only
karma
the
to just
body.
extract
It's
faster.
essentially just
also
physical
weird.
training.
He wants the karma to progress as well. And apparently, by him becoming stronger, his karma progresses, maybe?
So he
Yo, this
beat him with
color-
a pipe?
Page of Mitsuki there is cool.
Yeah.
I like that color.
Ooh.
Did you just say this page of
I'm
Mitsuki?
I'm not saying it's
You must be
not
looking at something else.
This colored
Bro.
page that Saran posted in chat.
Oh, okay. I was about
Jigen's
to
just a
say.
piece of
Not
shit.
not referring to what's on your screen.
Oh,
No.
push
Like,
me, push
he
me,
could have
push
had
me.
that
Oh, is
boy
this
hitting
Izagi?
the gym or something. Like,
Facts.
Bro, I
Hit
gotta
him with the
freaking work
pipe.
with these Auggies
crazy.
somewhere. That's crazy. Shout
Bro,
out
he
to
just
Izagi.
lined his ass off. He just a piece of shit. That's all. Bro.
Bro,
He
Izagi's
always like,
improved
I
so
gotta
fast.
do this.
Wait, wait.
I can do
Why
this.
is Mitsuki has a lunchbox?
He said the
so
gym
it's
is
like
over there. I
his
can go to
bag.
Planet Fitness right now. He said, nah, bro. You're
Bro
not
gets
going to
hungry.
Planet Fitness.
bro just made excuses to be a menace. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He said, nah, come and take these fucking hands, yank. Take these hands. You ain't going nowhere.
I think it actually probably to do with Ishiki's anger because
Oh,
you know that
shit.
Ishiki can get very angry very fast. So when Kawaki would fail or annoy Ishiki, he would just take it out on him.
Wasn't he like 3 years old though? Like, shouldn't he have?
Dude.
Yes, he
factored
was.
into
I'm
the
glad
brother
we
fail?
agree.
You think he
I was like, I
cares?
can't believe he just said that too.
Why
Hey,
would
why he got a fanny pack on though right now?
Why would he
The
care?
lunch
That's what I
box.
said, dude. Mitsuki's got his lunch all packed up in there.
Well, technically, this is a Japanese manga. It's a bento box.
That's a fanny pack. I
Go,
don't
go,
I'll
go,
give-
go, go.
Go up. It's right
Did you say
there.
Gok?
Bro, who colored this, bro? I hate that
Izagi.
blue.
Dang.
Nah, I don't like that blue, bro.
Sucks
Kinda
to
fuck
be
with the teal
Izagi
blue.
right now.
Unfortunately,
landing
I
it's
can't
upstairs.
find very many.
That black will look so sick with that like green sage mode, and you know his hair longer, so he gonna have like that fucking Gohan Beast hair, bro.
Oh,
That shit gonna be longer than a bitch.
And we gonna get it next chapter.
Everyone
Does anybody know why Kawaki's Sage Mode looks so much different than Kabuto's?
You said
Kawaki
Kawaki?
Sage
Mitsuki, you mean?
That's
Or,
crazy.
He
or
basically
you
got a
meant Mitsuki.
chakra cloak.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
That-
he has a
he got that
different form.
Tensegon. shit.
Yeah.
Mitsuki's is special. It's something different.
I think it's Barry, no, bro.
Baryon mode, you said?
Yeah.
He almost like a tail beast, bro. He have like little tail snakes and shit.
Facts.
He's got the snake tails.
Oh,
I mean, kind of makes sense, because why would Sage Mode hurt him to use it? It
Yes,
never
no,
hurt
no, Sage
Naruto.
Mode,
There's
bro.
no explanation for it ever hurting anyone ever.
I think it's that Jigen shit. He just got too much power. His little body like collapsed.
Yeah.
on.
No, even though he's getting more chakra rather than less, I agree.
Yeah, like it does kind of look like a chakra cloak for whatever reason.
Well, I don't think it looks like. I think it just is a chakra cloak. But
I mean, it could be a nature energy cloak, I guess.
okay, but what is nature energy if not just chakra?
What?
It's nature energy.
They're
It's literally
exerting it.
different
He's
energy.
exerting
Not
it
chakra,
though.
bro.
He's using it and
That's
transforming it.
Nature energy isn't chakra.
Nature energy is not chakra itself.
No.
Yeah, I
I
know,
think what-
but
what- I think
but
what- I think what-
Mitsuki's the one
I think what
exerting
Ood
his
means
nature
is,
energy into
energy. I think
senjutsu.
he means to say energy, not chakra.
I don't
So
know
you're
what
the
he
wrong
means,
one here.
actually.
Okay, I don't want to hear it,
What?
Kamui. You're talking like freaking the creation of all things can just Looney Tune style turn rocks alive like it's Mickey Mouse.
He literally turned
Yeah,
into
that's
an
how
apple,
it's
bro, like,
described,
literally.
That's
dude.
not how it's
I
described.
mean,
No, it's
creation of
described
all
as
things.
breathing life. First of all, there's no breathing, so you're just wrong in the first place.
Hagoromo can breathe on the rock and then breathe the life into it.
He never
There you go.
breathed on the Tin Tails.
I do. He can literally
Prove
turn
it.
rock into life, bro.
Prove he didn't breathe when he did it.
Fine.
Truly makes
Look
sense.
it up.
You claimed that he didn't breathe. I want to see Hagoromo holding his breath and saying, "I'm not breathing."
Aguruma. Y'all think Aguruma coming back, bro?
1 minus Tails.
I
No.
hope not, bro. Let that brother rest in peace.
Please, I hate him.
Let him rest.
Like, fucking Kagi is running roughshod. This brother said, I gotta come back from the divine. Fucking Ishiki doing his thing. He said, I'm good. They gonna pack him. Yeah, aight. That's crazy, bro.
this
He
a-
got put on a
Yeah,
shirt by a
bro,
14-year-old.
He might,
I'll have it
he
there.
might
Okay.
come back now that Naruto get trapped in that dimension. He said, "Oh shit."
Mello,
gotta-
at some arbitrary time, you said something funny. I just wanted to point that out.
At some random time?
It's
when?
arbitrary time.
Okay.
Interesting.
Hamura coming back could be pretty interesting. But
Nice.
That would be kind of dope because they haven't used his ass ever since he went to the fucking moon and shit.
All right, now Oodie,
Didn't
prove he
breathe.
didn't take a breath.
Y'all-
Did
y'all
Did you see
that,
his
Boruto-
chest expand or extract?
It's
Detract?
too zoomed out,
Re-
but more than
retract.
likely he took a
Attract?
breath.
Oh,
The
9.5,
most
okay.
likely interpretation is that Hagoromo, a human / Atsuki who does human things like breathing, would take a breath at some point.
They
Kamui,
look
do
like
you know
toys
what
are
breathing looks like?
toys right there.
Oodie,
that's a wild question,
look at
bro.
how Naruto draws breathing. They don't do what we do. They don't expand their chest in a noticeable way in every single panel. Doesn't
Okay.
mean they don't breathe.
Kamui, this is what
Bro,
breathing
look up.
looks like.
Oodie, as you
This
like
is
to point
not
out,
in the
physics and
Hagoromo
science
panel.
is different in Naruto and other universes than it is in our real world.
Okay,
so
there's
the way
no
they look
lily
when they
pads
breathe is
in the
different.
Naruto universe either.
What?
Bro got cooked. That's crazy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Bro,
Oh,
I
look
didn't
up.
even hear what you said.
Okay,
shit.
moving on.
Satsuki gets the last word.
Yeah, because you know your point's
GG,
stupid.
nice concession. I don't need you to hear it. All I need
not
is
a
for the
concession, why
judge
do you
to
always
hear it.
say that?
And the judge agreed with me.
Who's the
What
judge?
This is confirmed by the fact that he was surprised to find out that Boruto had a karma when Delta told him about it later on. So Ishiki / Jigen, whatever you want to call
I'm still
him,
waiting
is
for the
really
part
just
where he says that
operating
Ishiki's
blindly when
bad.
it comes to Kawaki.
How far into this video are
Kashin
we?
Koji did theorize
About
that
6
Ishiki's
minutes, 8
motive
minutes.
for sending him
See,
on
we're
the
going
retrieval
fast.
mission, even
You
though
know,
he
when do you
could have
get
just
into the
tracked
problems with
Kawaki and
Ishiki?
retrieved him himself, was Jigen testing him
I mean,
since, as I mentioned
I-
before,
it's-
he had
I'm stating
suspicions
it.
about the incident. Jigen even
he's
confirmed
building
this
it
to be
up to it.
I think I'm not actually paying attention to the video, to be
I mean,
fair.
you-
Oh
Yeah,
no,
God.
we're talking about Mitsuki's color and log. Nothing to do with it. But-
be the case after he was confronted by Kashin Koji later
What-
on.
what's
but it
new?
just
We always
doesn't
do
make
this.
sense given the circumstances.
Yeah,
No
no.
one with at least 2 functioning brain cells would use their last hope of survival as bait to see if one of your members wasn't being truthful. Like, there was zero risk assessment when he made this decision, which makes it seem like it
Okay, but let's keep in mind what survival is. Survival is to
Please,
continue to
please.
exist, and we know canonically he's a chakra ghost. And what is chakra if not mental and physical
Right,
energy combined? You know what else is physical energy? Living things. Ishiki's still
Wait,
alive.
who are you saying is a chakra ghost?
Ishiki.
What?
Who?
He's not.
Ishiki.
He's literally.
You went to
Ishiki
code?
is literally alive in Jigen.
Yeah.
Tiny Ishiki is in Jigen's brain.
Okay, so
Yeah.
In
Ishiki
his
never
head.
died.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
He's not a chakra ghost.
So then it's
Momoshiki,
not his
that's what I was
last
asking.
hope of survival because he's always surviving.
What?
Okay.
What do you
So
mean?
I'm glad we proved you wrong.
It happened just so the
He
plot
can't
could
survive
progress
outside
instead
of
of being
Jigen, okay.
something someone would do in this situation. It's basically the writer knowing that Kawaki will be okay in the end, so he's writing the story as if the characters are aware of this as well. The flaw in the writing.
What you're describing there is a fallacy, but I don't know if they did that.
What's the fallacy?
It's having an end result or having an answer and then doing research to back up that end result. So I was explaining this to Kamui. It's like if I tell you Madara's right and then try and back it up, rather than to find the evidence and then come to the conclusion that Madara is correct.
No, that's you justifying your claim. So you made a claim, then you justified it. That's how that works.
No, but I'm saying I would have to do the research to make the claim in the first place.
Bro, are you still in this Madara thing, bro?
Yeah,
I
because
thought we
he's right.
resolved this.
Yeah,
We'll never meet up with that.
I literally spoke with him for 2 hours about this, bro.
A few months ago.
2
But
hours
let's
and,
remember,
like,
we
literally
came to the
gave him
conclusion,
speaking about
Mello,
this
that
for
not
months
only
now.
is he objectively correct, but also subjectively correct.
Oh,
We
my
broke
goodness.
both
Wait,
of
you
those
agree?
down.
But didn't you agree with me?
No, you agreed with me.
Wait, Mello, what did
No,
you
no, I
think? What
agreed
was
with
your
you
opinion,
agreeing
Mello?
with me, is what it was.
No,
don't even
Mello,
remember.
what was your opinion
I
on the
don't even
Madara?
I just
remember.
told you what his opinion was.
What is your current opinion?
And he
then?
said he doesn't
Do you think
remember.
Madara was
Well,
right or wrong?
current doesn't matter because he doesn't
No,
remember the argument.
I remember disagreeing with him. Yeah, for sure. That was something I did.
Yeah,
So
you,
then
you
you
were
agree with Oodie?
disagreeing with me
Perfect.
disagreeing
Moving
with
on.
you. So you were agreeing with me.
would have easily
No,
been
he
avoided
disagreed with
if
you, Oodie.
Kodachi or
Yeah,
whoever
disagreeing
wrote
with
this
me.
just wrote that Ishiki could tell
No.
exactly what was happening
Yeah,
with
I don't remember.
Kawaki
I would have to
at
rehear
all
his
times,
position,
similar
which
to
I don't want
Boruto
to.
and Momoshiki. So in a sense, it would be like he wasn't really in any
Yeah, let's
danger
let's
at
not
any
get back
moment
to that
in time,
Madara
since
debate.
Ishiki could just pop up and save him.
Oh,
However,
eventually
that
we
will.
wasn't
He
the
fucked
case, and
Naruto
Kawaki
up.
almost died multiple times.
It's crazy considering Naruto won in the end.
Udi will claim that Naruto's winning in that.
Well, I don't claim it because it's on screen. Naruto objectively wins.
No, he doesn't.
Yes,
Bro,
he
I'm
does.
using my
On
mic, bro. That's
screen.
crazy.
Dude, we fucking had that argument for like 4 hours one time.
Dude, who's the one that leaves? Who is remaining on the battlefield in the end, alive, and healing, and quickly
He's
going back
lost,
to
though. He was
100%?
sealed. It doesn't matter, Udi. That's like saying that.
Bro,
Rasa
he went back to
was
100%
alive.
while
He killed Gaara
sealed.
because
Yo,
he-
Udi-
no,
Udi might
you
have
know
a
what? No,
point,
Udi.
bro.
No, Udi. Let me
Naruto
let
was
me
still
give you an
talking about
analogy.
your
I've only
When
been 3
Gaara
seconds
sealed
into this
Rasa
argument
in
with
the- no,
Kamui
when
yelling
Gaara
over me the whole
sealed
time, and I'm
Rasa in
still
the Fourth
right.
Great Ninja War, and then Gaara proceeded to go to
Oh
a
my
different
God.
battlefield. You're saying that Rasa won because he was the last one remaining on the battlefield.
Mello, isn't this crazy how me and Kamui have been debating this for about 5 hours now? In
I've
total?
been streaming for 5.
No,
Jesus.
it's just in total over the past few months we've been debating who won, Jigen versus Naruto and Sasuke. And every single point,
This is
Trippy's
so
agreed with me, and now Mello's agreed with me, and Jiro agreed with me already. Cam, I know she
Nobody
agreed
agreed
with
with you, Udi. We all
me. Keto
disagreed.
literally said out loud, Oodie, I agree with you just a minute ago.
That did not happen at
No,
all.
I'm
No,
memeing, bro.
Keto, you did not say that Naruto and Sasuke beat Jigen in a
abilities
physical
and how
fight.
they're used. His
Nah,
sensory
they-
abilities
they
similar to
did not.
Momoshiki are
They got-
I
made
do
for
think
the
it was
attention.
funny that he just left while Naruto was still wanted to smoke, though. That was funny.
True. By the way, I was thinking about
Naruto was
this.
talking big boy shit. He said, I gotta go.
I was
Tired.
thinking this when we were discussing the
Kurama told
fashion.
him to stop so that he wouldn't die.
So if
Oh,
Jigen just never made rods
he
here,
wouldn't have died, though. 'cause
could Jigen
Jigen
be
said as much.
decapitated?
You can put it in timeout.
Kurama didn't know that.
Like,
I
can
mean, Kurama
can
got burying mode, head ass boy. Like, what was he thinking? Hey, just activate burying mode, bitch.
Facts. Can Sasuke cut through the
It would
red
have been a
thing
bad
around his
idea in
neck?
the long run, though.
That's why I don't
Huh?
like fucking Kurama post Shippuden. He a hoe. Like, what happened to the
Crazy.
demon fox?
Well, he died at the
That
end of
shit
Shippuden,
crazy.
narratively.
Dude, it would have been good. I have to say, Udi and I agreed that if Kurama died at the end of part 2, that would have been super cool.
The way
Like,
you
if he
said,
gave up the last of his chakra so that Naruto could succeed in his fight.
you're trying to convince him
That'd
it'd be
be
good.
crazy.
It'd be super cool.
Sasuke will be putting Naruto in his shirt for 15 years, bro. That's crazy.
But
that
that
would be
wouldn't-
interesting.
that-
What if though? Because they wouldn't have let him keep Kawaki because he wouldn't have been strong enough. I don't think without Kurama.
Well, I mean, you could just, like,
If
make
we
the
can
one up where Naruto just gets stronger anyway. Those Hashirama cells will actually put him to use now.
if we agree that he still has 6-pass Sage mode during the beginning of Boruto and all that shit, then nah, he would have been strong enough. But some people
Well,
don't
no,
think
he would have lost 6 past 6 if Kurama died, though.
So let's
for whatever
remember.
reason, that shit seems to be linked to Kurama.
Let's remember, Naruto got Hashirama cells. Hashirama, a reincarnation of
Bro,
Ashura.
Hashirama ass, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, the reincarnation of Ashura Otsutsuki. So he basically. Oh, let's remember, Hagoromo gave 100% of his power to Ashura, not Indra. They wasn't 50-50.
Wait, hold on.
So when he got
But
Hashirama's
Indra
They
put
didn't
cells,
give
him on a shirt with
100%.
100%.
He didn't give 100% because otherwise he
He'd be dead.
wouldn't be a chakra ghost anymore. It would be gone.
well, that was when he was still
Shouldn't-
alive.
shouldn't-
He gave
Shouldn't-
99%. There you go.
shouldn't-
There you go.
Yeah, like the max
Okay,
99%.
So
Hashirama
rather than
be stronger than
50%
Naruto
of
since he's more
Hagoromo's
Sasuke?
chakra, which Naruto got from Hagoromo, when Naruto in the Boruto era got his Hashirama arm, he got 99% of Hagoromo's chakra. So adult Naruto's
Well,
just
no,
way stronger.
it didn't
just
work
based on
that
that.
way. Hashirama doesn't have 99% of Hagoromo's
Kamui,
power.
you're not the one who's supposed to be arguing against this right now.
Wait, who should?
Look, dude, I just listen to what you say. If what you're saying is right, I agree. If it's wrong, I don't care. I'm gonna disagree.
No, Jiro, you're calling me the contrarian when I'm the one making the claims and you're the one disagreeing with them.
Because when your claim is wrong. You argue for the sake of arguing. I'm arguing based on whether it's right or wrong.
Okay.
Similar to Momoshiki, our main point of contention,
Except for
whereas Ishiki's
sometimes,
sensory
but-
abilities are just inconsistent, Ishiki's sensory abilities just non-existent. As I said earlier, Ishiki did travel to the village to
Ishiki's sensory abilities are non-existent. Why?
Y'all never getting through that video, bro. It's curtains.
Hey,
I mean,
we're
I would
close.
say they're not non-existent, but they are pretty ass.
Why? What makes you say that?
He doesn't do anything to make me say they're good.
He doesn't do
That
anything
was
to make you say
surprising,
they're bad.
40% of the way there.
Yeah, he does. If he can't sense people, it's
He
like
can sense
the average
people.
ninja isn't necessarily a great
No,
sensory
he
ninja.
cannot.
Yes, he can.
You
Like-
Who does he not
will
sense?
see.
A good sensor is like
I'm not gonna
Kari,
tell you, it's literally
Tobirama,
in the video.
etc. Sage mode users. Like, maybe you just say it's bad. You could say he's average, I guess. How about that?
Okay,
No, he's
Tito, who
not.
did you
He's
say he
average.
doesn't sense?
It's in the video.
Anyone,
not
except
watching.
for the only time he senses something is when he's touching Naruto in his Baryon mode chakra, and then the link, like
That's the only
Naruto's
time.
chakra, who he is touching, he can feel it in the chakra arm that Naruto's putting chakra in, which was on
He
Kawaki.
senses everyone
the only
all
time
the
he senses
time because
anything.
he's omnipresent, which means he's omniscient.
retrieve Kawaki, but before doing
No,
so, he
Ishiki
went to
is
another
not
dimension to
omniscient.
absorb some
What?
chakra from a
The
juvenile
dude didn't even
Gentiles
know
he has
Kawaki had a
in his
shadow
possession.
clone. He's
The
not
issue
all
here is that
knowing.
Sasuke was
dude
also
ass, bro.
present
Come
in
on,
this dimension when Jigen arrived. In fact, he was just a few meters away from
He
where
also
Jigen
didn't know
was
that
the entire
Sasuke
time.
was in
Yet for
this
some
dimension.
reason,
He's
Jigen had
clearly
no
not
clue
all
Sasuke
knowing.
Bro, why did Ishiki give karma specifically on Jigen's chin?
That's where he touched
I
him.
don't
though.
know.
That's
What do you mean
facial
that's
hair,
where
bro.
he
This whole
touched him?
thing
He
is
went
weird.
inside
Jigen
his
has karma
ear.
on both sides and
Yeah.
on his chin, and he has Ishiki's eye in both eyes. Nobody else has this going on. Everyone else is all on one side on their hands.
Bro, could you imagine like a giant blast coming towards him and he just lifts his chin up to absorb it, bro?
He lifts up his hand. Actually,
Exactly,
he
like that
absorbed
makes a
with
lot
his
more
hand
sense on the
anyway.
hand. I've been way
He-
stronger.
Yeah, he literally absorbed with his hand instead of his chin. It would have been hilarious, though, if they had him absorbed through the chin.
But Keto, let's
Fucking
keep in
crimson
mind,
chin head ass boy.
if he touched him on his chin, that means he went from inside his brain, left his
No,
brain.
The chin is just the closest part to to where he is in the brain.
The brain is the closest part. Just put it on his brain.
No, that just simply means that the brain cannot post karma seal.
Yeah, why didn't you put it on his forehead
Crazy.
like this Byakugo seal?
Well, then it would have gone on
closer
his
to his
forehead
brain.
if he tried to put it on his brain, but like, oh, his brain can't be compatible. It's the closest thing. Then it would just go on the
Literally
forehead.
chin level, bro. That's crazy.
Chin level.
It was
I mean,
there, even
actually,
after taking the
Ishiki's chin
Gentiles'
gets knocked off by Naruto's kick. Jigen's got a better chin.
He said his chin gets knocked
It can
off.
Oh,
hold
crazy, bro.
Oh, God.
Karma has a
Strong-ass
lot of
chin.
energy. The chin can handle it.
That chin is that chin is Kage level.
Let's keep
bro.
in mind, Naruto does have a strong left hook,
You guys
and
do
Ishiki
know
tanked
that
it
the
with his
karma
chin.
seal isn't where the mark is, right?
Okay,
You
but
guys do know that.
Everybody was
manga-
quiet and thinking about it.
Let's remember who
That ma-
couldn't take Naruto's
ma-
left
the-
hook. Neji.
manga-
If the karma was there, like, you could just like cut it out. Yeah.
So Ishiki, a dying Ishiki, could do what Neji, the genius prodigy of the
Fuck Neji,
elite
bro.
clan, couldn't do.
The strongest of the
That- what
Konoha
also,
village.
as you're saying
Exactly.
that,
Of the
what doesn't
strongest
make
of the
sense is,
world.
how was Momoshiki using a gentle fist invoking that other thing? Like, is that fighting style just like a genetic thing? What is
Gentle
it?
Dude,
fist
the
is a
anime just
fighting
threw that
style,
shit
yeah.
in there
Tetsu or whatever.
and
He's
didn't
not-
think that through. That's what
Bro, that-
happened, okay?
Bro, that is
Like,
not gentle fist. He's not using gentle fist, bro.
Nah, he used gentle fist.
No,
bro.
gentle fist is literally a fighting
Just because
style.
it looks like gentle fist doesn't mean it's gentle fist.
No,
looks like
if it
gentle
looks like
fist, I'm
gentle
gonna
fist,
call
it
it that.
literally is gentle fist. I can do
What-
gentle
what- what
fist.
do I call it?
I don't
think
need
he
to
was
insert
tagging
chakra.
pressure
Yeah, he
points.
struck Naruto's chakra points.
I think gentle fist is like an actual martial arts style.
Yeah,
Oh, it is.
when they
what I'm
use
saying
the
is not-
when he puts his hand like, where you put your hand out on his hand? I'm saying like this.
Like a palm?
Where? Yeah, the palm.
You put your left foot in, you put your left foot in.
Yeah.
Any diminishing returns. Good night, everybody.
Nice, Sauron. Hey, next time we're gonna
What
watch
do you
your
mean
video,
diminishing
Sauron.
returns? I think we're
Take it
getting
easy.
astonishing returns that are increasing
This
as we
is-
speak.
This is the best stream I've
Oh.
ever been a part of. with you
It's,
guys.
think about how great it's gonna be next stream
It
when we
was-
react to your video, Sauron. Isn't that crazy?
It was so fun.
Well, assuming Trippy's available.
He
It's
said
all on
Tuesday.
Trippy. Remember,
Trippy
if
said
we don't,
Tuesday.
it's Trippy's fault.
Tuesday.
What
So
do you
Keto
mean by,
Tuesday.
Like, next? What do you mean by
Yeah.
next week?
Tuesday.
Wait, hold on.
Tuesday.
Let me look at my work schedule real quick.
Oh God. Well, you. Oh, crap.
If you deny me of this, I'm just gonna kill. I mean, yeah.
Kamui quit.
Dude, why
It's
is
the
my
only-
Wi-Fi
it's the
being
only
so
option left.
stupid? There we go.
Just quit. Become a YouTuber.
Alright, Oodie, I want you to take a guess at my work schedule real quick.
Why? I don't care. Just get over
Damn.
it with your nonsense.
Wait, when you guys
Tired
doing
of
Sunday
this.
night? Or,
Who's you
I
guys?
don't know
Imagine
if
going
I
to
work
sleep,
tomorrow
that's
or
crazy.
Wednesday.
I can't
Maybe
progress
Tuesday
in my
will work.
video, I can keep
Maybe.
I'm not gonna confirm nor deny anything.
Okay.
I work Tuesday though.
Yo, Sarah, I know how that feel, bro. You edit and you just doze off for like 10 minutes. Like, where the fuck did I go? Yeah,
No,
I've been there.
This what's happening right now is that I'll edit a thing and then I'll fall asleep for 10 seconds and then wake up and then fall asleep for 10
Yo,
seconds.
Have you ever done that but accidentally clicked something? You gotta like
Yes,
redo it.
oh my freaking goodness.
Bro, I did that shit last night. So I definitely know how it feels, bro.
Sauron, real quick before you go, could Sasuke slice through Jigen's red neck scarf?
You legit make me want to stab my head. Alright, good night everyone.
Good night,
So is that a yes or a
Sauron.
no though?
Peace out.
Easy.
Bro.
Oh wait, Saran, you didn't answer.
Okay, that just means I
That thing around
bypassed the
his
question
neck
on the
want
looks
to
like,
direction.
know.
what they call it, a corsage or whatever? I fucking know
Croissant?
word.
Corsage, yeah, corsage.
That shit women used to put on back in the good old days.
To be fair, this
Yeah.
does look like a
Golden.
croissant on his neck.
Speaking of the good old days, dude, Code's outfit makes me think he's like a founding father, like he's a pilgrim
Bruh.
or something.
4 score hit ass boy.
Daigo said he looks like Count Chocula.
Oh wait, dude, we need to watch the Daigo video still.
We're not watching that right now.
Yep.
I'm sorry. It's no offense.
Y'all
Power
boys be easy.
transforming into his most
Enjoy your
powerful form.
podcast.
Mind you, this
Hey,
isn't
take it easy,
Jigen
bro.
ignoring
Yeah.
Sasuke's existence,
Uh-huh.
because he was later surprised when Sasuke revealed to him that he
Okay.
saw him in that dimension, and wondered how Sasuke found out about it. Contrast this with Kinshiki and Momoshiki, who could sense the
Yeah, further proof, Oodie, he's not omniscient.
Bro, why
Dude,
does he
Kinshiki looks so
look
funny
like
in
this
this panel,
in this
dude.
panel?
Where's his
Bro.
nose? and everything?
What? Freaking
He's still looking at his eyes. Thinking,
Kinshiki looks like a
Why?
Diglett.
Why does he dress like that?
This is
Bro,
like a
you look-
whack-a-mole.
Bro, he like a broke kid on Halloween who just throws the blanket over themselves to go to
Literally,
the
like, what is Kinshiki's outfit?
Oh my god.
That shit look crazy, bro.
How does he breathe? There's the carbon dioxide in there, like.
he got plank tattoo.
No
stapled
wonder
on
he
his
needs
forehead.
the chakra pills to heal his organs, dude. Dude's freaking breathing in pure CO2. Like,
He got plank from Ed and Eddie stapled on his forehead. That shit shit look
Dude,
crazy.
imagine if Kinshiki was wearing an eye patch right now.
Dude, screw it. I'm photoshopping that. I might as well. Might as well just do it live. It's gonna take a sec, but it's worth
It'd be
it.
so stupid looking.
In the anime, it don't look too bad, but this manga panel look crazy as fuck.
I think it's just this one panel too that's like
Yeah.
absurd. But, like,
They just got lazy on
although
that
I do
shit,
think he
bro.
does have that similarly in other panels, but this one in particular is too funny.
That shit like a piece of fucking plank, bro. Like logs.
Which one works best? Probably this one.
Dog, that shit is so funny, bro.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
can't
even-
think about it. The
can't
manga
even blame
horns
him,
for
bro.
Kinshiki and Momoshiki look like wood, like just straight up
Yeah.
wood.
Bro, just knowing how much these manga artists be drawing, bro, I can't even blame them, bro. They draw so much shit, bro, on a daily basis. Like, I get the whole like just lagging on some of these panels every now and then. There we go. That's the perfect picture right there.
All right.
Hey, post that in the chat, bro. Post
Yeah,
that
I
in the
will.
chat.
Let's name that now.
You're gonna have KCM2 Johnny on the next panel. Give me back Plank.
Oh, it's right there. I'm done.
All right, y'all. I'm heading out to sleep, bro. It's good talking
Alright.
with y'all, bro.
Hey, good talking
Alright,
about
see
the
ya.
chapters though.
No, big one.
All right,
Um,
be easy.
You too. Yeah, I posted it in art. I'm sure he's gonna be so confused when he finds it. Oh yeah, I was finished the video, I guess.
There's still like 15 minutes left.
To be fair, more people there are, the more people talking, the longer the video takes. Now there's less people talking, we're good.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you have to consider the 3 people that are left are 3 of the most talkative ones.
Cap.
See, how long have we been going? Oh, 4.5 hours. That's crazy. Alright,
Yeah, we're literally not even done the
strong.
first video.
okay, I agree. Port says 4K away from
And we still have so many more videos to get to.
Well, we're working on it. Okay.
Was of everyone at the tuning exam.
I'm really curious
stadium
about that
from
Boruto
miles away.
prophecy arc
You
is the
even have
best arc in
Shiki who, after
Boruto video.
resurrecting in Jiken's
yeah.
body, getting drop kicked by base
Was
Naruto.
that from Leaf
Like,
Cane?
even if you want to call it an off-guard feat mid
Something
battle,
like that.
even
Yeah,
Momoshiki
I know
was
who that
shown to
is.
be able to sense an off-guard attack by
He kinda
base
reminds me of
Naruto
you.
that he was easily able to dodge. Not to
Oh,
mention
he definitely
Shiki
doesn't have
not
the same
noticing
take as me
base
based on
Boruto
that title.
dashing over to him to block his attack on Sasuke. Like, how do you not notice Boruto until the very last moment when your blade is about to land? It just doesn't make any sense. Now we're kind of skipping way ahead here, but
Nah, he sensed him.
He literally didn't.
He
saw
literally
him.
did.
Not sense. He saw him.
Look, he sensed. Why do you think these marks are here? These speed lines? It's because he's sensing him.
Speed lines?
Yeah, the speed lines of sensing.
Bro, what?
You gotta stab him with a sword.
No, the sword is not
The story
that.
is literally going down to stab.
No, but look, the
Sasuke.
sword has its own speed line. So why would they draw speed lines for the background? It's because he's sensing,
boy.
separate from the sword.
Because it's Ikimoto, dude.
No, but he has two
Ikimoto just
different
does
speed
that.
lines.
Udi,
He has speed lines
the
for the
panel to
sword,
left
on the
is
sword,
literally just
and
a speed
on
line
the
panel. Udi,
arm.
Udi, just look at the panel to your left. It's
Yeah.
literally just speed lines.
Exactly,
Well,
so it
literally
makes
made
no
a
sense
panel
for it
with
to be the
just speed
sword.
lines.
This
That's crazy.
because this is just speed line. That's proof that it can't be just the sword. Otherwise, the sword would be here. That tells you it has to be the
Well,
same
it's
thing
not just
because
the
it
sword.
can't be
It's
anything
Shiki
else.
swinging the sword, so it's also his arm, aka his body.
It's also speed lines in the other direction. That's how you know it's sensing.
Yeah, I don't understand. That might be Boruto moving, actually.
No,
in that
it's
one.
sensing. Yeah, it's Boruto moving because he's sensing Boruto moving.
He doesn't sense Boruto to the next panel.
No, that's his hair.
No, it's him noticing Boruto right in front of him. He didn't
No, he
sense
already
him, he saw it.
noticed
I
him.
agree with Kido there.
He already noticed him.
do you not notice Boruto until
No,
the
he
very
didn't.
last moment when your blade is about to land? It just doesn't make any sense. Now we're kind of skipping way
Man,
ahead
I am
here,
sleepy.
but after Ishiki subbing Kawaki to the battlefield, post getting his
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. This legit kind of looks like teen Obito.
What?
Kinda.
It does look like Obito when he came out of the Kamui dimension.
Just a little bit. Like, tell me that doesn't look like
It does.
Obito. Exactly.
Mm.
Oh, also, I don't remember Ishiki's Byakugan making the veins.
No, he
Oh,
does do it a couple
does
times.
every time.
Okay. I'm just wrong.
Ass beat by Baron Mode Naruto, we see again that he wasn't able to sense where Kawaki was on the very
Borushiki, on the
same
other hand,
battlefield. Like
for
Sasuke,
some odd reason, just doesn't do that.
No, he sensed where Kawaki was. It's because of the Byakugan suppressant
Bro, no,
gas.
he can't sense.
He literally couldn't find
Yeah,
it. That's why
Sasuke
he
says
screams
it's
at
a
him.
sensory gas of
No,
of
it,
the
it blocks
sensory.
clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is not sensory.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
No,
We're looking it up.
it's visual.
No, it's not just
Clairvoyance is
visual.
I mean, you
visual.
could argue it's a type of sensing.
Yeah, but
That makes
mostly
sense.
visual.
Like, you can't say it's not a type of sensing. It's not the sensing in the way you're wording it, but, like, seeing is sensing. It's
Yeah,
one of
but
the
yeah,
5 senses.
He gets
There you
what
go.
I'm saying.
The supposed faculty of sensing things or events in the future or beyond normal sensory contact. There you go. It's a psychic ability. So he's
The way I would just say is, I mean, yeah, using your eyes is using your senses. Like, it's just one of the senses. It's not the sensing in the sense of how we word it in Naruto, though. That's a little bit different.
Exactly.
But
So he's disrupting Ishiki's psychic ability. Ishiki can still see, he just can't sense because seeing isn't a psychic
What?
ability,
no,
but
he
sensing.
can't see through the smoke.
It's a
He
clairvoyance
tries
disruptance.
to look, and it's like particles like blocking his vision. or some shit.
Yeah, with the Byakugan of the sensing.
But that's not what I'm talking about in the video now.
Yeah, like, so, like, I'm giving points for both sides here. Technically, yes, using your eyes is sensing, but, like, it's not what Kito's referring to here.
Yeah, so
And we all
Keto
know
is
that.
only right technically, but I'm right in all the regards that aren't technically, which is just superior.
They use this bomb that could block clairvoyance. so
It's the
Ishiki
other way
couldn't
around.
find
It's
him
that
using the
you're being
Byakugan.
right in the
But for some
technicality of the word sensing, but
No,
Kito's being
Kito's
right in the
technically
terms of the
right, but
Naruto
I'm
term.
realistically right. He literally says it's the blocking of the clairvoyance in the video. I just played it.
Yeah, that's referring to the Byakugan.
It's referring to clairvoyance. He doesn't
In
say the
Ishiki,
Byakugan.
that's the Byakugan.
He doesn't say the
The
Byakugan.
Byakugan is Ishiki's clairvoyant eye.
Nobody
He doesn't
says
have any other
Byakugan.
clairvoyant
Ishiki
power.
doesn't say Byakugan. Sasuke doesn't say Byakugan. Keto doesn't say Byakugan. You're the
It's
only
all
one saying
clairvoyant
Byakugan.
powers. It would apply to the
Prove
Senrigan
the
too, for
Byakugan is
example.
clairvoyant. Nowhere in the
It
series
literally
is the
can see through
Byakugan
walls and
stated
shit.
clairvoyance.
I think it is somewhere in a data book, actually.
I have to go find it.
But also, I mean, he literally says, "You're the fool. It's a mineral dust that blocks clairvoyant powers," in reference to him trying to use the Byakugan.
In reference to sensing, you're doing the fallacy of trying to prove your claim based on evidence.
No, I'm not.
Do the opposite.
Oodie. You're
Thus
doing the
couldn't
fallacy
sense
trying to
where
prove your
Kawaki
claim.
was.
I don't
Obvious
care.
interpretation
Literally
is-
below him.
Yeah, but it doesn't
obvious
count unless you call it out,
interpretation
and I
is the
already called it
Byakugan.
out, so you're just being self-aware.
On the same
Take that.
battlefield. Ishiki literally
That's bad.
started panicking and screaming because he was about to die at any moment without a way to resurrect since his karma seal was removed from Kawaki's body. This just
No, he's just mad because his clairvoyance got blocked.
goes to show that Ishiki doesn't even have the basic
Makes me
sensory
laugh every
abilities
time.
we've seen from Father Ninjas in Naruto or even the other Otsutsukis. There's also this major writing flaw in how he used the ability called Sukuna Ikona. This ability basically
Where the
allows
hell
him to
does he
shrink
do this in the
non-living
book? I
matter
can't
and
find this
himself.
stupid
For
chapter.
the most part, he uses
Like, or
this
the
ability
page, I
in
should say.
conjunction with his ability to summon rods. As stated
Bro, Naruto should be dead. People saying, "Oh, why
That's
don't
a
he go
clone.
for the neck or the heart?" He literally does.
That's a clone.
That's a clone.
I don't care.
by
The point is, he
Sasuke.
went for the neck.
A clone.
Yeah, only for the clones and not for.
He
does
doesn't
the same
know
thing
it's a
with
clone.
Koji's clone.
He doesn't know which
he
one's
only
the
does
clone.
the killing blows on the clone.
He doesn't know which one's a clone.
No, but then when
I
he's
know, but
fighting Naruto by
yeah,
himself and
plot-wise is
Sasuke,
what
where
we're
there are
referring
no.
to.
Yeah, exactly. It's convenient. Plot convenience.
You
Yeah,
got
like they
lucky.
conveniently have Ishiki stab Koji in the eyes
When he's a
only
clone.
on the clone, and he never does it to the real body.
Dude, I was arguing with some freaking bozo in the YouTube comment section of a Naruto Explained video. They said these rods are like the 6-path rods of like the Truth Seeker orbs. They're idiots.
What?
I don't know.
No,
Like, they're
it would
just
be like
chakra
Pain's rods
receivers.
would be the comparison, not the Truth Seeker orbs.
It's crazy.
Sasuke, the rods start out very small, small enough that you don't even realize that you've been stabbed, but they inflict mortal wounds when Jigen instantly restores them to their original size.
Really quick, Keto, do you think Sasuke can see the shrunken rods, or are they too fast? Is it the fact that they're small, or is it the fact that they're fast, or is it both?
I think it's the fast.
Interesting.
Yeah, because
Okay.
he
They're
can
fast.
see he
can
doesn't like necessarily see like clearly what it is necessarily, but he can see
Mhm.
like floaty things of colors and shit. Because they're chakra rods. There's probably chakra in the rods.
Yeah. They're too
but
fast
you
for
can
him to
see.
react to them and stuff.
Okay, fair enough.
Which means Jigen can literally fill you with rods without you even knowing,
Bruh,
then
pause.
expand them all at the same time.
Fill
to
you
kill
with
you
rods.
instantly. The issue here is
How
that
much
Jigen
did you think
never
when you
does
wrote
this.
that?
In
Did you
fact,
intentionally
it's like
put
he
that in?
goes out of his way to
Nah.
not kill Naruto or Sasuke each time he stabs them with his rods. He legit avoids all vital organs, including the neck area and their heads.
Crazy
which
how
is
we
the main
just
part
showed
you aim
that.
for if you're trying to kill someone.
Bro, does
So you
Sasuke have a
avoid
double
all
belt
vital
too?
organs.
Has a double belt always been a thing?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Mind you, Naruto and Sasuke are not reacting.
Okay, was it convenient when Pain stabbed Naruto in the arm and stuff?
Pain wasn't trying to
No, the
kill
difference is
Naruto.
that he's trying to take Naruto alive.
He wasn't trying
Yeah.
to kill Naruto.
Who?
Jigen.
Jigen was trying to kill
I said
Naruto.
wasn't. He is here, but he wasn't earlier.
No, he was here. What are you talking about?
No, he was going to leave Naruto.
No.
That's at the end.
That's
He
at the
brought
end.
That's
him
when
to
he's got
Jigen's
his-
the reason-
dimension.
That's
the reason
when
why
his
he
body's
decided-
breaking down.
Yeah,
Before
but
then,
he
he's
literally
not...
said, "I'm going to kill you guys so you guys can't interrupt."
Yeah, that's after
what he said.
Sasuke intervened. He
Yeah,
literally
and this
wasn't
is
planning
after
on
Sasuke
fighting Naruto.
intervenes as well. So what are you trying to say?
I know. I'm saying
I
he
don't get it.
wasn't planning on killing Naruto.
But he is planning on killing him now. So
I
the argument is
agree.
invalid. Okay.
You're not even
Oodie,
Oodie. You're not even arguing. You're just
He's the one
disagreeing
not
on
aiming for these
things that
areas,
in a
but
way that
why?
doesn't make
His
sense.
goal is
Hey,
to
Kamui, I
kill them
disagree.
So he can go get
I'm not
Kawaki.
doing
So
that.
why is he not trying to kill them, even though it's his stated objective multiple times? Well, the answer is plot armor. You see, this is what happens when you introduce an ability that's too overpowered with little to no limitations. Let
Yeah,
me
like
show
the
you how many
Amaterasu
times
example
Jigen
from
and Ishida
earlier.
could have ended Naruto and
Yeah, but let's
Sasuke
keep in
with
mind, if Jigen tried to place a rod into Naruto's real neck, Naruto would just speed blitz him with a clone.
That's crazy.
Well, Jigen was at 5% here, and Naruto was at 10%, so it makes sense.
their rods, but the plot just wouldn't allow them to. Alright? 1, 2, 3, go.
1, 2, 3, go. I mean, that's a cool scene there. What? That's a clown music. Crazy. What about that? So,
The ground one.
yeah,
Yeah, the ground one. That was just dumb from Jigen, because basically what he did was send the rods and then made them like expand from the ground, and he could have just put them in Naruto and Sasuke. So yeah.
well, I mean, they reacted to it, though,
Yeah.
in time. Yeah.
It's
How
dumb.
did
It's
Naruto
literally
react
plot
to that,
armor.
though?
It's literally
He doesn't
it's
know what's
bad
going
writing.
on at this point.
It's literally bad writing. He can't see them. It just doesn't make sense.
What about Sorcery with the iron poison? Was that the same thing
The
in that
who?
case? Sorcery with the iron sand?
I don't remember, bro. To be
Okay.
honest.
Fair
What
enough.
about it? Like, is it the same as what?
As like the Jigen rod ground thing.
No.
Okay, I'm not
Whoever
asking
said
you,
that-
Kamui. Bro, this
Okay,
clown
Sarah.
music is crazy. It's so loud too. Like I have the video lowered. Oh my god, I forgot this happens. That was a dope episode. Did you get the dub for that scream of Naruto?
I don't even know.
Had to be. Dude, that's the dub for sure.
That's the dumb.
That's crazy.
Dude, wait. Has Kido seen the Kurama scene? You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. Have you seen Kurama's death in the dub?
No,
Oh
I
my
don't watch it though.
God.
You gotta watch this shit.
Screw it, we're pulling it up.
We have to pause for this.
Okay, it's gonna take a second, but it's not that many seconds. It's worth it. Dude, it's so bad. What episode is it? Like 216?
It might be 217 or 8. I think it's 218, maybe 219. I don't know. I think it's 218.
I think it's 218 too, yeah. Sounds right. It is, okay. I don't want to get copyright though. So I don't know exactly where it is. I think it's after the montage. Yeah, it's right here. Okay, I think you can hear. So okay, we also no music. Let me go to the exact point. Oh, he's probably saying it over the music. Well, actually no, he doesn't. He says like don't go or something first. Okay, it's probably here.
Yeah, well, either way, if it's like 3 seconds, it's not gonna copyright.
It literally did last time. It literally did last time.
What? That's some bullshit, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, just go to that Twitter post that you had for like a year ago at this point. It feels like.
Here we go. Okay, this is 22:57. I'm also going to pull it up in the sub.
Yeah, the most you're gonna get is like a copyright claim, bro. You can just delete it afterwards.
Yeah, but it's still annoying.
That is true.
I mean, when I say delete it, I mean the part of the stream that got it.
I can only do that if it's under 6 hours without a copyright claim, and I think under 4.5 hours if there is a copyright claim, and we're already over that. Yeah.
See.
I think that's what I had heard anyways. Okay, so this is what it sounds like in the sub. Ignore that Discord audio glitch, but oh, I also skipped over it. Ignore whatever. Hey, talking about the music. Hey, you can't hear the music. Shut up, music. Wow, there is a straight up music. Okay, so that was this Kurama scream. You know what it sounds like. Okay, here's what it is in the dub, whatever, you know.
Wait! Don't go!
God dang it, I skipped over it again. Okay.
Hey! Kurama! Kurama!
There you go.
Yo, that's funny. That
Kurama!
I will say he sounds more in pain. I will say.
I can guess,
Yeah.
yeah, I can tell. More in pain, I
Damn.
agree, but like, it sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Kurama! Kurama!
Oh my god, I can't listen to it and not laugh.
That's funny as shit, bro.
Wait, actually, so random. Wait, hold on. Let me look for it.
Once again, compared to the sub.
Oi! 待ってくれ! いくら!
I literally skipped over it again. Yeah, Japanese did it better. I'm sorry, but nah.
Definitely.
Kurama! Kurama!
Yeah, okay.
Nah, his voice is going away, bro.
Yeah. Bro, how long did this take
To do what?
to do this?
Edit?
All right, so Keto,
It didn't really take long,
major
to be honest.
question: what if neglected godlike Naruto trained seriously?
Kamui, I'm so done.
Wait, who?
I'm going to
What?
the bathroom.
Or I'll phrase it in a different sentence: what if Naruto Can't do it. What if Naruto neglected trained seriously godlike?
What?
Are you not following or something?
No, bro, I can't hear you, bro.
What if neglected godlike Naruto trained seriously?
What? Bro,
What if Naruto neglected trained seriously godlike.
What if Naruto neglected train seriously godlike?
Yeah.
You're really not coming, right?
Or, if you prefer, what if neglected godlike Naruto trained seriously?
Oh my goodness.
This is from a YouTube video title that we found. Never gets old. Also, have you ever watched the Bees and Seagulls? You even know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about, right?
It's like an Attack on Titan opening thing. Yeah, let me look for it. I was like crying laughing on stream watching this one time. Attack on Titan misheard lyrics opening one. Bees and Seagulls. Slow one. Okay. Here, I'm just gonna post a link in this. I thought it was hilarious. I definitely found it funnier than everyone else, but I want you to watch this.
Kamui, I am
And just
screaming.
hopefully you find
that
it funny
you asked
too.
that. I am screaming.
Huh?
Crazy. Did you get
What?
a satisfactory answer, Kamui?
Oh, Kino was just speechless.
So ready to continue the video.
Okay, back to the clown. Ronald McDonald here.
So as you guys can see,
Best
Shiki
edit.
isn't that brain dead that he doesn't
Can you
know
turn off
how-
the video audio?
I'm afraid it's too loud on stream if I do that.
I think you can turn it
Well,
up
it's
on
not
your
like
end.
Kino's gonna copyright it.
'Cause it's
No,
loud
I
for
mean
me.
literally like the audio balancing. Like I don't want the video to be louder than us.
It's loud for
Oh.
me. I think it's on your end, Tommy. You
Yeah.
should turn up
Oh,
the
well,
video
how do I
itself.
turn it up?
You should see like a volume thing.
Oh, stream volume.
Yeah.
There's, okay.
I'm gonna turn it back down. There we go. Okay. Yeah, also, I understand we already talked about it, but funny how you show this thing before and after that edit. Again, I know we already talked about it. It's a clone. It's convenient. Whatever. Flat arm. But it's just
I actually
funny.
address it, so don't think it's
Okay,
not addressed.
how to aim. In fact, we literally see him target vital organs when attacking Naruto's clones, even though he doesn't know which one is the real Naruto. We see Jigen do the same thing to
Oh yeah, but again, you say he knows it's not the real Naruto.
No. That's not what I said. Go back.
Yeah, he says even when he doesn't know.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't know
Yeah,
whether
but
it's
he
Naruto or
doesn't
not.
know.
Yeah, so it's
So
not
I'm
like
saying it's a plot.
it's not like he's purposefully hitting the clones and the the vital organs, the Naruto and the non-vital organs.
is the real
I
Naruto.
don't think that's
we
what I'm
see
trying to
Jigen
say.
Oh, no, I know what you're trying to say. You're saying it's like the writers that did it. It's not Jigen that did it.
Yeah, it's poorly written.
Okay.
do the same thing to Kashin Koji's clones by aiming for the eyes, the head, the heart, and neck.
In the same way as Kashin Koji, he doesn't know it's the clone. Yeah.
Area. However, when it comes to Naruto and Sasuke, the plot nerfs his ability and intelligence into oblivion. This is a failure on the writer's part because his job is to make the story coherent and consistent.
But but here's where it's not a plot hole then, because you're
I
saying
didn't
it's.
say it was a plot hole. I said it's.
Well, I'm
poorly
bringing
written.
it back to that.
No.
Oh no, but you're using
Well, he's not
this.
saying it's a plot hole. He's just saying it's bad.
But no, but you're
page is
using
poorly
this
written.
to attack Ishiki rather than the writers now. You're saying
No,
Ishiki
I literally
is the
said
dumb
the
one.
writer. I said the writer. Like, go back.
Yeah.
Sasuke, the plot nerfs his ability and intelligence into oblivion.
See?
This is a
I said the plot nerfs his ability and into the plot
Whose
does.
ability?
So it's Ishiki.
Okay,
I
so
said the plot
okay, so the
nerfs him in
plot.
specific instances, so it's a writing issue.
So the
I
plot.
explained
nerfs
that
his
it's the writers. It's the writers, and I'll go on to explain. If you
Okay,
play.
okay. So just for clarification's sake, so you're saying Ishiki isn't dumb, it's the writers that.
He's dumb.
The way
because
they're
the writers
writing him
write
is
it
dumb.
writing.
Is what you
Okay,
say.
so it's
They're
you're
being
saying
plot convenient.
he's being written to be more dumb than he is really.
Yeah. So in the sense that we have specific instances where pulled up where he uses the ability to like kill opponents, like aim for the eyes, the head, and all that jazz. So he's pretty smart. He knows how to use it properly. But when it comes to like the main characters, he just forgets how to.
Yeah.
Or when it comes to the real characters who are non-clones, because the plot is aware that they are clones, so they allow him to actually use his ability properly. But when it's not a clone, he doesn't. So it's a writing issue.
Well, I think even then, it's just him being cocky. Like, he can say he's killing them or whatever, but he
then it
is
wouldn't be cocky
also
because
saying
like
he's playing.
if he's killing Naruto and Koji, if he doesn't know they are clones, that he's not being cocky. Then he's literally trying to kill them. But if he knew they were clones, then you could make the argument. But he doesn't know that they're clones.
It could be just like a little child playing rough with a toy. They're not trying to break it, but they're not trying not to either.
He's want to win. When you're putting like them literally in the eyes and neck and the heart, I mean, he's literally trying to kill them. Obviously, that's playing around.
We did argue.
Child playing with a toy.
We were arguing earlier that he doesn't know they're the clones or whatever, but just switching that argument, because I don't know if that's ever confirmed. What if he just does know it's the clones, and then it is consistent in that case?
Well, I mean, he literally didn't know Kawaki was a clone, so I don't know about that one.
He doesn't know Kawaki can use clones as well.
In a stronger form. Well,
yeah, but it doesn't
basically
seem like
what you're saying is that he can recognize clones.
Either.
But like that was
you're saying that he can recognize clones.
Yeah, but he didn't
can recognize clones, right? So he doesn't need to know that Kawaki knows clones. He just needs to know how to recognize.
Well, it's not about being able to sense if they're a clone or the original. It's about seeing the original when they make the clone. So he knows which one is the original or the clone if he.
But he was tricked by Kakashi and Koji multiple times with the clones.
I'd have to see exactly what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Like when he does the stab him in the eyes thing. Oh, let's just look.
But at the same time, like you can say he tricked him or whatever, but he's being tricked in a fight that he doesn't care about in the first place. He's just playing around in that fight.
Well, he plans to kill him.
Yeah, eventually. He doesn't care about it.
Technically, in the first half, he tries to kill him. He literally tries to kill him at the very beginning of the fight.
Well, it's like Sasuke in the Valley of the End, Part 1. He knows he's inevitably going to eventually kill Naruto, but he'll get around to it. He'll just beat him up first for a little bit.
No, not really.
At first he was going to. He went for the kill pretty early.
Yeah.
Okay, pretty early isn't immediately.
No.
Immediately he just tried to run away.
Slapped him in the neck with a shidori.
Yeah, immediately he tried to run away, and for the next like 3 episodes, he was just beating him up.
Well, actually, no. The next 2 episodes, he was just remembering his flashback.
The fight starts halfway through 128, episode 128. Isn't he Chitoris him in like 131?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, after the flashbacks.
The Naruto vs Sasuke fight. It starts.
Okay.
Yeah, the fight starts in the middle of 128.
Oh, we're talking part 1. No, Sasuke tries to kill Naruto outright. What do you mean? Like, he tries to burn him up.
Immediately? He's not trying to kill him here.
It's not immediate. It's not the first thing, but it is pretty early.
It's literally the first episode, yeah. First 10 minutes of the fight.
He doesn't try to kill him until 132.
He tries to, like, burn him up and shit, but Naruto survives. He tries to kill him with a kunai as well, but Naruto uses a clone. Like, he sends a kunai, then, like, bounces the kunai off with another kunai, and it lands right in Naruto's forehead. He's trying to kill him.
He knows that's a clone.
How does he know? What? He doesn't. That doesn't make sense. He can't distinguish clones.
Well, he also says 10 times 0 is still 0 in reference to the clone, so he knows Naruto's fighting with clones.
I mean, you can literally see the clone, so... I mean,
but again, this is just my same argument. He doesn't know if it's the clone or the original, so he's just fighting whatever. It's just a whim. He's going back and forth.
Yeah. What's the point?
He's just playing around. Like a little kid playing with a toy. Both Sasuke and Jigen.
Yeah, no. The scene we're referring to where he does it, Naruto didn't have multiple clones. You're confusing 2 different scenes. When he has multiple clones on the scene and Sasuke, 10 times 0 is still 0. Like, that's different. Sasuke can clearly see that he's using multiple clones on the battlefield, so obviously he's going to make that statement. When he's not seeing multiple clones, he's just seeing one Naruto, and Naruto like,
He's not
tricks him
even
or
seeing
substitute
that
with a clone,
Naruto.
then it's a different thing.
But this is the same time,
He
the same
doesn't know because
instance
Naruto
from
ran
when he
behind the
says 10
rock.
times 0. Yeah. So he
No,
knows,
because when
okay,
Naruto
so
ran
then he
behind the rock,
knows
he
there's
doesn't have
10
any clones
clones.
out. No, the clones weren't there yet. When he ran behind the rock and Sasuke tries to kill him with the kunai, there weren't any multiple clones on the battlefield.
Let's see, was it
It's just Naruto and
129?
Sasuke.
Maybe it was 130. All these episodes are like basically just a flashback with like 5 minutes of
We're watching
actual fighting.
That's what I was saying.
Filler.
Like it's mostly flashback in between.
Oh, what is this?
I don't know what episode it is.
Yo, go upstairs. Yes, nice.
Okay, it is this. If anything, you should have used this fire style as him trying to kill him, considering it like literally evaporates the whole forest.
I mean, I literally said that.
You never mentioned this fire style.
Kamui, didn't you hear me say literally tried to burn Naruto up? Like I did. Did I
Nah,
say
you
that
said the
multiple
kunai
times?
thing.
No, I said both.
Definitely
You
didn't
can
say
rewind
multiple
the
times as
stream.
well.
I said both.
He's okay. He's awesome. He knows he didn't kill Naruto because he can't see him, and he's still talking to him as Naruto's hiding.
Because he saw the clone disappear after he literally popped it. What do you
That's
mean?
such
The
nonsense.
clone literally popped, and you see smoke. Like, what do you mean? Of course he knows he's not dead. Like, bro.
Bro, that smoke isn't from a clone popping, it's from the fire.
Sasuke has his Sharingan active. You can see that the clone popped it, bro.
What is it, 2
Like, what do you
Tomoe
mean?
Sharingan?
You're saying that Sasuke can't see a clone that it popped like right in front of him? Like, that's crazy.
Right in front of him? You mean the
I'm sure you can
fire that
literally
was
see
right in front of
Naruto's
him and the
chakra
clone on the
disappear into, like,
other
poof,
side of
clone.
the fire?
I'm sure Sasuke can see a clone go poof and Naruto's chakra just
Oh, God.
disappear right in front of him. Just Sharingan active.
Crazy.
Like, he's not even reacting. Of course he knows.
Yeah, I don't know where it is, but I'm too lazy to keep finding it. Anyways.
He's down.
What? Oh, the game.
A failure on the writer's part because his job is to make the story coherent and consistent. If you
Consistent aside, is the story not coherent?
Not really.
Let's look up coherent. Of an argument, theory, or policy. Logical and consistent. Okay, it literally means consistent. That's funny.
So, yeah, if it isn't consistent, it isn't coherent.
So okay. Let's just go under the
Kind of redundant, I
hypothetical
suppose.
that he is an unnamed shinjutsu that allows him to determine which ones are a clone and which aren't. He's just playing with
then it would
Naruto and
make
Sasuke.
more sense. Then it would make more sense.
No sense. How so?
Because like if because even though it would make more sense, it's still poor writing because you've established that he's trying to kill them so he can go get Kawaki.
Well,
what
he
he's doing,
says
right?
he
said
wants to kill them, but he's also just playing around
Bro,
because he has no reason
I'm
not
going
to.
off what he's saying. Like I can't just say, yo, he's not doing what he said he's going to do. Like he's and even throughout the fight, he literally tries to kill them. So if I'm gonna say Pickle, if he can distinguish the clones, then I can say him killing the clones is him just playing around with Naruto and Sasuke before he kills them, right? He doesn't see them as a threat. He's just gonna like kill the clones, but then not kill them. You know, just torture them for a bit. That's why I'm saying that it would make more sense if he can distinguish the clone, but that wasn't established, so I don't know.
But at the same time, like, lies exist.
I mean, but I'm not gonna assume he's lying. I mean, you can, but I'm not gonna do that.
Itachi was lying. Kashin Koji was lying.
But what?
What do you mean, in what? They were both traitors.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And Kashin Koji's from the same arc. Yeah.
If you pull a new ability out of your rectum, you should flesh it out.
Oh my god.
I should have said ass, but I was like, I'm like thinking YouTube's gonna like fuck this shit up, so I'm like, nah, I'm not.
Okay, fair enough.
Before throwing it
I don't
on
think
paper,
YouTube cares as
don't
much
make an
anymore.
ability too
At least if
OP
it's
to the
not
point
like
where
at the
you have
beginning of
to
the video.
later nerf that ability in order to progress the plot.
But the ability was never nerfed, was it?
I mean nerfed in the sense that
Was this in reference to Sakura Hikona or Daikoku 10 with the nerfing, or just both?
I think he means the rods.
I mean the rods.
But you mean like
So,
immediately, not later.
Well, technically, like he's. Well, I guess you could say that. But I mean, when I say that, I mean like we see him like have the ability and be able to use it, efficiently. Like that's why I showed like the scenes where you're saying that why did I show this because it kind of debunks. But it's kind of to prove that he can use it efficiently. But then like they just nerf it later on, where he's just stupid with it. You know.
I mean, I think arrogance is just stupid in the first place, but arrogance usually is displayed by supreme characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that Ishiki is stronger than them, he can be arrogant.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I remove arrogance from it by analyzing how he fights. So again, like, it's only arrogance if we assume he can distinguish the clones, which that's just a massive assumption. But if we don't assume that, which is never implied, then it's not arrogance because he tries to kill them multiple times. It's just that the ability is consistent.
Yeah, I agree with that. But let's also
the
keep in
ability
mind,
isn't inconsistent. It's just how it's used.
arrogance itself isn't necessarily good or bad. It depends on if they end up winning or losing the fight in the end. So like Momoshiki fighting Naruto in the tuning exams, he was arrogant. He was laughing and stuff while trying to blow up Naruto, like a friggin' terrorist basically. But he still won the tuning exams fight.
But you can still call it stupid, right? That you
It
can
doesn't
win
matter.
and still be stupid.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because he still won, but I mean, like, it doesn't mean it wasn't stupid.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just establishing a precedent. He won even though he was being stupid because he was just stronger.
Yeah.
So if anything, it's like a plot convenience that Ishiki didn't win, rather than Ishiki
He
being
didn't win?
swift.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Naruto and Sasuke had plot armor. They should be dead.
No, okay. I can see the argument, but it's not that they should be dead. It's that they shouldn't have won.
They didn't win. What?
Well, I mean,
Oh
is
my god,
Ishiki
I
dead?
knew it was gonna get to. Take it away.
All right, whatever.
This is a rookie mistake. The writing in this fight is so poor as well because you have Jigen whose body is starting to crack due to his fight with Naruto and Sasuke, so he decides again that it's time to kill them quickly.
Yeah, that's when he actually decides. Before that, he's just saying it, but he's still playing, he's still laughing, he's still having fun, he's just flying around, zipping around.
If we assume he can distinguish clones because he did try to kill them.
But you can just tell based on his expression. So rather than looking at his words, just look how he behaves. When he gets the crack, that he's now taking it seriously.
It's like let's battle it out. The second time, it's like I really need to like finish this shit.
Yeah, because like they tried to like take his head off. It was like, yeah, it's time to die.
Yeah, and he's still like smirking and saying, "Yeah, that'll never happen again."
No, of course he's gonna smirk because he still feels like he's that's the Otsutsuki like thing. Like
it's just when he gets the crack that he's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah,
like actually,
it's the same thing you were talking about earlier when he was screaming because he's about to die or whatever. It doesn't matter
but no,
if he's
it depends.
dying if he's not about to die because he's going to win in the end, but Baryon mode made that not happen. That's why he started panicking, why it actually then mattered.
Yeah, because he had like 2 minutes to live with no vessel. So
yeah, it's like when he was fighting with like 3 days to live or whatever, he's just playing around because it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to swiftly kill them. He doesn't need to immediately get to Kawaki.
But then again, he did try to kill them with his rods.
Which is what?
He did try to kill them with the rods.
With the rods? Yeah, assuming he can distinguish the clones, yeah.
Yeah.
He demonstrates this intent. By the way, he demonstrates.
I mean, just his expression
to kill
there.
them quickly by once again avoiding
he says it was
all
fun!
vital
Exclamation
organs for
point.
Naruto and Sasuke.
And this is the end of the fight as well.
He summoned his rods again. Not only that, he then says that it's going to take too much work to kill Naruto due to the Nine Tails, so he has to seal him away instead.
Exactly.
Even here, when he decides to kill them, he just avoids all vital organs again. By the way. Okay.
Yeah, because he can't, because Naruto would just speed blitz him with the clone. But
to die right here, right now. He then demonstrates his intent to kill him again by casually walking towards Sasuke, who he knows has space-time ninjutsu to escape.
Okay, yeah.
He literally says this himself, which of course leads to Sasuke escaping.
Well, okay, he casually walks to him while saying it. He wants to finish his words. He's not going to cut himself off. And he wants to say it to Sasuke.
Based on the anime.
I mean, people can
based on the
run
anime, maybe.
Naruto, you know.
Based on the manga,
Like,
he's
they can
saying
run
it
it
while
off.
he's walking. As soon as he's done saying it, he then sprints in the manga.
No, not really.
In the manga.
Because he's like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, panels, okay, alright.
Yeah.
Leads to Sasuke escaping at the very last moment. By the way, Jigen could have easily killed Naruto and Sasuke right here with a few rods to the head, similar to what he did to Kashin Koshi.
Yeah.
Even if you
Well, maybe the rods were aimed at the heads. Maybe Naruto and Sasuke just dodged the last second.
But even now,
No.
like, even right here, you can just kill
No.
them again. Like, literally right now. Rods.
Naruto would speed blitz with the clone. Can't do it.
He
want to
can't
argue
move.
that
No, he
Jigen
won't.
can somehow survive this due to his healing factor, Sasuke sure as hell won't. But of course, the plot simply won't allow that to happen. Again, rookie writer mistake. There's also the issue with how Jigen was killed or how he died.
Well, also, even if Jigen did try to kill them again, it's not just Sasuke's teleport to, like, back to reality. He could just instant teleport with Jigen, just swap with them. Like, he did that a few times in the fight, with the rod specifically.
No, but he can't. Sasuke can't dodge. Like if Jigen, that remember that he can't really see them until they're literally in the body. Like they would literally just spawn in Sasuke before Sasuke even decides to activate his shit.
So
Like, that's how fast they are.
So
The only time they even dodged it was when he spawned them from the ground, and it literally doesn't make sense since Naruto was also able to dodge them, and he doesn't have a Sharingan.
Yeah, and he
it's
doesn't
literally
even,
bad
he
writing.
can't sense
So
them.
the fight itself doesn't make sense. But, okay.
your argument there would have to be that the rods are faster than Jigen, which I guess you'd be fine with.
No.
Because Jigen sprints at
I mean,
Sasuke, but Sasuke can react
when he's-
to teleport
Well,
away.
no, well, he walks first, you know, so
While
takes
talking.
his time first.
Yeah, while talking.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like he
walks
can
to him while
literally
he's
just
saying
kill
that
them.
you can escape Sasuke, and instead of just killing Sasuke, he's telling him, like, you know, hey, while I walk
But
to you,
Sasuke
here's a way
isn't
you can
trying
escape.
to get
You just
away.
gotta
then.
run away from
Yeah,
Naruto.
Sasuke's
He
still
literally says
listening
Sasuke.
there.
Well,
Sasuke isn't trying to get away then.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, but he's giving him the idea.
Okay, my
He
point.
doesn't know.
My point
He
here.
does know that Sasuke can escape. Sasuke knows he doesn't need to tell Sasuke that he has this ability, right? Sasuke knows this.
But that's the point.
He's
He doesn't
walking
need
over
to.
slowly.
He doesn't
he's
need
telling
to.
Sasuke he wants to kill him, but he's telling Sasuke he's taking his time. All that time that he took, he could have killed Sasuke. That's the point.
Okay, he
could've
also
just
didn't
killed him.
need to tell Sasuke he's the most dangerous one and he wants to kill him. Nobody in any fight ever needs to say any words, ever.
Okay, so do you understand that? So that's like So it sounds like you're excusing bad writing. Like it could be written better. You understand that, right?
How?
Like it could be written where in a case where, let's say Sasuke he does like wound him mortally, or let's say he drains his chakra so he knows he can't escape. Right? It would make sense for him to take his time walking over. It doesn't make sense that he's talking. Oh, Sasuke, you can escape, which means he is aware that Sasuke can escape. And he's taking his time over there. And then when the plot decides, okay, it's time to kick in, he rushes over and Sasuke just escapes. Right? He could have just used the rod from the distance where he was after Sasuke used Amaterasu. He could have just killed him there. But he didn't because the plot won't allow it. It's plot convenience. And it doesn't need to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. It could be better written.
If you want to say plot convenient, the only way I could see it is Sasuke being able to get away in the first place. Because we know Jigen is faster than Sasuke. So then Jigen rushing at Sasuke. Well, it's not that
I don't
Jigen
even
was
know how
slowly
Sasuke
walking. It's
did
not
it,
that Jigen was
because he
talking
can't-
to him.
He always has to jump through the portals, but in this case, he was pinned in rods. I don't know how Sasuke got in the portal.
It's the same as Kamui. He can just do it. That's fine.
Yeah, but he never does it that
He
way.
was also just teleporting himself.
No, but every time Sasuke teleports himself, he still jumps
even
through
versus
it.
Kinshiki.
Yeah, like he's never done it that way before. That was the first and
Okay,
only time he's ever done
in that case, he could have done what Obito did with Kakashi and just teleported Naruto away instead of himself. Since he said they'd have better odds that way.
No, well, Naruto can heal, so it made sense for Naruto to stay. Sasuke is ass, so he should escape.
Okay, but
He
okay,
died.
same thing with Kakashi though. Obito was probably stronger than Kakashi there.
Yeah.
He had the dual Mangekyo, so.
Yeah, but Obito wanted to die.
Yeah. Well, okay, whatever. But my point here is that Sasuke did react to Jigen, which in that case would be inconsistent.
Everything is inconsistent here.
Not everything's inconsistent. The
I
only
say
thing would be that.
but-
And then the thing with that is that
Yeah, it's not
Jigen's at like 5% here. So it is consistent
He's
because
not 5%. No, he's
what
not.
percent is he at then? He's at somewhere
He's
between
like,
1 to 8%.
Why do you say that?
Because later
Because he
Amado
has
says
to
he's
even
healing and
regain
he's at less
10%
than 10%. No, he says he's at
afterwards.
less than 10, which is at most 9.
I'm
Well,
thinking
it
at 9.
depends. It depends on if you think use closing the ceiling pot and teleporting away is what really did him in at
Yeah,
the end.
he used literally multiple jutsus after this. So, hey.
Okay. Well, I'm going to assume he's around 10% then. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay,
alright.
so the point is Sasuke is capable of reacting to 10% Jigen.
Okay. Jigen should be aware of this.
Why?
Should kill him.
Jigen wasn't aware that his body was
Hashi
even going
Koji
to
can
crack.
do it.
He should be
Jigen
aware
wasn't
that
aware
he's at
of
less
his-
than 10%.
Jigen wasn't aware of the state of his body. He wasn't aware that he was at 10%.
And I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
he
he
knows
was aware
what
of the
power
state of his
he
body
has.
in
What do you mean?
general. Yeah, he's like, shit. I'm
Yeah,
like my
he's
body's cracking. I have a
reactive in
crack
that
on my
case.
stomach.
Reactive in that case.
Yeah, but he's aware. But that was before this, so he is
Okay.
aware. He isn't aware. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But
He
because
didn't
of his
forget about
arrogance,
it.
okay,
That's why
he
he's
has a
still wrapping it
crack
up.
on his stomach. That doesn't tell him what percent he's at.
I'm pretty sure he
doesn't even
literally
know the
knows,
exact
feels the
percent.
power in his body. Like, I don't get this.
He doesn't
I
need to
get
know
his
the
argument.
exact percentage.
Yeah, he just knows
He
that
just
he's-
needs to know that shit. I'm running low.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, hang on, give me a second. Let me think.
Lie, bro.
I don't know, whatever, screw it.
Mistake. There's also the issue with how Jigen was killed or how he
Well,
died.
okay, but Jigen's arrogant. So he always thinks he's stronger than he is. So he was surprised that Sasuke was able to react to him, even though, of course, Sasuke can react
He
to 10%.
wasn't even surprised.
He was
He
surprised.
wasn't surprised.
You showed the
Nah, he
panel on
wasn't.
screen.
He wasn't surprised. No, he wasn't.
Let's look.
After Sasuke escaped, he was like, oh, okay.
In the panel where Sasuke escaped.
Let me go look for it.
Yeah,
Chapter
please.
38.
Because you only showed it for a
He's like-
second, and I don't think I'll find it quickly.
Oh, why is this showing chapter 39?
No, you're going too far ahead, bro.
Website.
Probably.
Literally at Kashin Koji right now.
I don't know where it was.
It's
I can
literally
find
the
it.
same scene, bro.
Alright.
Right here.
I'm at the approximate part. Okay.
Right here. Yeah, this thing right here. This
Yeah,
thing
no,
is
he
a
doesn't really look.
explanation
Yeah, he
thing.
doesn't say surprise. He just says, "Ah, too bad."
Yeah.
Oh
he's
no, that's
surprised.
Naruto actually.
He doesn't
Yeah,
really care.
Jigen literally doesn't react. I guess he has
This
the
is a reaction.
the star.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess he did react. He has the star. He is a little bit surprised he didn't get him. But
exactly. There you go. Oh, also, the fact that Jigen didn't go into Sasuke's teleport thing, even though it's still there, tells you that he can teleport just himself if he wants. Because Jigen would have just gone
No,
back
no,
to
but
Konoha
that
too.
wasn't-
we
the
all
question,
knew
though.
that. He literally does it to escape from Kinshiki by himself.
Yeah, we knew.
There you
yeah.
go. Okay, I'm telling it
That
to
was
Kamui
interesting.
because Kamui's like, hey, you baby. Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
moment.
No,
By
no,
the
no,
way,
Oodie,
Jigen-
you're
Oh my
you're misunderstanding the point. What I'm saying before is that Sasuke always made a portal like in front of him and then jumped into it.
hmm
Except for this one and only time.
Okay, so what about
That's what I'm referring
Kinshiki?
to.
What about Kinshiki? Why wasn't he able to go?
Because he did, right, the portal closed before. You're not understanding.
Okay,
what
so
I'm
why didn't
referring
Jigen
to.
go then?
What you're Oodie, let me ask you this: are you intentionally doing it, or are you just generally not understanding what I'm talking about?
No, you're doing the fallacy of trying to prove your claim.
No, Oodie, do you know what I'm getting at?
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm referring to?
Yes, and you're trying to say it's inconsistent when it's just
What am I
not.
referring to?
understand,
What am I
yeah.
getting at? Rephrase it for me.
Okay, fine. You're saying that. Shut up.
Yeah, you don't even know.
No, it's
exactly.
you're putting me on the spot. It's pressure. I'm very nervous.
Mhm.
I'm sweating
No,
right now.
Oodie, because everything you're arguing has
Stage
nothing to
fright.
do with what I'm getting at.
Okay, so what are you getting at then?
Okay, for the millionth time.
Not the millionth, like
Every
the
single
sixth.
time, except for this one chapter, when Sasuke does his dimensional travel, he creates a purple portal, like, in front of him, in which he jumps into to enter. But this time, he's stabbed with chakra rods and can't move, and he just, like, somehow is in the portal. I mean, yes, he can
That's
hypothetically
not
just create the portal
inconsistent.
on him, but he
Yeah.
can't move into it. So why is he going forward into
What
the
do you
portal
mean he can't
necessarily?
move into it? The point is he's in the portal then. That's not inconsistent.
But he's not moving at that point.
So,
he's not, like,
he's
going
in the
into
portal.
tunnel. But it's like if you're in a tunnel, he's just like standing in the tunnel. He's
That's
not
so
going,
crazy.
He's not like going forward.
Do you realize how space-time works? How teleportation works?
Hey, dude, Sasuke's the one. He jumps into it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, when Sasuke swaps with someone else using his Rinnegan
Also,
ability,
how did the rods
he's
not
not
come
moving.
with him?
Oh my
How did
god,
the
you're
rods not
seriously
come with
back
him
on
is
this.
another
You're
question.
seriously back on this.
Yes. Why aren't the rods on him?
Why
How did he get out of them?
Jigen go through it?
Dude, it's clear Sasuke can do either or. Just because he only did
No,
it once
frankly,
doesn't mean it's
hold on.
inconsistent.
How is Jigen? No, wait, hold on. Look at the panel of Jigen. So, where did the rods go? Jigen goes like to hit Sasuke head on. Sasuke's gone, and there's no rods in Sasuke. But then there's no rods. Like, Jigen didn't run into the rods. They're just not in the panel.
He could have shrunk him.
But he didn't, because in the next panel they reappeared.
He could have regrew him. And you're trying to make it inconsistent when it's very obvious. It's very clear. Why wouldn't he do that, Kamui? Why wouldn't he?
Why would he regrow
No,
him?
no,
That's a waste
answer
of his
my
chakra.
question first. Why wouldn't he?
Okay, it's a waste of his chakra that he doesn't have a lot of.
He's arrogant.
He's literally dying.
He's also still arrogant.
Yeah, but it's Oodie. He might be arrogant, but he's not just gonna randomly regrow chakra rods for absolutely no purpose whatsoever.
What if Sasuke came back?
Then he would want to stab Sasuke with the rod, and Sasuke's not coming back.
He could have because he was
Sasuke
gonna
left.
win. Because Naruto and Sasuke were gonna win that fight. He was just preparing.
No, they weren't.
They literally did.
They literally lost.
Mello already agreed with me.
No, he didn't. He literally disagreed.
No, he literally agreed. He literally
no, he
did.
didn't.
He literally did. Okay, we're
No.
playing the video.
He did not.
Easily killed Naruto and Sasuke right here with a few rods to the head, similar to what he did to Kashin Koji.
I like how you say with a few rods to the head instead of, you know, just like one.
Gotta
No.
make it convincing.
I like the few. In fact, I think he should have said many. Just something like 10
Oh my
rods
God.
all in Naruto's head.
No, but remember,
That's
10
gonna
times
be
0 is still 0, so it wouldn't have killed him.
That's crazy.
It definitely would have killed Sasuke, no matter how you slice
It's
it.
10 times 0 is still 0. It's canonical in the series.
They're not 0 though. They're clearly affecting
No,
them.
but it's 10,
0 would
so
imply
it's
it does
0.
nothing to Sasuke.
No, but it's
and he
10
said
rods.
This amount of damage is lethal.
Kamui.
So it's clearly affecting him.
Kamui, how many rods is 10 rods?
10.
0, exactly.
Resurrecting using his corpse. We see that
It's
Kashin
not
Koji
0.
basically lured him into a seal, which allowed him to summon real fire. Again, real fire.
You're right, it's not
regular
0,
fire
it's
from
still
some
0.
mountain in Boruto. He did this because his karma seal can't absorb things that are not chakra derived, such as real flames. So that's kind of the limitations when it comes to the karma seal. Now, I'm sure my smart, intelligent viewers.
Now, let's keep in mind, the defective, worthless, less than 10% monk human dies of fire. Okay. Says nothing about Ishiki. Did Ishiki die of fire? No.
His fault. Tragic.
are probably thinking
No,
Ishiki
technically-
got stomped on.
Technically, Ishiki tried to defend himself, so he probably could have died to fire.
When did Ishiki get stomped on?
Walky.
Ishiki
Well,
was
like,
dead.
later-
We're talking about
stomped on him.
Kawaki.
He was
Boruto stomping
dead.
at Code. Kawaki stomped on Ishiki with 2 feet.
He was
To
dead.
double trouble, dude.
Dead.
That's crazy.
Okay, you're just agreeing with Kito that Ishiki's a trash villain at this point, Kamui. Crazy.
He's
Wants to just
okay.
leave the
Oh
area.
god.
Well,
Literally
I-
the
no,
best
I-
villain in Boruto, by the way. Who you agreed
I
with.
don't think he's well.
Who do you think's the best villain in
I don't know
Boruto?
who I think is the best
Okay, well,
villain in
you
Boruto
think
now.
Deepa is.
I thought it
but-
was Momoshiki, but
Okay,
chapter
again,
80 is,
not favorite, best.
No favorite, best.
my favorite is Deepa.
I agree.
I still think Deepa's the best villain.
Best, not favorite, but
He's
best.
just not in the manga. No, he's the best.
Okay.
fire was, right? Well, that would be the logical next step, but in true Jigen fashion, he decides to stand in the fire and try shrinking it instead.
So you realize best is like objective, right? And how like I'm the screenwriter here. And that it's a science. So I'm the scientist and you're just like some dude. Kamui?
Who are you talking to?
Kamui? Okay, just make sure.
What's up?
Mind you, Jigen is standing on the seal that is summoning the fire he's trying to shrink. So more fire just kept pouring in. This is something he himself has noticed. Again, this is just regular fire from some mountain in Boruto. It's not chakra based or being amped in any way.
You can't prove that.
It literally says just regular fire.
Okay, and I said it's
Yeah,
from a
that's how-
special
that's how we need to
mountain.
prove
I said it
anything
from a
else.
special mountain. The series doesn't say that.
It's
Well, the series
literally
doesn't
just fire.
say it's not
Like,
amped
I'm
by
not
chakra or
gonna
anything.
add
In fact, the
any-
summoning
it-
jutsu
He
uses
just
chakra.
says it's natural flames.
It literally says natural flames. Why?
He doesn't imply there's special, like, extra hot flames, and even if they were, I feel like what he's getting at is that Ishiki or Jigen should have just moved.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Like, he should have just
also,
flown.
Ishiki or Jigen had no reason to assume there would just be more fire. Like, he just
well,
thinks
when
he
saw
shrinks
the
them,
more
and then
fire,
it's
he
just
could
done.
have still moved. Okay.
Oh, he was being burned at that point.
I mean, you're gonna what? All right. When you're getting burned, what do you do, bro?
Stop, drop, and roll!
Okay. Did he do that? No.
He stopped,
Just-
and
he
then he
stood
died
and
before he could
burned.
drop and roll.
though?
But he
No.
died
literally
first.
stood- No. He stood in that fire for a very long time before he died.
That was
Yeah.
anime only.
And also, before you say that Koji was holding him down with Dark Swamp, Ishiki specifically said, like, you can't hold me with this.
Well, actually,
So-
that wasn't. Well,
And he
first of
was
all, that's
moved.
just his arrogance as well. He also thought he
He's
was
actually
not
moved.
at 10%
It-
based on his
But
stomach.
it wasn't there anymore, so yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, besides, that
Because he
wasn't my
moved it to
argument. I
reveal
was
the
gonna
seal.
argue it wasn't a long time. I was gonna argue it was 0 time because they're in Daikokuten.
They're not in Daikokuten.
So it's
The
wild
toad
that Bro
camera
got
wouldn't
folded by
work.
normal fire.
The
Well,
toad
no,
would be
because the
paused.
toad camera is projecting to reality. So time is passing through reality. Exactly.
Kid Naruto was tanking fire.
I don't know how the toad camera works, so I can't really confirm nor deny.
Takes that.
Even though Jigen was starting to lose power since he wasted all of his chakra shrinking fire.
But again, he doesn't know what percent he's at. He was surprised when his stomach cracked.
I'm pretty
No,
sure
well,
he
he
can
does
sense
know
his
that he's
chakra
below
amount.
10%
Everyone
because
in the
Amato
verse.
told him he's
You
less
just
than
said he has
10%,
a
and then he
terrible
proceeded to
sensory
fight.
ability.
Bro,
That was your claim.
that's different, bro. You can feel
How?
the power, bro. That's literally energy within your own body. I'm sure you can tell. Okay.
You're sure?
Yeah, he literally, I mean, as a Shiki at least, he literally just
Ishiki
summons
has
a
the
picture of his
Byakugan.
life force or some
Ishiki
shit.
has the Byakugan.
So Oodie's arguing that Jigen can't feel his own power. Okay. That's
I'm making your argument consistent.
Fire, he's
Your inconsistent argument consistent at that.
still never thought of just moving
It's
or flying
consistently
away. He just
inconsistent.
stood in the fire and died. Now, while we're on the topic of chakra and abilities, there's something else I wanted to point out. As I mentioned earlier, Jigen's body couldn't handle the
He was on fire right there, by the way. Just casually walked through it. Isn't that crazy?
Shiki's power, so he had only a few days to live post-resurrection. What we know in Naruto is that your life force is connected to chakra, which is
Where do we know that?
Naruto Part 1.
Well, no, so
very
this is what
vague.
I was saying, like probably like 3 hours ago by this point. There's a connection, yes, but it's not a one-to-one causation, like, type of thing. Like, obviously, if you run out of chakra to absolute zero, you will run out of life force. But that doesn't mean, like, it's the only way you can die, obviously.
No, it's not.
You can die.
Obviously.
So, like, they're connected, yes, but they're not one and the same.
Well, the other way also doesn't work. If you run out of life force, you also don't just inherently run out of chakra.
What do you mean? What is life force?
Well, okay, I'm sure you agree that when Obito died, he ran out of life force. He crumbled. Yeah.
Not really. His physical body got destroyed.
So what's life force?
But he died, yeah.
Well, no, but I
He
want
was
Hito
in the
to.
afterlife.
Well, no,
and
but
he left.
okay, but
He was in the
Kamui, hang on, because clearly we have to establish
And
common
his
ground.
chakra brought him back, you know?
Yeah. So what is life force then?
I think life force is your mental energy.
Mental energy.
Mental and physical energies.
Mental and physical. Okay, so you're literally saying life force is chakra. Okay, so that's
Mental and
where me and
physical
Kamui
energies.
differ. We think life force is a thing separate from chakra. You're using the two terms interchangeably.
Because, for example,
When
in the
Kakashi died,
Kaguya like history, humans don't have chakra before Hagoromo's nonsense. That doesn't mean humans didn't have life force.
I think I saw a graph the other day that explained what happened there. I don't remember. What did it explain again? They did have chakra. He gave them
I mean, I know
mental,
Boruto makes it
spiritual
weird
energy.
and stuff, but it's explained that they didn't have chakra in Naruto at least.
Well,
Yeah,
for
he
example,
gave them spiritual energy, and they combined it with the with
Well,
their
this is
physical
just life force
energy.
is based on the strength of physical energy, which isn't just chakra.
Well,
Chakra is
spiritual energy is
spiritual
chakra.
and mental energy mixed together.
Well, spiritual energy itself is chakra.
remember.
No, spiritual and physical energy mixed together is chakra.
I actually found a graph the other day that explained it from Hagoromo's perspective. They showed that the humans already had physical energy. He then gave them
Yeah,
mental
they already have
energy.
life force.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
He
is that
gave them
he gave them.
chakra.
Yeah, but how they visualized it in the body is that they had physical. He gave them spiritual, and then they combined it with the physical, and that is how everyone has chakra.
Do you think
I'm
they
gonna
already
find the
had?
graph.
Fine, but that doesn't
spiritual-
that there proves the point that life force is different. Life force would be the physical energy. Whereas chakra is the physical energy, aka life force plus something else.
Yeah, chakra is the combination of it as well. So.
What I'm trying to say is that the chakra itself that he gave them is the spiritual energy. That's why I say spiritual energy is chakra, because he gave them that energy, but which was chakra. That's chakra. That's what he gave them, and then they combined that chakra with physical energy to make chakra.
Well, it depends. I don't know what Hagoromo specifically did to them, but he
Yeah, I'm gonna
either
pull it
just
up.
gave them chakra or he gave them spiritual energy so that they could produce chakra themselves. It's one or the other.
Well, basically, how they explained it, he shared chakra so that they could they weren't supposed to merge it with physical energy and create
Yeah.
like chakra to make power. They were supposed to just use chakra to link each other together. That's what he gave them. So chakra,
Yeah, the point, it was so that
Was
it's
Ninshu.
like Ninshu.
Ninshu, yeah.
And
but then
Indra
they
made hand
combined
signs
that
to
chakra
mold the
they
chakra.
gave. Exactly. But then they combined the chakra he gave them with their physical energy to make chakra. So
Well, no, what they did, no, that's not, no. So it's not the chakra part, it's how they use the chakra. They use the chakra for ninjutsu instead of ninju, is what it is. The chakra itself is the same, it's just they molded
no,
their
but the thing is
chakra
that
with hand
hold
signs
on.
to make ninjutsu.
Yeah, so that the
Instead
pull
of
up the
chakra
graph.
would be used more efficiently.
I have the graph where it shows that the physical energy was separate and separate from the mental energy. And the energy that he gave them was chakra. That stated that he shared his chakra with them. And then it showed that everyone was linked through the spiritual energy, not the physical. But then later on, everyone severed
Can you just
that
show
link.
us what you're talking about?
Yeah, hold on. Let me find it.
Just
Yeah, I
to
mean
help.
it's very obvious. They did the hand signs so that they could use the energy to make the chakra more efficient. It wasn't like something like just to look cool.
Oodie,
That'd just be
stop it.
ridiculous.
Yeah, that's...
Don't you think that'd be so silly if they did it just to look cool, Kitamaki?
I mean, somewhat,
Nobody
yeah.
said that.
Yeah, he said somewhat, so he does agree with me. All right.
Hold on.
No, he
Where is
doesn't.
it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
The
Where
one
is it?
thing
Where is it?
that nobody disagreed on.
Akito just did. Crazy, huh? How
Is
the
it in the anime?
expert
No, I'm saying it's not.
Naruto expert agrees with me.
No,
Is it in the
first of all, he
anime, though?
doesn't know what you're talking about because you're gonna try to link it to your other shit that nobody's agreed with you on.
Google agreed with me. The internet agreed with me.
No, they did. The AI literally disagreed with you. We looked it up.
Filler AI.
It's canon. It's a different continuity.
Retconned.
It's a parallel continuity.
I don't
It's
remember
gonna
what that shit
merge
was,
to the
bruh.
same end result.
Okay.
Except for
remember what that
Sarda,
shit was.
apparently.
Keto, how are you with multitasking?
Multitasking? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Okay,
Somewhat
well, I guess
good.
we're about to find out. Well, so while you look for that, what do you think about...
Wait, actually,
Okay, what do you think about when Naruto used the Nine-Tails chakra, it was stated to decrease his life force?
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
Like, Naruto's
Yeah, I don't
life
know what you're
force
talking
was
about.
shrunken when he used the Nine-Tails chakra. Like, I think specifically 4 tails or above.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
I was
because
gonna
the
ask
nine-
if you were referring to that.
Oh
Let me
yeah,
see
the
what it
Nine Tails
says.
itself was like siphoning his chakra and life force. It's similar to like KCM, where I think it was Killer B explained that the more he's in KCM, the more the Nine Tails has access to his chakra. So how they explained it is that the more Naruto taps into the Nine Tails chakra, the more the Nine Tails taps into his chakra. It sucks away his life force while he's using the Nine Tails power.
Yeah.
I think it's Jiraiya actually who says the whole Naruto
So-
thing.
When Naruto's life force is drained from using Kurama, do you think he can gain his life force back, or do you think that's like a permanent thing?
I think he probably can gain it back,
Interesting.
probably over time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where we differ. I think life force is like, I'm using it in terms of like lifespan.
Mm.
So like his
Yeah.
natural age. So like, have you seen Attack on Titan?
Yeah.
Okay, so they have like the Titan shifters.
We literally talked about it earlier.
Yeah, the Titan shifters, because I think the Titan, well, it's because of the curse of Ymir, but like because the Titan shifters apply such a massive burden on their physical bodies, they rapidly age to like 13 years to the point of a natural death.
Mm-hmm.
So when Naruto uses Kurama, he's using such a big burden, it's such a big power. Like, for example, Obito, when he was becoming the Ten Tails, his hair turned white from like the big burden of power, or from something. It was shrinking his lifespan when he did that. He was going to die quicker because of that. It was unrelated to chakra.
Do you think that was that? Wasn't that like just like the effect of the coffin seal? Because that happened to Madara as well.
This was before he absorbed the Ten Tails. You could argue that, though.
When the hell do they talk?
But then again, after...
Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi talk about Naruto's Four Tails thing.
But after he lost the Ten Tails, his hair was still white, whereas Madara's was black. That could be
Yeah, that
Kaguya
is true.
shenanigans, but I don't think so.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
she
yeah, that
kinda
actually is
spit
weird
him
because Obito used the Rene Rebirth, but it was already white before then. So
Yeah, so I think it was just like the massive burden on his body is what did it.
Mm.
You could also argue it
or
was like
Kishimoto
from
just
like
didn't think about it when he made Madara's hair
nah.
black.
Nah, I think it's either the massive burden or you could argue it's like mental PTSD trauma nonsense, because that's a thing. It's like Tokyo Ghoul as well. But I think the point
So
there.
do you think Naruto is using life force right now? Like even after he befriended Kurama, do you think he's still losing life by using that power?
No.
So that would mean that Kurama himself wasn't an effect of just using powers, just like Kurama was deliberately siphoning his life force.
Oodie, I wanted to
Yes.
check this. The way it's phrased by Jiraiya isn't that it's like shrinking his life force. It's more so just that the damage from the chakra, like the chakra's making him bleed and stuff.
Yeah.
At some point might just be more than his body can take and become irreparable and kill him.
I see.
So it's not referring to like,
I
you're
think-
gonna get old faster.
No, I think
It's
I was
just like
looking
you
for
might
something
hurt
else.
yourself so bad you die.
Because what I was looking for was like a life force thing. I think you're looking for something else. It might be in the pain fight. I don't know.
Yeah, because it depends on what you were quoting. I don't know.
But also the Rasen Shuriken itself, I think, might decrease his life force. I could be wrong
No,
on that.
it just destroys his cells.
Okay. Interesting. But also it's irreparable.
But either way, though, the point, like for example, when Zabuza got stabbed, or hell, dude, when Zabuza just chopped off Gato's head, it's not like Gato was running low on chakra. But he lost his life force. Still, he died. Like anyone who died from just a wound.
I don't think it's I don't think like there's a difference. It's like this way, right? So you can die from like loss of blood. You can die from someone chopping their head off, because there's like functions in your body that requires your nerves and organs to be connected to receive signals and all that jazz. So like him losing his head wouldn't be like, it's not him losing his life force. Like technically life is still within the body, but like he's not dying due to the life force being extracted. He's dying due to those organs disconnected from each other, so the body itself can't function, so it dies that way. So there are multiple ways you can die that doesn't involve your life force being extracted, but you still lose your life.
I agree. So the moment you're decapitated, you still have like 100% of your life force, but your life force would rapidly like shrink.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean your chakra is rapidly shrinking too, necessarily.
I think it's like a vitality thing. So
Although maybe it technically, I don't know. I mean, you could argue it is, but I think I still would say there's a difference.
Well, I think it's.
So about Kakashi when he used his last chakra, and he said when he uses this last amount of chakra, he's going to die.
Well,
So-
yeah, like that's again, there's a connection. Yeah, if you use up all your chakra, you will die. But if you use up all your life force, you don't necessarily run out of chakra. Like there might still be chakra that you had, you just die first.
So like applying it
do you
to
think chakra is just good?
I don't know how you would just use up all your life force in a normal sense, but like
applying it to
the hypothetical.
God.
Or I guess I don't know if that would work. Yeah, I don't know what example you'd use for that, but
See how far into the stream are we? We got 20 more minutes, by the way, before I have to cut it off. That's 6 hours. God.
well, I guess we can just keep watching the video then.
Yeah. Okay. Real quick on the life force
What does
thing.
he have left? 20 minutes.
Do you think life force exists in real life, or is it just like a Naruto thing, or like a fiction thing? I guess.
Life force is just energy, I suppose. In the real world, it's just like It's well, is it energy?
I think it's
I don't know.
outside of Naruto. I
Probably.
think it is fair to say it's mental and physical energy combined. So applying it like the decapitation example, your life force quickly diminishes because your physical life force is diminishing. You could still have the willpower to live, but you're gonna die because your life force runs out. On the other hand, an old man, their heart could just beat slower. They could breathe slower, and inevitably they just die from like mentally running out. Even though physically they're completely fine, they're old or whatever, but like they.
So do you consider them dead if you're brain dead?
They'd have less vitality, right? Vitality has a thing to do with like oxygen as well, I think. Oxygen levels.
Yeah.
In like the cells. So yeah. Well, that could just be cells vitality specifically, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Yeah. So I think it's separate, but I can see if you.
That's what I think. Life force is essentially vitality.
Yeah.
How alive are you?
Yeah. I agree. And because Neji never died, his life force is infinite.
Life force in part 1.
That's why if your chakra ever hits 0, you would immediately die.
He wanted
this
to
is
feel
actually
vital.
How Kakashi died during the pain arc, which people think it was
So,
due to the nail that pain shot
when
into
you
his
say
head.
Jigen should have
Kakashi
striked a
actually
vital
teleported that nail away
organ,
using
what you're
Kamui.
really
He actually
saying
died
is he
due to
should have
chakra
attacked their life
exhaustion
force.
due to using Kamui. So that's actually what happened there. Now, before you guys say this doesn't apply to the Otsutsuki,
Disable
there's
armor.
actually concrete evidence that confirms that it does.
Ooh,
For one,
concrete evidence. Directly confirmed in the series. Let's see.
Versus Baron Mode Naruto, who had the ability to shave off the life force of his opponent, we learned that he's able to do this due to the connection shared through chakra. As said here by Kurama, the downside of Baron Mode, where it shortens their life force, is the key to defeating Ishiki. That's because all chakra is connected. The same power that comes into being by shaving off bits of our lives, and this is done by shaving off their chakra, also shaves off Ishiki's life when it comes in contact with him. This makes
that comes into being from bits of our lives. What does this even mean?
He's just saying like their lives are used up for the sake of Baryon Mode.
And by the way, Kurama is pure chakra.
Yeah.
Makes sense since Baron Mode is powered by the consumption of Naruto and Kurama's chakra. So when they come in contact with someone else using chakra, their chakra is also siphoned off by the form. So this is very simple. If Naruto is reducing Ishiki's life force by siphoning his chakra using Baron Mode, that simply means that Ishiki's life force is connected to the amount of chakra he possesses to some degree. There's also a panel and scene where Ishiki views...
So I think it's a
Okay,
quality.
you're saying to some degree, so you're not saying like 100% right there.
I think it's a quality that's being applied to him. So through the chakra. So their chakra is connected. Therefore, the quality of Naruto's life force being shaven off is being applied to Ishiki as well.
I interpret it like it's because they mentioned nuclear fusion, right? If you know nuclear fusion works, like if it comes...
Yeah, because I've made a video explaining it, because it would make the most... I would say this. It would make the most sense if it was just draining their chakra, but that doesn't make sense with Ishiki's problem. So I would say that I think they're going for what Oodie said, but nuclear fusion science-wise, I think what Kido was saying makes more sense.
I agree.
But I don't think that's what they did in the
Well,
series.
let's be real. The only reason Baryon Mode exists is because of the science thematic in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay.
His remaining life force and it's just dwindling chakra. So this confirms that it does kind of indicate that chakra is tied to life force even for the Otsutsuki. Now the reason why I brought this up is because if you're Ishiki and you know that your life force is linked to your chakra amount to some degree, why would you be wasting
He says
your
even
chakra
conservatively.
just
This
shortening
tells
your
me he
lifespan?
doesn't know
We
how
have
long he has
multiple
to live.
instances of Jigen just spamming his abilities in situations that are not...
Oh, he also says lifespan here. So do we think lifespan and life force are the same thing?
Yeah, it's referring to the same thing, so.
Okay.
Necessary instead of just brute forcing the target or just simply moving. Like after he was resurrected through Jigen, the first thing he did was shrink every single thing in the room just to show us that he could.
Okay, but like every single thing in the room isn't true.
I mean,
I don't even know why he did that.
he's
Just
dumb.
a flex.
Yep.
Okay, let's
Arrogance.
also, just in case we don't finish it, we're gonna watch it a little
He
bit
then
faster.
shrank all the fireballs fired by Kashin Koji instead of just dodging them and attacking Koji. Mind you, he keeps doing this the entire fight, just allowing Kashin Koji to attack him so he can flex his shrinking ability. He had multiple opportunities to just stuck a rod in Kashin Koji and be over with it, but he just decides not to. There's also a scene where he shrinks like 20 fireball
Yeah,
punches from Kashin
exactly.
Koji.
He
before
just
finally
decided
to punch him in
not
the face.
to.
Another
I
instance where he
agree.
could have easily killed him using his rods. You then had this scene where Kashin Koji tried to kill Ishiki by launching a chakra-based
Wasn't
fire
trying
attack,
to kill
keyword
him
there being
there.
chakra-based on his left and also a Rasengan on his right. He's then like, now choose Ishiki. Do you prefer getting ripped apart or burning? The entire time I'm like, how do you know that Ishiki can't just absorb these attacks like Jigen could? Well, he knows because the writer does. Ishiki is the first Otsutsuki.
The thing is, he's not trying to not kill him. He's just not trying to kill him. If he was
No, we're
trying
talking
to kill
about
him,
Kashin
he
Koji
could have.
here.
Oh, I know. I'm just
Koji-
talking on the previous
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because do you agree that if Ishiki was trying to kill Kashin Koji, he would have
Yes,
easily...
he would be
okay.
dead. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Who lacks sensory and the ability to absorb
Just
jutsu.
making sure,
is
because
summoning
like, I know
more
Mello
fire.
says he's
The fire
trash
on
and
the
all
left is
this.
just a one-time thing. There isn't a
Yeah.
seal that's continuously summoning more fire. So all Ishiki would need to do is just shrink it once. In fact, he can simply choose to shrink either the fire or the Rasengan in any direction and just move in that direction and he would be fine. Not only
Wait,
that,
can
we've
you only
literally
shrink
seen
one
Ishiki
thing at a
shrink
time?
multiple things at the same time moments earlier.
Yeah,
Kashin
honestly,
Koji saw-
Ishiki could have just shrunken the Massive Rasengan and then
Yeah.
just turned the other way and shrunken the
It's
fire.
literally that easy. That's what I'm saying.
this himself.
I don't know
Why would
why
you
he
think
thought that was a good plan. It's so weird.
that this was a good plan? It just doesn't make sense. But yeah, Ishiki could have also flown upwards, but he wasted his chakra using his other ability called Daikokuten,
Well, flying would also take chakra. So boom.
which pretty much allows him to summon things he stored in another dimension. And that's basically the end of Kashin Koji. Now look, I know Ishiki
Seems
was
to be
just
pretty
aiming-
minimal, though.
And plus, if he flew, instead of using Daikokuten, the fight would have continued going on.
I mean, well, we already agreed that he wants to play with Kashin Koji,
Yes.
so maybe
Well,
he wants that.
Let's keep in mind, he could have at any point just teleported away to Konoha anyways. He didn't have to fight Kashin Koji at all.
Yeah, he wants to play with him.
In fact, Jigen didn't have to fight Kashin Koji. He could have just not died. Just teleported to
Yeah,
Konoha again
he
as
could have just
Jigen.
moved.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, he could, or just teleport it anywhere else and just hid.
Yeah, so it was all about the arrogance of
which
Ishiki.
flex on him, so it explains why he was using his abilities and not just folding him using his rods. But given the circumstances with his life force, this was a stupid decision. By the way, this continued when he went to the village looking for Kawaki. Bro was literally shrinking shurikens thrown by random father Jonins. Then he shrank regular shurikens thrown by Sasuke to distract him, and even Sasuke's sword, which is how he got speed blitzed by Karma V1 Boruto and got sent to another dimension. Like, how do you, Ishiki, get caught?
Okay, but this is a side note. Out of universe, I'm sure you agree, it's much more visually interesting to see characters use their special ability rather than everyone just generically dodge.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the context.
Yeah.
Of his, situation. But yeah.
So again, in universe, I agree, but like out of universe, I'm sure
Yeah.
you understand. Yeah.
By Boruto's space-time ninjutsu when you saw him long before he even moved his hand forward to perform the jutsu. For comparison, Kawaki tried to off-guard Boruto using
Yeah,
his
no,
space-time
Ishiki
ninjutsu
could have
with-
just like slapped Boruto in the face there.
He could have just shrunken it, like literally. He's shrinking
Shrink
everything
the
else.
portal.
What?
Can
He's
you
looking
shrink
at
the
the portal.
I don't
He
think
can
you can
shrink anything.
shrink the
Boruto just
portal.
absorbs the Kawaki's portal,
It's
so
literally
Yeah.
chakra, so
Is it chakra? I don't know. I mean,
yeah, Boruto
yeah, I
absorbs it.
mean, it uses chakra.
it uses
Makes a
chakra, but I
chakra
don't
portal.
think the portal is chakra.
It is. Boruto absorbs it.
I mean, yeah,
I don't think he
Boruto
absorbs-
Literally right here.
Kawaki-
Well, does he
Right here in
absorb
the scene
it?
that it's paused on.
Yeah, see the next panel.
Okay,
after
but what
this
if
is
he like
Boruto absorbing
inverts it? What if he's like,
What?
what if he's making a portal from Daikokuten to reality, but in reality? So it inverts the portal, making it revert to zero. Because there's one portal going one way, and then another portal going the other
That's
way.
not how it's
It just makes the
depicted
portal go
anyway.
nowhere. Boom.
That's
Drawn
not how
in
it's
manga, and Boruto is able to
depicted.
react and absorb the jutsu. Now maybe Ishiki can't absorb, but Ishiki could certainly just move or shrink it using his ability called Tsukina Ikona. Like Karma 1 Boruto is below base Naruto levels at this
Oh, plus he doesn't even absorb it. He goes through it. This looks like the
No,
Ishiki
he-
panel.
he
This looks like the
absorbs
Jigen
most of
panel.
it.
This
He
looks like Jigen
absorbs
trying to
it,
attack
bro.
Sasuke at the very end.
Literally, what do you call it? Activates the karma and absorbs it. I think Kawaki says it later on. That's why
fact,
it
there-
says, I'm going to kill you because obviously I
Yeah,
can't.
he said it would be much easier if I could just send you there, but I guess that's not gonna work.
There's also not a star in front of him, so he's less surprised than Jigen was.
Tragic.
point in time. So Ishiki
Yeah.
should easily be able to react to
Tragic.
Boruto, but we can't have that happen
That's
because
crazy.
the plot needs it to not happen. Now after Ishiki was carried to another dimension by Boruto,
And all that tells us is Karma Boruto over 10% Jigen.
Naruto followed them there using Sasuke's space-time ninjutsu. Ishiki could have easily just left and went back to the village, but he did make a smart decision since he decided to stay with Naruto and Sasuke in that dimension because they would have just followed him back and caused problems. So his stated goal again, just like Jigen, is to kill Naruto and Sasuke, then have the village members reveal Kawaki's location. However,
You know, here's the thing about that. He should have just gone back and forth and let them drain their chakra.
Well, that would have drained his
I
chakra.
doubt
too.
he has. Yeah.
And the point is
he
that
probably...
they're not draining their chakra. Boruto's draining his karma chakra. Which could just
Yeah,
be
but
more,
the moment Boruto
directly.
stops remembering how to do it, because remember, Boruto did that in pure luck. Like, Boruto couldn't do it later on. So Sasuke would have had to have wasted his chakra.
Okay, but it's also implied it's like a mental thing. I don't think he just got lucky.
Bro was a sword, man.
Yes and no.
But also, I'm glad that you point this out, that he was being smart here. So he's being both dumb and smart. Like, he's being tactical when he actually needs to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like. I'm gonna be fair.
Yeah, but it's only when he needs to. Like, other times when he's being dumb, he doesn't need to be smart at those moments.
Oof. The plot doesn't allow him to.
Oh. Hey, here's a star right here. Sasuke looks pretty surprised.
I mean, you could argue he did need to, because he didn't. That's why he dies.
At the end, after the context.
For example, when very late after Baryon mode and stuff, he could have just killed Sasuke before Sasuke throws the smoke bomb.
He's dumb.
He didn't need to, though, because he didn't know Sasuke was going to throw a smoke bomb. He's being reactive rather than proactive.
He doesn't know that, but because he didn't, he made a mistake. So we really did need to do it.
He didn't make a mistake. That wasn't a mistake. Not knowing something isn't a mistake.
Not to kill Sasuke.
It was a mistake not to kill Sasuke because he didn't. That caused him problems later on.
It's not that he didn't know. It's that he did not know. Not that he didn't know.
Before, Ishiki does his best not to hit any vital organs or deliver any headshots when stabbing Naruto and Sasuke with his rods. He just refuses to do so. He proceeds to waste his chakra and life force, shrinking Naruto's many Rasengans, summoning multiple large blocks from another dimension over and over again for no reason whatsoever. Bro is shrinking Rasengans
for no reason to crush him.
His life force and chakra. Like, he was just doing it because he could, not because he needed to.
Oh, you also say life force and chakra, so you are making a distinction. What do you mean for no reason? It's
disagree.
To crush him.
While when Naruto arrived, he did use some of his powers, but I won't fault him there because he was getting his ass whooped, so it made sense to use your abilities. And I'm not going to criticize him for not shrinking against
Well,
Naruto.
he didn't say rectum there.
That is true. That is true.
Because he already saw that Naruto could perceive his rods in that small state, so it doesn't make sense for him to then shrink to that size at that point. Now there's one final...
Bro, Sasuke's got his 3 Tomoe activated. That's crazy.
Doesn't fear Ishiki. Tragic.
Then for him to then shrink to that size at that point.
He's really
now,
looking down on
Ishiki.
He really needs
summon
his
Kawaki to the
manga,
battlefield using his connection to Naruto's chakra. So pretty much after Kawaki lost his hand to Delta, he was given an artificial arm that was initially made for Naruto. The issue here is that it wouldn't work for Kawaki, so Naruto had to infuse it with his chakra so Kawaki could use it. So when Ishiki was holding on to Naruto's neck, he was able to sense Kawaki through Naruto's chakra.
I love how
connection to
dirty
Kawaki's
he
body
looks
through
here.
the artificial arm. Ishiki was then somehow able to summon Kawaki
Yeah.
to the battlefield using his neck
Ishiki's so
connection. So the logic is
grimy.
that Naruto's chakra is
He hasn't
connected to
showered
Naruto's,
in
so Ishiki just connected his
1,000
chakra to
years,
Naruto's
probably.
chakra in order to establish a link
Yeah,
to
he was
Kawaki.
sleeping in
now,
the
this is all fine and
pod.
bad, right? This is okay, it's cool, it makes sense, chakra is all connected, blah 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 blah. But my issue lies in the fact that Ishiki should have been able to do this from day one. He doesn't need Naruto. But let me explain. You see, so the Karma Seal is stated to extract the Otsutsuki data and chakra into the body of the vessel.
What is this?
It's like essentially a Boruto data book. It's not quite, but it's like an extra thing.
Yeah, it was on the
released
back of a
at
chapter.
I don't know which
Oh,
chapter
okay.
it was
I
from.
remember the chapter.
I got you.
It was during the time like when Amada was interrogated.
Yeah.
Because I've used the same thing before in videos.
Okay, 4 minutes,
It's
by the
around
way.
that time because it refers to Amato's explanation in
Gotcha.
it. So
Okay, 2 times speed.
Around that
We
time.
got
At this
this.
point in the story, Kawaki's extraction percentage is around 85 or 80%, which means that a good amount of Ishiki's chakra and the data was extracted into Kawaki's body. So why couldn't he just use his own chakra's connection to Kawaki in order to summon him? Why couldn't he use that connection to find Kawaki's location? Why did he need to do it through Naruto's chakra connection to Kawaki? Now, you guys might be saying that the karma is now gone, so Kawaki doesn't have Ishiki's power anymore. Well, that's where you're wrong. As explained by Amado, even though Kawaki no longer has Ishiki's karma seal, he still remains Ishiki's vessel since Ishiki's power is still within Kawaki. The karma seal was just the key to accessing the power for Kawaki at that point in time. That's why Kawaki is still able to use Ishiki's power after Amado reconstructed his karma seal later on in the manga. So Ishiki not sensing Kawaki through his own link to Kawaki using his own chakra is just a plot hole. Again, this is what happens when you give a character...
What do you think about that? Kamui?
I mean, Kawaki uses an Otsutsuki ability still.
But what
Like,
if Kawaki
masks
is
his chakra
hiding his
signature.
chakra signature? Yeah, exactly.
Huh?
without having re-manifested the karma seal. So I mean, like, he's got a Suzuki thing still.
I mean,
think
if
it's a
he
fair
was
point.
hiding it, then he wouldn't be able to sense it through the Naruto link, right? Because that
No, but
the
I'm not
logic.
saying that Kawaki
Well, no, but
was
he'd
hiding
be
it at that
sensing
time.
Naruto's
My
chakra
point is
there.
that he still has that Suzuki-ness in him. So I do kind of feel like he... It's kind of weird, though, because on one hand, they repeatedly make it clear that, like, Boruto and Kawaki are at Suzuki now, but they also make it very apparent that, like, that Atsuki-ness doesn't do shit without the Karma Seal, which contains all of the Atsuki chakra. So I don't know what the fuck they want us to think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's just linked to Naruto's hand. I think he was just sensing Naruto's chakra rather than Kawaki's chakra and made the portal
He was.
around Naruto's
No, but his
chakra.
point...
But yeah, he sensed
was. But
Kawaki.
Kito's point is that because Kawaki is 80% at Ishiki Atsuki, he should have
he
just
has
been
the
able to sense
chakra.
Ishiki Atsuki in the leaf.
I know, but if he's hiding his chakra signature, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but he wasn't. Kawaki wasn't,
He wasn't.
doing that shit.
And
You can't prove
Naruto and because he was able to sense Kawaki's chakra, literally senses Kawaki's chakra. So
So
it's not that he only sensed Naruto, he literally sensed Kawaki's chakra through Naruto being connected to Kawaki.
Yeah, like
so his chakra
Naruto was the
signature
link
wasn't.
that led him to Kawaki. He's like, oh, I see. Like, I
Yeah.
get it now.
okay, but subconscious
sensed
desires are
Kawaki
canon
eventually.
in the series. So he could have subconsciously desired to not be sensed.
But he literally sensed him though. That's what we're saying. He literally sensed him.
Yeah, like, he eventually sensed him. His point is he should have just been able to sense him to begin with.
Well, maybe he
Yeah,
wasn't
with his own
subconsciously
chakras linked to
desiring
him.
it then, because he was safe. Because he knew Ishiki was in a different dimension.
So just until the moment Naruto he held Naruto's neck, he just decided to stop suppressing.
Exactly.
Okay.
An ability without thinking
By
about
the way, we have
contradictions.
a
Just so we
minute
can
and a
have
half to
control.
finish
By the way,
this
Naruto
video.
doesn't make any sense because Naruto himself states that the arm will stop functioning when he's sleeping since it's something he has to maintain.
We have a
during
minute and a
the
half
function.
left in
This
the
is proved to be the case later on in
stream.
manga, since
Yeah.
it's shown that the arm doesn't function when Naruto was sleeping at home. This is once again backed up by the arm
Yeah.
falling off Kawaki after Naruto
That's
fell
all
unconscious
that's left
post
in the
Walky
video.
However, this is later contradicted just a chapter later when the arm just starts working again for no clear reason. Kawaki then theorized that Naruto was knocked unconscious by Ishiki or was just out for a while, which implies that Naruto is no longer unconscious. But then when they get to the dimension and free Naruto from the ceiling pod, he was still unconscious. So how exactly is Kawaki's arm functioning?
What if him being unsealed made him unconscious? It could have been a big
No,
rattle.
well,
Look, he fell from the
not
portal
really.
to the ground. He could have hit his head.
Now when Naruto woke up in the hospital, he said the last thing he remembers was Jigen sealing the pot.
Well, yeah, if he
And
fell
he
from the
was
portal
unconscious.
hitting his head, he got a head trauma. Of course he didn't remember.
You got amnesia.
Okay, we're gonna end the video there because we got 30 seconds, and I guess we'll just finish it on Discord. 8 viewers, if you want to join the Discord, should be not in this description, but in the stream description. It should be there somewhere. It's just tRIPpy, Rip tRIPpy. He'll be back Tuesday. We'll be back with Kitamagi, I guess, Tuesday, and see you there. Over and out. Bye. Join the
Over and
Discord. We'll
out.
finish the
Bye.
video.